Book 1, Childhood. Chapter 1 of The History of David Grieve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. Book 1, Chapter 1. Take your hat, Louie. You're always leaving some behind you. David, you go for it, said the child addressed to a boy by her side, nodding her head insolently towards the speaker, a tall and bony woman who stood on the steps the children had just descended, holding out a battered hat. You're a careless thing, Louie, said the boy, but he went back and took the hat. Make her tie it, said the woman, showing an antiquated pair of strings. If she loses it, she needn't come crying for another. She'd lose her head if you were loose. Then she turned and went back into the house. It was a smallish house of grey stone, 3 windows above, 2 and a door below. Dashes of white on the stone gave, as it were, eyebrows to the windows, and over the door there was a meagre, trellised porch, up which grew some now leafless roses and honeysuckles. To the left of the door a scanty bit of garden was squeezed in between the hill, against which the house was set edgeways, and the rest of the flat space, occupied by the uneven farmyard, the cart-shed and stable, the cow-houses and duck-pond. This garden contained 2 shabby apple-trees, as yet hardly touched by the spring, some currant and gooseberry bushes, already fairly green, and a clump or 2 of scattered daffodils and wallflowers. The hedge round it was broken through in various places, and it had a casual, neglected air. The children went their way through the yard. In front of them a flock of some 40 sheep and lambs pushed along, guarded by 2 black short-haired collies. The boy, brandishing a long stick, opened a gate deplorably in want of mending, and the sheep crowded through, keenly looked after by the dogs, who waited meanwhile on their flanks, with heads up, ears cocked, and that air of half-restrained energy which often makes a sheep-dog more human than his master. The field beyond led to a little larch plantation, where a few primroses showed among the tufts of long, rich grass and the drifts of last year's leaves. Here the flock scattered a little, but David and the dogs were after them in a twinkling, and the plantation gate was soon closed on the last bleating mother. Then there was nothing more for the boy to do than to go up to the top of the green rising ground on which the farm stood, and see if the gate leading to the moor was safely shut, for the sheep he had been driving were not meant for the open moorland. Their feeding grounds lay in the stone-walled fields round the homestead, and had they strayed on to the mountain beyond, which was reserved for a hardier Scotch breed, David would have been answerable. So he strode, whistling, up the hill to have a look at that top gate, while Louie sauntered down to the stream which ran round the lower pastures to wait for him. The top gate was fast, but David climbed the wall and stood there a while, hands in his pockets, legs apart, whistling and looking. "I can't see downfall from Stockport today," he was saying to himself. "It's coming over like mad." Some distance away in front of him, beyond the undulating heather ground at his feet, rose a magnificent curving front of moor, the steep sides of it crowned with black edges and cliffs of grit, the outline of the south-western end sweeping finely up on the right to a purple peak, the king of all the moorland round. No such colour as clothed that bronzed and reddish wall of rock, heather, and bilberry is known to Westmoreland, hardly to Scotland. It seems to be the peculiar property of that lonely and inaccessible district which marks the mountainous centre of mid-England, the district of Kinder Scout and the High Peak. Before the boy's ranging eye spread the whole western rampart of the peak, to the right the highest point of Kinder Low, to the left edge behind edge, till the central rocky mass sank and faded towards the north into milder forms of green and undulating hills. In the very centre of the great curve, a white and surging mass of water cleft the mountain from top to bottom, falling straight over the edge, here some 2,000 feet above the sea, and roaring downward along an almost precipitous bed into the stream, the Kinder, which swept round the hill on which the boy was standing, and through the valley behind him. In older times, the downfall, as the natives called it, only makes itself visible on the mountain-side as a black ravine of tossed and tumbled rocks. But there had been a late snowfall on the high plateau beyond, followed by heavy rain, and the swollen stream was today worthy of its grand setting of cliff and moor. On such occasions it becomes a landmark for all the country round, for the cotton-spinning centres of New Mills and Stockport, as well as for the grey and scattered farms which climb the long backs of moorland lying between the Peak and the Cheshire border. Today also, after the snow and rains of early April, the air was clear again. The sun was shining, a cold, dry wind was blowing, there were sounds of spring in the air, and signs of it on the thorns and larches. Far away on the boundary wall of the farmland, a cuckoo was sitting, his long tail swinging behind him, his monotonous note filling the valley. And overhead a couple of peewits chased each other in the pale, windy blue. The keen air, the sun after the rain, sent life and exhilaration through the boy's young limbs. He leapt from the wall and raced back down the field, his dogs streaming behind him, the sheep with their newly dropped lambs shrinking timidly to either side as he passed. He made for a corner in the wall, vaulted it onto the moor, crossed a rough dam built in the stream for sheep-washing purposes, jumped in and out of the 2 grey-walled sheep-pens beyond, and then made leisurely for a spot in the brook, not the downfall stream, but the Red Brook, one of its westerly affluents, where he had left a miniature water-wheel at work the day before. Before him and around him spread the brown bosom of Kinder Scout. The cultivated land was left behind. Here, on all sides, as far as the eye could see, was the wild home of heather and plashing water, of grouse and peewit, of cloud and breeze. The little wheel, shaped from a block of firwood, was turning merrily under a jet of water carefully conducted to it from a neighbouring fall. David went down on hands and knees to examine it. He made some little alteration to the primitive machinery of it, his fingers touching it lightly and neatly, and then, delighted with the success of it, he called Louie to come and look. Louie was sitting a few yards further up the stream, crooning to himself as she swung to and fro, and snatching every now and then at some tufts of primroses growing near her, which she wrenched away with a hasty, wasteful hand, careless apparently whether they reached her lap or merely strewed the turf about her with their torn blossoms. When David called, she gathered up the flowers anyhow in her apron, and dawdled towards him, leaving a trail of them behind her. As she reached him, however, she was struck by a book sticking out of his pocket, and stooping over him, with a sudden hawk-like gesture, as he sprawled head downwards, she tried to get hold of it. But he felt her movement. "Let go," he said imperiously, and throwing himself round while one foot slipped into the water, he caught her hand with its thin, predatory fingers and pulled the book away. "You just leave me books alone, Louie. You do 'em no mischief whenever you can, and I'm not of it." He turned his handsome regular face, crimson by his position and splashed by the water, towards her with an indignant air. She laughed, and sat herself down again on the grass, looking a very imp of provocation. "They're stupid," she said shortly. "They make you're a stupid goner only ways." "Oh, do they?" he reported angrily. "Bit I'll be even with you. I'll tell you no more stories out of 'em, not if you're asked ever so." The girl's mouth curled contemptuously, and she began to gather her primroses into a bunch with an air of the utmost serenity. She was a thin, agile, lightly made creature, apparently about 11. Her piercing black eyes, when they lifted, seemed to overweight the face, whereof the other features were at present small and pinched. The mouth had a trick of remaining slightly open, showing a line of small pearly teeth. The chin was a little sharp and shrewish. As for the hair, it promised to be splendid. At present it was an unkempt, tangled mass, which Hannah Grieve, the children's aunt, for her own credit's sake at chapel or in the public street, made occasional violent attempts to reduce to order. To very little purpose, so strong and stubborn was the curl of it. The whole figure was out of keeping with the English moorside, with the sheep and the primroses. But so indeed was that of the boy, whose dark colouring was more vivacious and pronounced than his sister's, because the red of his cheek and lip was deeper, while his features, though larger than hers, were more finely regular, and his eyes had the same piercing blackness, the same all-examining keenness as hers. The yellowish tones of his warm fustian suit and a red tam-o'-shanter cap completed the general effect of brilliancy, and, as it were, foreignness. Having finished his inspection of his water-mill, he scrambled across to the other side of the stream, so as to be well out of his sister's way, and taking out the volume which was stretching his pocket, he began to read it. It was a brown, calf-bound book, much worn, and on its title page it bore the title of The Wars of Jerusalem, of Flavius Josephus, translated by S. Calmet, and a date somewhere in the middle of the 18th century. To this antique fare the boy settled himself down. The two collies lay couched beside him. A stone chat perched on one or other of the great blocks which lay scattered over the heath gave out his clinking note, while every now and then the loud peevish cluck of the grouse came from the distant sides of the Scout. Titus was now making his final assault on the temple. The zealots were gathered in the innermost court, frantically beseeching heaven for a sign. The walls, the outer approaches of the sanctuary, were choked with the dying and the dead. David sat absorbed, elbows on knees, his face framed in his hands. Suddenly the descent of something cold and clammy on his bent neck roused him with a most unpleasant shock. Quick as lightning he faced round, snatching at his assailant, but Louie was off, scudding among the bilberry hillocks with peals of laughter, while the slimy moss she had just gathered from the edges of the brook sent cold, creeping streams into the recesses of David's neck and shoulders. He shook himself free of the mess as best he could, and rushed after her. For a long time he chased her in vain. Then her foot tripped, and he came up with her just as she rolled into the heather, gathered up like a hedgehog against attack, her old hat held down over her ears and face. David fell upon her and chastised her, but his fisticuffs probably looked more formidable than they felt, for Louie laughed provokingly all the time, and when he stopped out of breath, she said exultantly, as she sprang up, holding her skirts round her ready for another flight, "It's green all your neck and your collar, lovely. Don't you be nasty for nothing next time." And off she ran. "If you meddle with me any more," he shouted after her fiercely, "you see what I'll do." But in reality the male was helpless, as usual. He went ruefully down to the brook, and loosening his shirt and coat, tried to clean his neck and hair. Then, extremely sticky and uncomfortable, he went back to his seat and his book, his wrathful eyes taking careful note, meanwhile, of Louis's whereabouts. And thenceforward he read, as it were, on guard, looking up every other minute. Louis established herself some way up the further slope, in a steep stony nook, under two black boulders, which protected her rear in case of reprisals from David. Time passed away. David, on the other side of the brook, revelling in the joys of battle, and all the more alive to them perhaps because of the watch kept on Louis by one section of his brain, was conscious of no length in the minutes. But Louis's mood gradually became one of extreme flatness. All her resources were for the moment at an end. She could think of no fresh torment for David. Besides, she knew that she was observed. She had destroyed all the scanty store of primroses along the brook, gathered rushes, begun to plait them, and throw them away. She found a grouse's nest among the dead fern, and contrary to the most solemn injunctions of uncle and keeper, enforced by the direst threats, had purloined and broken an egg. And still dinner-time delayed. Perhaps, too, the cold, blighting wind, which soon made her look blue and pinched, tamed her insensibly. At any rate, she got up after about an hour, and coolly walked across to David. He looked up at her with a quick frown, but she sat down, and clasping her hands round her knees, while the primrose she had stuck in her hat dangled over her defiant eyes, she looked at him with a grinning composure. "You can read out if you want to," she remarked. "You don't deserve nowt, and I shan't," said David shortly. "Then I tell Aunt Hannah about how you let the lamb stray last evening, and about your reading at need." "You can tell her all the taradiddles you can think on," was the unpromising reply. Louis threw all the scorn possible into her forced smile, and then, dropping full length into the heather, she began to sing at the top of a shrill, unpleasing voice, mainly, of course, for the sake of harrying anyone in her neighbourhood who might wish to read. "Stop that squealing!" David commanded peremptorily, whereupon Louis sang louder than before. David looked round in a fury, but his fury was apparently instantly damped by the inward conviction, born of long experience, that he could do nothing to help himself. He sprang up and thrust his book into his pocket. "Nobody'll make out o' you till you get a basting twice a day, with an odd lick extra for Sundays," he remarked to her with grim emphasis, when he reached what seemed to him a safe distance. Then he turned and strode up the face of the hill, the dogs at his heels. Louie turned on her elbow and threw such small stones as she could discover among the heather after him, but they fell harmlessly about him, and did not answer their purpose of provoking him to turn round again. She observed that he was going up to the old smithy on the side of Kinder Low, and in a few minutes she got up and sauntered lazily after him. Old Smithy had been the enchanted ground of David's childhood. It was a ruined building standing deep in heather, half-way up the mountainside, and ringed by scattered blocks and tabular slabs of grit. Here, in times far remote, beyond the memory of even the oldest inhabitant, the millstones of the district, which gave their name to the millstone grit formation of the peak, were fashioned. High up on the dark moorside stood what remained of the primitive workshop. The far-marked stones of the hearth were plainly visible. Deep in the heather near lay the broken jambs of the window. A stone doorway with its lintel was still standing, and on the slope beneath it, hardly to be distinguished now from the great primeval blocks out of which they had sprung and to which they were fast returning, reposed 2 or 3 huge millstones. Perhaps they bordered some ancient track climbed by the millers of the past when they came to this remote spot to give their orders. But if so, the track had long since sunk out of sight in the heather, and no visible link remained to connect the history of this high and lonely place with that of those teeming valleys hidden to west and north among the moors, the dwellers wherein must once have known it well. From the old threshold the eye commanded a wilderness of moors, rising wave-like one after another, from the green swell just below whereon stood Reuben Grieve's farm, to the far distant Alderley edge. But the hollows between, dim tall chimneys veiled in mist and smoke, showed the places of the cotton mills, of Hayfield, New Mills, Staley Bridge, Stockport, while in the far northwest any gazer to whom the countryside spoke familiarly might, in any ordinary clearness of weather, look for and find the eternal smoke cloud of Manchester. So the deserted smithy stood, as it were, spectator for ever of that younger, busier England which wanted it no more. Human life notwithstanding had left on it some very recent traces. On the lintel of the ruined door 2 names were scratched deep into the whitish undergrain of the black weather-beaten grit. The upper one read, David Souveret Grieve, September 15th, 1863. The lower, Louise Stephanie Grieve, September 15th, 1863. They were written in bold roundhand and could be read at a considerable distance. During the 9 months they had been there, many a rustic passer-by had been stopped by them, especially by the oddity of the name Souveret, which tormented the Derbyshire mouth. In a corner of the wall stood something more puzzling still, a large iron pan, filled to the brim with water, and firmly bedded on a foundation of earth and stones. So still in general was the shining sheltered round, that the branches of the mountain ash which leant against the crumbling wall, the tufts of hard fern growing among the stones, the clouds which sailed overhead, were all delicately mirrored in it. That pan was David Grieve's dearest possession, and those reflections, so magical and so alive, had contrived for him many a half-hour of almost breathless pleasure. He had carried it off from the refuse-yard of a foundry in the valley, where he had a friend in one of the apprentices. The farm donkey and himself had dragged it thither on a certain never-to-be-forgotten day, when Uncle Reuben had been on the other side of the mountain at a shepherd's meeting in the woodlands, while Aunt Hannah was safely up to her elbows in the wash-tub. Boy's back and donkey's back had nearly broken under the task, but there the pan stood at last, the delight of David's heart. In a crevice of the wall beside it, hidden jealously from the passer-by, lay the other half of that perpetual entertainment it provided, a store of tiny boats fashioned by David and another friend, the lay minister of the Christian Brethren congregation at Clough End, the small factory town just below Kinder, who was a sea captain's son, and with a knife and a bit of deal could fashion you any craft you pleased. These boats David only brought out on rare occasions, very seldom admitting Louie to the show. But when he pleased they became fleets and sailed for new continents. Here were the ships of Captain Cook, there the ships of Columbus. On one side of the pan lay the Spanish Main, on the other the islands of the South Seas. a certain tattered copy of the Royal Magazine, with pictures, which lay in Uncle Reuben's cupboard at home, provided all that was for David was to be known of these names and places. But fancy played pilot and led the way. She conjured up storms and islands and adventures, and as he hung over his pan high on the Derbyshire moor, the boy, like Sydney of old, sailed the seas where there was never sand, the vast and viewless oceans of romance. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 2. Once safe in the smithy, David recovered his temper. If Louie followed him, which was probable, he would know better how to deal with her here, with a wall at his back and a definite area to defend, than he did in the treacherous openness of the heath. However, just as he was settling himself down with a sigh of relief between the pan and the wall, he caught sight of something through one of the gaps of the old ruin, which made him fling down his book and run to the doorway. There, putting his fingers to his mouth, he blew a shrill whistle along the side of the Scout. A bent figure on a distant path stopped at the sound. It was an old man, with a plaid hanging from his shoulders. He raised the stick he held and shook it in recognition of David's signal. Then, resuming his bowed walk, he came slowly on, followed by an old hound, whose gait seemed as feeble as his master's. David leant against the doorway, waiting. Louie, meanwhile, was lounging in the heather just below him, having very soon caught him up. "What do you want him for?" she asked contemptuously, as the newcomer approached. "He ought to be in the asylum. Aunt Hannah says he's gone that silly he ought to be took up." "Well, he won't be then," retorted David. "There's nobody about us to lay a finger on him. He don't do her no harm, nor ye neither. Women folk and girls always want to be wooding something." "Aunt Hannah says he's lost his wits with fuddling," repeated Louie shrilly, striking straighter still for what she knew to be one of David's tenderest points, his friendship for old Lias Dawson, the queer dreamer, who 15 years before had been the schoolmaster of Frimley Moor End, and in local esteem the cleverest man about the peak. David with difficulty controlled a hot inclination to fall upon his sister once more. Instead, however, he affected not to hear her, and shouted aloud, "Good morning," to the old man, who was toiling up the knoll on which the smithy stood. Lias responded feebly, panting hard the while. He sank down on a stone outside the smithy, and for a while had neither breath nor voice. Then he began to look about him. His heaving chest subsided, and there was a rekindling of the strange blue eyes. He wore a high white stock and neckcloth. His plaid hung round his emaciated shoulders with a certain antique dignity. His rusty, wide-awake, covered hair, still abundant and even curly, but snow-white. The face with its white eyebrows was long, thin, and full of an ascetic delicacy. "Well, Davy, me lad," the old man said at last, with a sort of pompous mildness, "I winna blame ye for it, but you're interrupting me sadly with your whistling. I've been occupied this day with business of great importance. His Majesty King Charles has been with me since 7 o'clock this morning, and for the first time I've been getting right to the bottom of things with him. I've been probing him, Davy, probing him. He could have riddled through Winleys. I kept him to it, as you mun keep a horse to a jump, straight and tight. I did out about Stratford and to 5 members, and those dirty dealings with the Irish devils. You should have heard it, David. You should. I'll uphold you." And placing his stick between his knees, the old man leant his hands upon it with a meditative and judicial air. The boy stood looking down at him, a broad smile lighting up the dark and vivid face. Old Lias supplied him with a perpetual spectacle which never palled. "Call him back, Lias. He's somewhere about. You need not but call him, and he'll come." Lias looked fatuously pleased. He lifted his head and affected to scan the path along which he had just travelled. "Aye, I dare say it's not far. Your Majesty?" And Lias laid his head on one side and listened. In a few seconds a cunning smile stole over his lips. "Well, David, you're in luck. He's not so unwilling, we shall have him here in a twinkling. You may call him many things, but you cannot call him proud. No, As I've found him, Charles Stuart has no sort of pride about him. Aye, there you are, sir, your Majesty's obliged and humble servant. And raising his hand to his hat, the old man took it off and swept it round with a courtly deliberation. Then, replacing it, he sat with his face raised as though to one standing near, his whole attitude full of a careful and pompous dignity. "Now then, your Majesty," said Laius grimly, "I shall have to put that question to you once more. You were none so well pleased with this morning, but you should not be so tender, mon. The truth can't do you no harm where you are, and I'm not but asking for information's sake. So out with it. I'll not use it again ye. That wee bit o' damned paper. Man, what sent Paul Stratford to his end? You mind it? Aye, that you do. Well now." The old man's turn grew gently seductive. "Explain yourself. We had their tale." And he pointed away to some imaginary accusers. "But you mun trust an Englishman's saying so her fair play. Say you say. We give you a very patient hearing." And with chin thrown up and his half-blurred eyes blinking under their white lashes, Laius waited with a bland imperativeness for the answer. "Eh?" said Laius at last, frowning and hollowing his hand to his ear. He listened another few seconds, then he dropped his hand sharply. "What's that you saying?" he asked hastily. "That you couldn't help it, not whatever? That in truth you had nothing to do with it, no more than myself? That you were forced into it, willy-nilly, by them devils of Parliament folk, by Mr. Bim and his like, with whom, if God Almighty had not reckoned since, there's no more justice in this kingdom than you found in yours?" The words came out with a rush, tumbling over one another, till they suddenly broke off to a loud key of indignant scorn. Then Laius fell silent for a moment, and slowly shook his head over the inveterate shuffling of the House of Stuart. "'Twill-a-do, man, twill-a-do," he said at last, with an air of fine reproof. "He were your friend, war that Paul Strafford, your old familiar friend, as Psalm says. I'm not taking up a brief for him, the Lord knows. He were but meeting his deserts, to my thinking, when his head went looping. But you put a black mark against your name when you signed that bit of paper for your old skin's sake. No, man, you should have lost your own head a bit sooner first. Aye, it were base, it were cowardly." Laius's voice dropped, and he fell muttering to himself indistinctly. David, bending over him, could not make out whether it was Charles or his interlocutor speaking, and began to be afraid that the old man's performance was over before it had well begun. But on the contrary, Laius emerged with fresh energy from the gulf of inarticulate argument in which his poor wits seemed to have lost themselves for a while. "But I'm not blaming you altogether," he cried, raising himself with a protesting wave of the hand. "There's no make of mischief in this world, but women are at the bottom of it. Where's that proud fool of a wife of yourn? Send her here, man, send her here. Lars Dawson'll make her hear reason. Now, Davy." And the old man drew the lad to him with one hand, while he raised a finger softly with the other. "Just study her, Davy, me lad," he said in an undertone, which swelled louder as his excitement grew. "There she stands by the side of the king. She's a gay, good-looking female, that I'll confess to. But study her. Look at her curls, Davy, and her paint, and her nakedness. For shame, madam. Go hide that neck of yourn. Go hide it, I say. And her foul-daddles, and her jewels, and her ribbons. Is that a woman, a French chizzy like that, to get a king out of trouble, who's already lost all the wits he were born with?" And with sparkling eyes and outstretched arm, Laius pointed sternly into vacancy. Thrilled with involuntary awe, the boy and girl looked round them, for in spite of herself, Louie had come closer, little by little, and was now sitting cross-legged in front of Laius. Then Louis's shrill voice broke in. "Tell us what she's got on." And the girl leant eagerly forward, her magnificent eyes kindling into interest. "What she got on, me lassie? But I've feared your head too, if you're full of gourds. Why, it's but natural to females. She's all in white satin, me lassie, and in her brown hair there's pearls, and a blue ribbon just howling down like little love-locks on her forehead. And on her soft neck there's pearls again, not so white, by 1,000 miles as her white skin. And the lace falls o'er her proud shoulders, and down her lovely arms, and she looks at me with her angry eyes. Hey, but she's a queen!" cried Laius in a sudden outburst of admiration. "She hath been a persecutor of the saints, a very Jezebel. The Lord hath put her to shame. But she's more spirit, more blood or kingship in her little finger, nor Charles there in all his body." and by a strange and crazy reversal of feeling, the old man sat in a kind of ecstasy, enamoured of his own creation, looking into thin air. As for Louie, during the description of the Queen's dress, she had drunk in every word with a greedy attention, her changing eyes fixed on the speaker's face. When he stopped, however, she drew a long breath. "It's all lies," she said scornfully. "Hold your tongue, Louie," cried David angrily. But Elias took no notice. He was talking again, very fast, but incoherently. Hampden, Pym, Fairfax, Falkland. The great names clattered past every now and then, like horsemen through a maze of words, but with no perceptible order or purpose. The phrases concerning them came to nothing, and though there were apparently many voices speaking, nothing intelligible could be made out. When next the mists cleared a little from the old visionary's brain, David gathered that Cromwell was close by, defending himself with difficulty apparently, like Charles against Laius's assaults. In his youth and middle age, until in fact an event of some pathos and mystery had broken his life across and cut him off from his profession, Laius had been a zealous teacher and a voracious reader, and through the dreams of 15 years the didactic faculty had persisted and grown amazingly. He played schoolmaster now to all the heroes of history, whether it were Elizabeth wrangling with Mary Stuart, or Cromwell marshalling his Ironsides, or Buckingham falling under the assassin's dagger at Laius's feet, or Napoleon walking restlessly up and down the deck of the Bellerophon. Laius rated them every one. He was lord of a shadow world, wherein he walked with kings and queens, warriors and poets, putting them one and all superbly to rights. Yet so subtle were the old man's wits, and so bright his fancy, even in derangement, that he preserved through it all a considerable measure of dramatic fitness. He gave his puppets a certain freedom. He let them state their case, and threw almost as much ingenuity into the pleading of it as into the refuting of it. Of late, since he made friends with David Grieve, he had contracted a curious habit of weaving the boy into his visions. "Davy, what's your opinion of that?" Or, "Davy, my lad, did ye ever hear such tit-clat in your life?" Or again, "Davy, you'll not be misled surely by such a piece of special pleading as that." So the appeals would run, and the boy, at first bewildered and even irritated by them, as by something which threw hindrances in the way of the only dramatic entertainment the High Peak was likely to offer him, had learnt at last to join in them with relish. Many meetings with Laius on the moorside, which the old seer made alive for both of them, the plundering of Laius's books, whence he had drawn the brown Josephus in his pocket, these had done more than anything else to stock the boy's head with its present strange jumble of knowledge and ideas. Knowledge, indeed, it scarcely was, but rather the materials for a certain kind of excitement. "Well, David, you hear that?" said Laius, presently looking round on the boy with a doubtful countenance, after Cromwell had given an unctuous and highly biblical account of the slaughter at Drogheda and its reasons. "How many did he say he killed at that place?" asked the boy sharply. "Thousands," said Dawson solemnly. "There was no mercy asked nor given, and those who escaped knocking on the head were all sold as slaves, every mon jock of them." A strong light of anger showed itself in David's face. "Then he were a canting murderer. You must tell him so. If I had my way, he'd hang for it." "Eh, laddie, they were naught but rebels and papists," said the old man complacently. "Don't you be called papists," cried David fiercely, facing round upon him. "My mither were a papist." A curious change of expression appeared on Laius's face. He put his hand behind his ear that he might hear better, turned a pair of cunning eyes on David, while his lips pressed themselves together. "Your mither were a papist, and your father was Sandy Grieve. Aye, I've heard tell strange things o' Sandy Grieve's wife," he said slowly. Suddenly Louie, who had been lying full length on her back in the sun, with her hat over her face, apparently asleep, sat bolt upright. "Tell us what about her?" she said imperiously. "No, said the old man, shaking his head, while a sort of film seemed to gather over the eyes, and the face and features relaxed, fell, as it were, into their natural expression of weak senility, which, so long as he was under the stress of his favourite illusions, was hardly apparent. "But it's true, it's very true. I've heard tell strange things about Sandy Grieve's wife." And still aimlessly shaking his head, he sat staring at the opposite side of the ravine, the lower jaw dropping a little. "He knows naught about it," said David, roughly, the light of a sombre, half-reluctant curiosity which had arisen in his look dying down. He threw himself on the grass by the dogs and began teasing and playing with them. Meanwhile Louie sat studying Elias with a frowning hostility, making faces at him now and then by way of amusement. To disappoint the impetuous will embodied in that small frame was to commit an offence of the first order. But one might as well make faces at a stone post as at old Elias when his wandering fit was on him. When the entertainment palled, Louie got up with a yawn, meaning to lounge back to the farm and investigate the nearness of dinner. But as she turned, something caught her attention. It was the gleam of a pool far away beyond the downfall on a projecting spur of the moor. "What do you call that bit of water?" she asked David, suddenly pointing to it. David rolled himself round on his face and took a look at the bluish patch on the heather. "Hasn't got no name," he said at a venture. "Then you're stupid, for it has," replied Louis triumphantly. "It's the Mermaid Pool. There were a Manchester man at Wigson's last week, telling all makes of tales. There's a mermaid lives in it, a woman, I tell you, with a fish's tail. It's in a book, and he read it out, so there. And on Easter evening she comes out and walks about the Scout, combing her hair. And if anybody sees her and wishes for something, they get it, certain sure. And—" "Mermaids is just fuddle and nonsense," interrupted David tersely. "Oh, is they? Then I suppose books is fuddle. Most of 'em are, the kind of books you like. I'll uphold you." "Oh, is they?" said David, mimicking her. "Well, I like 'em, you see, all the same. I tell you, mermaids is nonsense, 'cause I know they are. There was yan at Hayfield Fair, and the fellows in it smashed the booth down 'cause they said it were a cheat. There was just a girl, and they'd stuffed her into a fish's skin and sewed her up, and when you got close you could see it stuffing running out of her. And there was a man as held her up by a wire round her waist and waggled her in the water. But the folk as had paid sixpence to come in, they just took and tore down the place. They'd have ducked a man and a girl both, if the constable hadn't come. Nah, mermaids is faddle," he repeated contemptuously. "Faddle?" repeated Lias interrogatively. The children started. They'd supposed Lias was of doting and talking gibberish for the rest of the morning. But his tone was brisk, and as David looked up he caught a queer flickering brightness in the old man's eye, which showed him that Lias was once more capable of furnishing amusement or information. "What do they call that bit water, Lias?" he inquired, pointing to it. "That bit water?" repeated Lias, eyeing it. A sort of vague trouble came into his face, and his wrinkled hands lying on his stick began to twitch nervously. "Aye, there's a Manchester man been cramming Wigson with tales. Says he gets 'em out of a book. About a woman that walks to Scout Easter evening neat, and a lot of ninny-hommers talk. You never hear now about it, did you, Lias?" "Yeah, you did, Mr. Dawson. Now didn't you?" said Louis persuasively, enraged that David would never accept information from her, while she was always expected to take it from him. "A woman that walks the Scout," said Lias uncertainly, flushing as he spoke. Then, looking tremulously from his companions to the pool, he said angrily, raising his stick and shaking it at David, "Davy, you're taking advantage. Davy, you're doing what you're out not. If my Margaret were here, she'd let you know." The words rose into a cry of quavering passion. The children stared at him in amazement. But as Davy, aggrieved, was defending himself, the old man laid a violent hand on his arm and silenced him. His eyes, which were black and keen still in the blanched face, were riveted on the gleaming pool. His features worked as though under the stress of some possessing force. A shiver ran through the emaciated limbs. "Oh, you want to know about Jenny Crumb's pool, do you?" he said at last in a low, agitated voice. "No, but look, my lad, no, but look, and see for yourself." He paused, his chest heaving, his eyes fixed. Then suddenly he broke out in a flood of passionate speech, still gripping David. Bussin' Main, you got her, that old woman? Aye, sure enough, that's she, as you're a-driving her for you, hunted like a wild beast, with her grey hair streaming and her hands tied. Ha, ha, ha!" The old man gave a wild cry which startled both the children to their feet. "Couldn't you hear her? Aye, but it's enough to tear a body's heart out to hear an old woman scream like that." He stopped, trembling, and listened, his hand hollowed to his ear. Louis looked at her brother and laughed nervously. but her little hard face had paled. David laid hold of her to keep her quiet, and shook himself free of Laius. But Laius took no notice of them now at all. His changed seer's gaze saw nothing but the distance and the pool. "Are you quite sure it were her passin'?" he went on appealingly. "She's not but old, and it's a far cry from her big cottage to old Needham's farm. And the child might be dead, and cattle might stray, and gates might be open of theirselves. You don't dare to speak against that." "They might. Aye, we know the devil's strong, but she's 81 year come Christmas, and don't you let children see, nor young girls. If you let 'em see such seats, they'll breed you wolves, not babes. Ha ha ha!" And again Laius gave the same cry, and stood half risen, his hands on his staff, looking. "What is it, Laius?" said David eagerly. "What is you see?" "There's me grandfather," said Laius, almost in a whisper, "and old Needham and his 2 brothers, and young Jack Needham's wife, her has lost her baby, and young lads and lasses from Clough End, childer almost, and Constable, and Parson Main. Aye, you've done it. She'll make no more mischief, niece. She'll gae quiet now. The water's got her fast enough." Drawing herself up to his full height, the old man pointed a quivering finger at the pool. "Aye, it's got her, and your stones are tied fast. Parson Main says she's safe, that you'll see her no more. While holly sticks be green, while stones on Kinder's coop be seen. But I tell you, Parson Main lies. I tell you what you'd walk. The witch shall walk." For several seconds Laius stood straining forward, out of himself, a tragic and impressive figure. Then in a moment from that distance his weird gift of being repeopling, something else rose towards him, some hideous memory, as it seemed, of personal anguish, personal fear. The exalted seer's look vanished, the tension within gave way. The old man shrank altogether. He fell back heavily on the stone, hiding his face in his hands and muttering to himself. The children looked at each other oddly. Then David, half afraid, touched him. "What's the matter, Laius? Are you bad?" The old man did not move. They caught some disjointed words. "Cold. Ah, needs cold. Very cold." "Laius!" shouted David. Laius looked up startled and shook his head feebly. "Are you bad, Laius?" "Aye," said the old schoolmaster, in the voice of one speaking through a dream. "Aye, very bad, very cold. I mun lie me down a bit." And he rose feebly. David instinctively caught hold of him, and led him to a corner close by in the ruined walls, where the heather and bilberry grew thick up to the stones. Laius sank down, his head fell against the wall, and a light and restless sleep seemed to take possession of him. David stood studying him, his hands in his pockets. Never in all his experience of him had Laius gone through such a performance as this. What on earth did it mean? There was more in it than appeared, clearly. He would tell Margaret, Laius's old wife, who kept him and tended him like the apple of her eye. And he would find out about the pool anyway. Jenny Crumb's pool? What on earth did that mean? The name had never reached his ears before. Of course Uncle Reuben would know. The boy eyed it curiously, the details of Laius's grim vision returning upon him. The wild circling moor seemed suddenly to have gained a mysterious interest. "Didn't I tell you he'd gone silly?" said Louie, triumphantly, at his elbow. "He's not gone that silly anyways, but he can frighten little girls," remarked David dryly, instinctively putting out an arm meanwhile to prevent her disturbing the poor sleeper. "I weren't frightened," insisted Louie. "You were. He may cry out all day if he likes, for I'd care. He'll be running into hedges by daylight soon. Unjourneyed." "Hold your clattering tongue," said David angrily, pushing her out of the doorway. She lifted a loose sod of heather which lay just outside, flung it at him, and then took to her heels and made for the farm and dinner, with the speed of a wild goat. David brushed his clothes, took a stroll with the dogs, and recovered his temper as best he might. When he came back, pricked by the state of his appetite, to see whether Laius had recovered enough sanity to get home, he found the old man sitting up, looking strangely white and exhausted, and fumbling in a dazed way for the tobacco to which he always resorted at moments of nervous fatigue. His good wife Margaret never sent him out without mended clothes, spotless linen, and a paper of tobacco in his pocket. He sat chewing it a while in silence. David's remarks to him met with only incoherent answers, and at last the schoolmaster got up, and with the help of his stick tottered off along the path by which he had come. David's eyes followed the bent figure uneasily, nor did he turn homeward till it disappeared over the brow. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 3. Anyone opening the door of Needham Farm kitchen that night at 8 would have found the inmates at supper, a meagre supper, which should, according to the rule of the house, have been eaten in complete silence. Hannah Grieve, the children's aunt and mistress of the farm, thought it an offence to talk at meals. She had not been so brought up. But Louie this evening was in a state of nerves. The afternoon had seen one of those periodical struggles between her and Hannah, which did so much to keep life at Needham Farm from stagnating into anything like comfort. The two combatants, however, must have taken a certain joy in them, since they recurred with so much regularity. Hannah had won, of course, as the grim self-importance of her bearing amply showed. Louie had been forced to patch the house linen as usual, mainly by the temporary confiscation of her Sunday hat, the one piece of decent clothing she possessed, and to which she clung with a feverish attachment, generally, indeed, sleeping with it beside her pillow. But though she was beaten, she was still seething with rebellion. Her eyes were red, but her shaggy head was thrown back defiantly, and there was hysterical battle in the expression of her sharply tilted nose and chin. "Mind yourself!" cried Hannah angrily, as the child put down her plate of porridge with a bang which made the housewife tremble for her crockery. "What's the matter with you, Louie?" said Uncle Reuben, looking at her with some discomfort. He just finished the delivery of a long grace, into which he had thrown much unction, and Louie's manner made but an ill-fitting amen. "It's nasty," said the child passionately. "It's always porridge, 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 and I hate it, and it's bitter, and it's a shame. I wish I were at Wigson's, that I do." David glanced up at his sister under his eyebrows. Hannah scanned her niece all over with a slow, observant scrutiny, as though she were a dangerous animal that must be watched. Otherwise Louie might have spoken to the wall for all the effect she produced. Reuben, however, was more vulnerable. "What do you want to be at Wigson's for?" he asked. "You should be content with your state of life, Louie. It's a sin to be disconnected. I've told you so many times." "They've got scones and rhubarb jam for tea," cried the child, tumbling the news out as though she were bursting with it. "Mrs. Wigson, she's always make 'em nice things. She's kind, she is. She's nice. She wouldn't make 'em eat stuff like this. She'd give it to the pigs, that she would." And all the time it was pitiful to see how the child was gobbling up her unpalatable food, evidently from the instinctive fear, nasty as it was, that it would be taken from her as a punishment for her behaviour. "Now, Louie, you're a silly girl," began Reuben, expostulating, but Hannah interposed. "I wouldn't advise you, David Grieve, to go wasting your breath on such a minx. If I were you, I'd keep it for my own eating." And she calmly put another slice of cold bacon on his plate, as though reminding him of his proper business. Reuben fell silent and munched his bacon, though he could not forbear studying his niece every now and then uncomfortably. He was a tall, large-boned man, with weakish eyes, sandy whiskers and beard, and a generally clumsy and disjointed air. The tremulous, uncertain movement of his hand, as he stretched it out for one article of food after another, seemed to express the man's character. Louie went on gulping down her porridge. Her plate was just empty when Hannah caught a movement of Reuben's fork. He was in the act of furtively transferring to Louie a portion of bacon, but he could not restrain himself from looking at Hannah as he held out the morsel. Hannah's answering look was too much for him. The bacon went into his mouth. Supper over, Louie went out to sit on the steps, and Hannah contemptuously forbore to make her come in and help clear away. Out in the air the child slowly quieted down. It was a clear, frosty April night, promising a full moon. The fresh, nipping air blew on the girl's heated temples and swollen eyes. Against her will almost, her spirits came back. She swept Aunt Hannah out of her mind, and began to plan something which consoled her. When would they have their stupid prayers and let her get upstairs? David, meanwhile, hung about the kitchen. He would have liked to ask Uncle Reuben about the pool and Lias's story, but Hannah was bustling about, and he never mentioned Lias in her hearing. To do so would have been like handing over something weak, for which he had a tenderness, to be worried. But he rummaged out an old paper-covered guide to the Peak, which he remembered to have been left at the farm one summer's day by a passing tourist, who paid Hannah handsomely for some bread and cheese. Turning to the part which concerned Clough End Hayfield and the Scout, he found, in speaking of the Mermaiden's Pool, it may be remarked that the natives of several little hamlets surrounding Kinderscout have long had a tradition that there is a beautiful woman, an English hamadryad, who lives in the side of the Scout, that she comes to bathe every day in the Mermaid's Well, and that the man who has the good luck to behold her bathing will become immortal and never die. David shut the book and fell pondering, like many another wiser mortal before him, on the discrepancies of evidence. What was a hamadryad? And why no mention of Easter Eve? And what had it all to do with the witch and Parson Main and Lias's excitement? Meanwhile, the thump made by the big family Bible, as Hannah deposited it on the table, warned both him and the truant outside that prayer time had come. Louie came in noisily when she was called, and both children lounged unwillingly into their appointed seats. Nothing but the impatience and indifference of childhood, however, could have grudged Reuben Grieve the half-hour which followed. During that one half-hour in the day, the mild-faced man, whose absent-minded ways and complete lack of business faculty were the perpetual torment of his wife, was master of his house. While he was rolling out the psalm, expounding the chapter, or wrestling in prayer, he was a personality and an influence even for the wife, who, in spite of a dumb congruity of habit, regarded him generally as incompetent and in the way. Reuben's religious sense was strong and deep, but some very natural and pathetically human instincts entered also into his constant pleasure in this daily function. Hannah, with her strong and harsh features settled into repose, with her large hands, reddened by the day's work, lying idle in her lap, sat opposite to him in silence. For once she listened to him, whereas all day he had listened to her, and the moment made a daily oasis in the life of a man who, in his own dull, peasant way, knew that he was a failure, and knew also that no one was so well aware of it as his wife. With David and Louie, the absorbing interest was generally to see whether the prayer would be over before the 8-day clock struck 9, or whether the loud whir which preceded that event would be suddenly and deafeningly let loose upon Uncle Reuben in the middle of his peroration, as sometimes happened when the speaker forgot himself. Tonight that catastrophe was just avoided by a somewhat obvious hurry through the Lord's Prayer. When they rose from their knees, Hannah put away the Bible, the boy and girl raced each other upstairs, and the elders were left alone. An hour passed away. Reuben was dozing peacefully in the chimney corner. Aunt Hannah had just finished putting a patch on a pair of Reuben's trousers, was folding up her work and preparing to rouse her slumbering companion, when a sound overhead caught her ear. "What's that chillet now?" she exclaimed angrily, getting up and listening. "He's out to been in bed long ago. Something mischievous, I'll be bound." And lighting a dip beside her, she went upstairs with a treacherously quiet step. There was a sound of an opening door, and then Reuben downstairs was startled out of his snooze by a sudden gamut of angry cries, a scurrying of feet, and Hannah scolding loudly. "Come downstairs with you! Come down and show your uncle what a figure of fun you've been making yourself. I'll teach you to burn 3 candles down or but to nothing, that you may bedizen yourself in this way. Come along with ye." There was a scuffle on the stairs, and then Hannah burst open the door, dragging in an extraordinary figure indeed. Struggling and crying in her aunt's grip was Louie. White trailing folds swept behind her. Her white garment underneath, apparently her nightgown, was festooned with an old red and blue striped sash of some foreign make. Round her neck hung a necklace of that gold filigree work which spreads from Genoa all along the Riviera. Her magnificent hair hung in masses over her shoulders, crowned by the primroses of the morning, which had been hurriedly twisted into a wreath by a bit of red ribbon rummaged out of some drawer of odds and ends, and her thin brown arms and hands appeared under the white cloak, nothing but a sheet, which was being now trodden under foot in the child's passionate efforts to get away from her aunt. 10 minutes before she had been a happy queen, flaunting over her attic floor in a dream of joy before a broken propped-up looking-glass under the splendid illumination of 3 dips long since secretive for purposes of the kind. Now she was a bedraggled, tear-stained fury, with a fierce humiliation and a boundless hatred glaring out of the eyes, which in Aunt Hannah's opinion was so big as to be right down ugly. Poor Louie. Uncle Reuben, startled from his snooze by this apparition, looked at it with a sleepy bewilderment, and fumbled for his spectacles. "Ah, you better look at her close," said Hannah grimly, giving her niece a violent shake as she spoke. "I was saying you should just see her for once at her antics. You say sometimes I'm hard on her, but I'd ask any person alive if they put up with this sort of thing, dressing up like a badizzy that wakes the streaks, with 3 candles, 3 I tell you, Reuben, flaring away, and the curtains closed too, and nothing but the Lord's mercy keeping 'em from catching, and she's peacocking and gallivanting away enough to make a cat laugh." And Aunt Hannah, in her enraged scorn, even undertook a grotesque and mincing imitation of the peacocking aforesaid. "Let go," muttered Louie between her shut teeth, and with a wild strength she at last flung off her aunt and sprang for the door. But Hannah was too quick for her, and put her back against it. "No, you're not go till your uncle there's given you a word. No, you're not go till your uncle there's given you your word. He shan't say I'm hard on you for nothing, you guffin-out little postman. He shall see you as you are." And with the bitterness of a smouldering grievance expressed in every feature, Hannah looked peremptorily at her husband. He, poor man, was much perplexed. The hour of devotion was past, and outside it he was not accustomed to be placed in important situations. "Louie, didn't you know you were a bad girl to stay up and burn candles and fret your aunt?" he said with a feeble solemnity, his look fixed on the huddled white figure against the mahogany press. Louis stood with eyes resolutely cast down, and a forced smile, tremulous but insolent to a degree, slowly lifting up the corners of her mouth as Uncle Reuben addressed her. The tears were still running off her face, but she meant her smile to convey the indomitable scorn for her tormentors, which not even Aunt Hannah could shake out of her. Hannah Grieve was exasperated by the child's expression. "You little slut," she said, seizing her by the arm again, and losing her temper for good and all. "You've got your mother's bad blood in you, and it'll come out, happen what may." "Hannah," exclaimed Reuben, "Hannah, mind yourself." "Me mother's dead," said the child, slowly raising her dark, burning eyes. "Me mother wasn't bad, as you say you were. You're a beast for saying it. I wish it were you were dead, and my mother were here instead of you." To convey the concentrated rage of this speech is impossible. It seemed to Hannah that the child had the evil eye. Even she quailed under it. "Go along with you," she said grimly in a white heat, while she opened the door. "And the less you come into my way for the future, the better." She pushed the child out and shut the door. "You are hard on her, Hannah," exclaimed Reuben in his perplexity, pricked too, as usual, in his conscience. The repetition of this parrot cry, as it seemed to her, maddened his wife. "She's a wanton brat," she said violently, "and she's got wanton's blood." Reuben was silent. He was afraid of his wife in these moods. Hannah began, with trembling hands, to pick up the contents of her work-basket, which had been overturned in the scuffle. Meanwhile, Louis rushed upstairs, stumbling over and tearing her finery, the convulsive sobs beginning again as soon as the tension of her aunt's hated presence was removed. At the top she ran against something in the dark. It was David, who had been hanging over the stairs, listening. But she flung past him. "What's the matter, Louis?" he asked in a loud whisper through the door she shut in his face. "What's the old crosspatch been slanging about?" But he got no answer, and he was afraid of being caught by Aunt Hannah if he forced his way in. So he went back to his own room and closed, without latching, his door. He'd had an inch of dip to go to bed with, and had spent that on reading. His book was a battered copy of Anson's Voyages, which also came from Lias's store, and he'd been straining his eyes over it with enchantment. Then had come the sudden noise upstairs and down, and his candle and his pleasure had gone out altogether. The heavy footsteps of his uncle and aunt ascending warned him to keep quiet. They turned into their room and locked their door, as their habit was. David noiselessly opened his window and looked out. A clear moonlight reigned outside. He could distinguish the rounded shapes, the occasional movements of the sheep in their pen to the right of the farmyard. The trees in the field threw long shadows down the white slope. To his left was the cart-shed with its black caverns and recesses, and the branches of the apple trees against the luminous sky. Owls were calling in the woods below. Sometimes a bell round the neck of one of the sheep tinkled a little, and the river made a distant background of sound. The boy's heart grew heavy. After the noises in the Grieves' room ceased, he listened for something which he knew must be in the air, and caught it. The sound of a child's long, smothered sobs. On most nights they would not have made much impression on him. Louie's ways with her brother were no more engaging than with the rest of the world, and she was not a creature who invited consolation from anybody. David, too, with his power of escape at any time into a world of books and dreams, or simply into the wild shepherd life of the moors, was often inclined to a vague irritation with Louie's state of perpetual revolt. The food was nasty, their clothes were ugly and scanty, Aunt Hannah was as hard as nails. At the same time, Louie was enough to put anybody's back up. What did she get by it? That was his feeling, though perhaps he never shaped it. He never felt much pity for her. She had a way of putting herself out of court, and he was, of course, too young to see her life or his own as a whole. What their relationship might mean to him was still vague, to be decided by the future. Whatever softness there was in the boy was at this moment called out by other people, by old Lias and his wife, by Mr. Ancram, the lame minister at Clough End, by the dogs, hardly ever by Louie. He had grown used, moreover, to her perpetual explosions, and took them generally with a boy's natural callousness. But tonight her woes affected him as they had never done before. The sound of her sobbing, as he stood listening, gradually roused in him an unbearable restlessness. An unaccountable depression stole upon him, the reaction perhaps from a good deal of mental exertion and excitement in the day. A sort of sick distaste arose in him for most of the incidents of existence, for Aunt Hannah, for Uncle Reuben's incomprehensible prayers, for the thought of the long puritanical Sunday just coming, and in addition the low vibrations of that distant sobbing stirred in him again, by association, certain memories which were like a clutch of physical pain, and which the healthy young animal instinctively and passionately avoided whenever it could. But tonight, in the dark and in solitude, there were no distractions, and as the boy put his head down on his arms, rolling it from side to side as though to shake them off, the same old images pursued him, the lodging-house room, and the curtainless iron bed in which he slept with his father, reminiscences of some long, inexplicable anguish through which that father had passed, then of his death, and his own lonely crying. He seemed still to feel the strange sheets in their bed upstairs, where a compassionate fellow lodger had put him the night after his father died. He sat up again, bewildered in the cold dawn, filled with a homesickness too benumbing for words. He resented these memories, tried to banish them, but the nature on which they were impressed was deep and rich, and once shaken, vibrated long. The boy trembled through and through. The more he was ordinarily shed abroad, diffused in the life of sensation and boundless mental curiosity, the blacker were these rare moments of self-consciousness, when all the world seemed pain, an iron vice which pinched and tortured him. At last he went to his door, pulled it gently open, and with bare feet went across to Louie's room, which he entered with infinite caution. The moonlight was streaming in on the poor gourds, which lay wildly scattered over the floor. David looked at them with amazement. Amongst them he saw something glittering. He picked it up, saw it was a gold necklace which had been his mother's, and carefully put it on the little toilet table. Then he walked on to the bed. Louie was lying with her face turned away from him. A certain pause in the sobbing as he came near told him that she knew he was there. But it began again directly, being indeed a physical relief which the child could not deny herself. He stood beside her awkwardly. He could think of nothing to say. But timidly he stretched out his hand and laid the back of it against her wet cheek. He half expected she would shake it off, but she did not. It made him feel less lonely that she let it stay. The impulse to comfort had somehow brought himself comfort. He stood there, feeling very cold, thinking a whirlwind of thoughts about old Lias, about the sheep, about Titus and Jerusalem, and about Louie's extraordinary proceedings, till suddenly it struck him that Louie was not crying any more. He bent over her. The sobs had changed into the long breaths of sleep, and, gently drawing away his hand, he crept off to bed. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 4. It was Sunday afternoon, still cold, nipping and sunny. Reuben Grieve sat at the door of the farmhouse, his pipe in his hand, a good book on his knee. Beyond the wall which bounded the farmyard he could hear occasional voices. The children were sitting there, he supposed. It gave him a sensation of pleasure once to hear a shrill laugh, which he knew was Louie's. For all this morning, through the long services in the Christian Brethren Chapel at Clough End, and on the walk home, he'd be once more pricked in his conscience. Hannah and Louie were not on speaking terms. At meals, the aunt assigned the child her coarse food without a word, and on the way to chapel and back there had been a stony silence between them. It was evident, even to his dull mind, that the girl was white and thin, and that between her wild temper and mischief and the mirth of the other children there was a great difference. Moreover, certain passages in the chapel prayers that morning had come home sharply to a mind whereof the only definite gift was a true religious sensitiveness. The text of the sermon especially, "Whoso loveth not his brother whom he hath seen, how shall he love God whom he hath not seen?" vibrated like an accusing voice within him. As he sat in the doorway, with the sun stealing in upon him, the clock ticking loudly at his back, and the hens scratching round the steps, he began to think with much discomfort about his dead brother and his brother's children. As to his memories of the past, they may perhaps be transformed here into a short family history, with some details added which had no place in Reuben's mind. 20 years before this present date, Needham, once Needham's farm, had been held by Reuben's father, a certain James Grieve. He had originally been a kind of farm labourer on the Berwickshire border, who, driven southwards in search of work by the stress of the bad years which followed the Great War, had wandered on, taking a job of work here and another there, and tramping many a score of weary miles between, till at last in this remote Derbyshire valley he had found a final anchorage. Needham Farm was then occupied by a young couple of the name of Pearson, beginning life under fairly prosperous circumstances. James Grieve took service with them, and they valued his strong sinews and stern Calvinistic probity as they deserved. But he had hardly been 2 years on the farm when his young employer, dozing one evening on the shafts of his cart coming back from Glossop Market, fell off, was run over, and killed. The widow, a young thing, nearly lost her senses with grief, and James, a man of dour exterior and few words, set himself to keep things going on the farm till she was able to look life in the face again. Her sister came to live with her, and there was a child born, which died. She was left better provided for than most women of her class, and she had expectations from her parents. After the child's death, when the widow began to go about again, and James still managed all the work of the farm, the neighbours naturally fell talking. James took no notice, and he was not a man to meddle with, either in a public house or elsewhere. But presently a crop of suitors for the widow began to appear, and it became necessary also to settle the destiny of the farm. No one outside ever knew how it came about, for Jenny Pearson, who was a soft, prettyish creature, had given no particular sign. But one Sunday morning the banns of James Grieve, bachelor, and Jenny Pearson, widow, were suddenly given out in the Presbyterian chapel at Clough End, to the mingled astonishment and disgust of the neighbourhood. Years passed away. James held his own for a time with any farmer of the neighbourhood, but by the irony of fate the prosperity which his industry and tenacity deserved was filched from him little by little by the ill health of his wife. She bore him 2 sons, Reuben and Alexander, and then she sank into a hopeless, fretful invalid, tormented by the internal ailment of which she ultimately died. But the small farmer who employs little or no labour is lost without an active wife. If he has to pay for the milking of his cows, the making of his butter, the cooking of his food, and the nursing of his children, his little margin of profit is soon eaten away. And with the disappearance of this margin, existence becomes a blind struggle. Even James Grieve, the man of iron will and indomitable industry, was beaten at last in the unequal contest. The life at the farm became bitter and tragic. Jenny grew more hopeless and more peevish year by year. James was not exactly unkind to her, but he could not but revenge upon her in some degree that ruin of his silent ambitions which her sickliness had brought upon him. The two sons grew up in the most depressing atmosphere conceivable. Reuben, who was to have the farm, developed a shy and hopeless taciturnity under the pressure of the family's chagrin and privations, and found his only relief in the emotions and excitements of Methodism. Sandy seemed at first more fortunate. An opening was found for him at Sheffield, where he was apprenticed to a rope-maker, a cousin of his mother's. This man died before Sandy was more than halfway through his time, and the youth went through a period of hardship and hand-to-mouth living, which ended at last in the usual tramp to London. Here, after a period of semi-starvation, he found it impossible to get work at his own trade, and finally drifted into carpentering and cabinet-making. The beginnings of this new line of life were incredibly difficult, owing to the jealousy of his fellow workmen, who had properly served their time to the trade, and did not see why an interloper from another trade, without qualifications, should be allowed to take the bread out of their mouths. One of Sandy's first successes was in what was called a shop meeting, a gathering of all the employees of the firm he worked for, before whom the North Countryman pleaded to be allowed to earn his bread. The tall, finely grown, famished-looking lad spoke with a natural eloquence, and here and there with a biblical force of phrase, the inheritance of his Scotch blood and training, which astonished and melted most of his hearers. He was afterwards let alone, and even taught by the men about him in return for drinks, which swallowed up sometimes as much as a third of his wages. After 2 or 3 years he was fully master of his trade, an admirable workman, and a keen politician to boot. All this time he spent his evenings in self-education, buying books with every spare penny, and turning specially to science and mathematics. His abilities presently drew the attention of the heads of the Shoreditch firm for which he worked, and when the post of a foreman in a West End shop, in which they were largely interested, fell vacant, it was their influence which put Sandy Grieve into the well-paid and coveted post. He could hardly believe his own good fortune. The letter in which he announced it to his father reached the farm just as the last phase of his mother's long martyrdom was developing. The pair, already old, James with work and anxiety, his wife with sickness, read it together. They shut it up without a word. Its tone of jubilant hope seemed to have nothing to do with them, or seemed rather to make their own narrowing prospects look more narrow, and the approach of the King of Terrors more black and relentless than before. Jenny lay back on her poor bed, with the tears of a dumb self-pity running down her cheeks, and James's only answer to it was conveyed in a brief summons to Sandy to come and see his mother before the end. The prosperous son, broadened out of knowledge almost by good feeding and good clothes, arrived. He brought money, which was accepted without much thanks, but his mother treated him almost as a stranger, and the dour James, while not unwilling to draw out his account of himself, would look him up and down from under his bushy grey eyebrows, and often interpose with some sarcasm on his fine way of speaking, or his gentleman's clothes. Sandy was ill at ease. He was really anxious to help, and his heart was touched by his mother's state. But perhaps there was a strain of self-importance in his manner, a half-conscious inclination to thank God that his life was not to be as theirs, which came out in spite of him, and dug a gulf between him and them. Only his brother Reuben, dull, pious, affectionate Reuben, took to him, and showed that patient and wondering admiration of the younger's cleverness, which probably Sandy had reckoned on as his right from his parents also. On the last evening of his stay, he had luckily been able to make his coming coincide with an Easter 3 days' holiday, he was sitting beside his mother in the dusk, thinking, with a relief which every now and then roused in him a pang of shame, that in 14 or 15 more hours he should be back in London, in the world which made much of him and knew what a smart fellow he was. When his mother opened her eyes, so wide and blue they looked in her pinched, death-stricken face, and looked at him full. "Sandy!" "Yes, mother," he said, startled, for he had been sunk in his own thoughts, and laying his hand on hers. "You should get a wife, Sandy." "Well, some day, mother, I suppose I shall," he said, with a change of expression which the twilight concealed. She was silent a minute. Then she began again, slow and feebly, but with a strange clearness of articulation. "If she's sick, Sandy, don't grudge it her. Women to die faster if they could." The whole story of the slow-consuming bitterness of years spoke through those fixed and filmy eyes. Her son gave a sudden, irrepressible sob. There was a faint lightening in the little wrinkled face, and the lips made a movement. He kissed her, and in that last moment of consciousness the mother almost forgave him his good clothes and his superior airs. Poor Sandy. Looking to his after-story, it seemed strange that anyone should ever have felt him unbearably prosperous. About 6 months after his mother's death, he married a milliner's assistant, whom he met first in the pit of a theatre, and whom he was already courting when his mother gave him the advice recorded. She was French, from the neighbourhood of Arles, and of course a Catholic. She had come to London originally as lady's maid to a Russian family settled at Nice. Shortly after their arrival, her master shot his young wife for a supposed intrigue, and then put an end to himself. Naturally, the whole establishment was scattered, and the pretty Louise Souveret found herself alone with a few pounds in London. Thanks to the kind offices of the bookkeeper in the hotel where they had been staying, she had been introduced to a milliner of repute in the Bond Street region, and the results of a trial given her, in which her natural Frenchwoman's gift and her acquired skill came out triumphant, led to her being permanently engaged. Thenceforward her good spirits, which had been temporarily depressed, not so much by her mistress's tragic ending as by her own unexpected discomfort, reappeared in all their native exuberance, and she proceeded to enjoy London. She defended herself first against the friendly bookkeeper, who became troublesome, and had to be treated with the most decided ingratitude. Then she gradually built up herself a store of clothes of the utmost elegance, which were the hopeless envy of the other girls employed at Madame Catherine's. And finally she looked about for serviceable acquaintances. One night, in the pit of Drury Lane Theatre, while The Lady of Lyons was going on, Sandy Grieve found himself next to a dazzling creature with fine black eyes, the smooth olive skin of the south, white teeth and small dimpled hands, hardly spoilt at all by her trade. She had with her a plain girl companion, and her manner, though conscious and provocative, had that haughtiness that implied readiness to take offence, which is the gazette's substitute for breeding. She was, however, affable to Sandy, whose broad shoulders and handsome, well-to-do air attracted her attention. She allowed him to get her a programme, to beguile her into conversation, and finally to offer her a cup of coffee. Afterwards he escorted the two to the door of their lodging in one of the streets off Theobald's Road, and walked home in a state of excitement which astonished him. This happened immediately before his visit to the farm and his mother's death. During the 6 months after that event, Sandy knew the joy of eventful living. He was establishing his own business position, and he was courting Louise Souveret with the alternations of despair and flattered passion which stirred the now burly, full-blooded North Countryman to his depths. She let him escort her to her work in the morning, and to take her home in the evening, and she allowed him to give her as many presents of gloves, ribbons, bonbons, for which last she had a childish passion, and the like, as he pleased. But when he pressed her to marry him, she generally laughed at him. She was, in reality, observing her world, calculating her chances, and she had several other strings to her bow, as Sandy shrewdly suspected, though she never allowed his jealousy any information to feed upon. It was simply owing to the failure of the most promising of these other strings, a failure which roused in Louise one of those white heats of passion which made the chief flaw in her organization viewed as a pleasure-procuring machine, that Sandy found his opportunity. In a moment of mortal chagrin and outraged vanity, she consented to marry him, and 3 weeks afterwards he was the blissful owner of the black eyes, the small hands, the quick tongue, and the seductive chiffon he had so long admired more or less at a distance. Their marriage lasted 6 years. At first Louise found some pleasure in arranging the little house Sandy had taken for her in a new suburb, and in making, wearing, and altering the additional gowns which their joint earnings, for she still worked intermittently at her trade, allowed her to enjoy. After the first infatuation was a little cooled, Sandy discovered in her a paganism so unblushing that his own Scotch and Puritan instincts reacted in a sort of superstitious fear. It seemed impossible that God Almighty should long allow himself to be flouted as Louise flouted him. He found also that the sense of truth was almost non-existent in her, and her vanity, her greed of dress and admiration was so consuming, so frenzied, that his only hope of a peaceful life, as he quickly realized, lay in ministering to it. Her will soon got the upper hand, and he sank into the patient servant of her pleasures, snatching feverishly at all she gave him in return, with the instinct of a man who, having sold his soul, is determined at least to get the last farthing he can of the price. They had 2 children in 4 years, David Souveret and Louise Stephanie. Louise resented the advent of the second so intensely that poor Sandy became conscious, before the child appeared, of a fatal and appalling change in her relation to him. She had been proud of her firstborn, an unusually handsome and precocious child, and had taken pleasure in dressing it and parading it before the eyes of the other mothers in their terrace, all of whom she passionately despised. But Louis nearly died of neglect, and the 2 years that followed her birth were black indeed for Sandy. His wife, he knew, had begun to hate him. In business his energies failed him, and his employers cooled towards him as he grew visibly less pushing and inventive. The little household got deeper and deeper into debt, and towards the end of the time Louise would sometimes spend the whole day away from home without a word of explanation. So great was his nervous terror, strong, broad fellow that he was, of that pent-up fury in her, which a touch might have unloosed, that he never questioned her. At last the inevitable end came. He got home one summer evening to find the house empty and ransacked, the children, little things of 5 and 2, sitting crying in the desolate kitchen, and a crowd of loud-voiced, indignant neighbours round the door. To look for her would have been absurd. Louis was much too clever to disappear and leave traces behind. Besides, he had no wish to find her. The hereditary self in him accepted his disaster as representing the natural retribution which the canny divine vengeance keeps in store for those who take to themselves wives of the daughters of Heth. And there was the sense, too, of emerging from something unclean, of recovering his manhood. He took his 2 children and went to lodgings in a decent street near the Gray's Inn Road. There for a year things went fairly well with him. His boy and girl, whom he paid a neighbour to look after during the day, made something to come home to. As he helped the boy, who was already at school, with his lessons for the next day, or fed Louis perched on his knee, with the bits from his plate demanded by her covetous eyes and open mouth, he got back, little by little, his self-respect. He returned, too, in the evenings to some of his old pursuits, joined a radical club near, and some science lectures. He was aged and much more silent than of yore, but not unhappy. His employers, too, feeling that their man had somehow recovered himself, and hearing something of his history, were sorry for him, and showed it. Then, one autumn evening, a constable knocked at his door, and coming in upon the astonished group of father and children, produced from his pocket a soaked and tattered letter, and showing Sandy the address, asked if it was for him. Sandy, on seeing it, stood up, put down Louis, who, half undressed, had been having a ride on his knee, and asked his visitor to come out onto the landing. There he read the letter under the gas-lamp, and put it deliberately into his pocket. "Where is she?" he asked. "In Lambeth Mortuary," said the man, briefly. "Picked up 2 hours ago. Nothing else found on her but this." Half an hour afterwards, Sandy stood by a slab in the mortuary, and drawing back a sheet which covered the burden on it, stood face to face with his dead wife. The black brows were drawn, the small hands clenched. What struck Sandy with peculiar horror was that one delicate wrist was broken, having probably struck something in falling. She, who in life had rebelled so hotly against the least shadow of physical pain. Thanks to the bandage which had been passed round it, the face was not much altered. She could not have been long in the water. Probably about the time when he was walking home from work he felt himself suffocating. The bare, whitewashed walls grew dim and wavering. The letter found upon her was the strangest appeal to his pity. Her seducer had apparently left her. She was in dire straits, and there was, it seemed, no one but Sandy in all London on whose compassion she could throw herself. She asked him, carelessly, for money to take her back to some Nice relations. They need only know what she chose to tell them, as she calmly pointed out, and once in Nice she could make a living. She would like to see her children, she said, before she left, but she supposed he would have to settle that. How had she got his address? From his place of business, probably, in some roundabout way. Then what had happened? Had he been seized with the sudden persuasion that he would not answer, that it was all useless trouble, and in one of these accesses of blind rage by which her clear, sharp brain life was at all times apt to be disturbed, had she rushed out to end it all at once and forever? It made him forgive her that she could have destroyed herself, could have faced that awful plunge, that icy water, that death struggle for breath. He gauged the misery she must have gone through by what he knew of her sensuous love for comfort, her bien-être. He saw her again as she had been that night at the theatre when they first met. The little crisp black curls on the temples, the dazzling eyes, the artificial pearls round the neck, the slight traces of powder and rouge on brow and cheek, which made her all the more attractive and tempting to his man's eye. The pretty foot, which he first noticed as she stepped from the threshold of the theatre into the street. Nature had made all that to bring her work to this grim bed at last. He himself died 18 months afterwards. His acquaintances never dreamt of connecting his death with his wife's, and the connection, if it existed, would have been difficult to trace. Still, if little David could have put his experiences at this time into words, they might have thrown some light on an event which was certainly a surprise to the small world which took an interest in Sandy Grieve. There was a certain sound which remained all through his life firmly fixed in David's memory, and which he never thought of without a sense of desolation, a shiver of sick dismay, such as belonged to no other association whatever. It was the sound of a long sigh, brought up, as it seemed, from the very depths of being, and often, often repeated. The thought of it brought with it a vision of a small bare room at night, with 2 armed bedsteads, one for Louie, one for himself and his father, a bit of smouldering fire in a tiny grate, and beside it a man's figure bowed over the warmth, thrown out dark against the distempered wall, and sitting on there hour after hour. Of a child wakened intermittently by the light, and tormented by the recurrent sound, till it had once more burrowed into the bedclothes deep enough to shut out everything but sleep. All these memories belonged to the time immediately followed on Louise's suicide. Probably, during the interval between his wife's death and his own, Sandy suffered severely from the effects of strong nervous shock, coupled with a certain growth of religious melancholy, the conditions of which are rarely wanting in the true Calvinist blood. Owing to the privations and exposure of his early manhood, too, it is possible that he was never in reality the strong man he looked. At any rate, his fight for his life when it came was a singularly weak one. The second winter after Louise's death was bitterly cold. He was overworked, and often without sleep. One bleak east-wind day struck home. He took to his bed with a chill, which turned to peritonitis. The system showed no power of resistance, and he died. On the day but one before he died, when the mortal pain was gone, but death was absolutely certain, he sent post-haste for his brother Reuben. Reuben, he believed, was married to a decent woman, and to Reuben he meant to commend his children. Reuben arrived, looking more bewildered and stupid than ever, pure countryman that he was, in this London which he had never seen. Sandy looked at him with a deep inward dissatisfaction. But what could he do? His marriage had cut him off from his old friends, and since its wreck he had had no energy wherewith to make new ones. "I've never seen your wife, Reuben," he said, when they had talked a while. Reuben was silent a minute, apparently collecting his thoughts. "No," he said at last, "no. She sent you her love, and she hopes it's the Lord's will to take you, that it'll find you prepared." He said it like a lesson. A sort of nervous tremor and shrinking overspread Sandy's face. He had suffered so much through religion during the last few months, that in this final moment of humanity the soul had taken refuge in numbness, apathy. Let God decide. He could think it out no more, and in this utter feebleness his terror of hell, the ineradicable deposit of childhood and inheritance, had passed away. He gathered his forces for the few human and practical things which remained to him to do. "Did she get on comfortable with father?" he asked, fixing Reuben with his eyes, which had the penetration of death. Reuben looked discomposed, and cleared his throat once or twice. "Oh, well, it what you may call just comfortable atween 'em. No, I'll not say it were." "What was wrong?" demanded Sandy. Reuben fidgeted. "Well," he said at last, throwing up his head in desperation, "I suppose a woman likes her house to herself when she's first married. He would childish-like and mighty troublesome times. And she allus stirring and rooting, his Hannah. Other folk must look alive too." The conflict in Reuben's mind between his innate truthfulness and his desire to excuse his wife was curious to see. Sandy had a vision of his father sitting in his dotage by his own hearth, and ministered to by a daughter-in-law who grudged him his years and his infirmities, as he had grudged his wife all the troublesome incidents of her long decay. But it only affected him now as it bore upon what was still living in him, the one feeling which still survived amid the wreck made by circumstance and disease. "Will she be kind to them?" he said sharply, which a motion of the head towards the children, first towards David, who sat drooping on his father's bed, where for some 10 or 12 hours now he had remained glued, refusing to touch either breakfast or dinner, and then towards Louie, who was on the floor by the fire with her rag dolls, which she was dressing up with smiles and chatter and a strange variety of finery. "If not, she can't have 'em. There's time yet." But the grey hue was already on his cheek. His feet were already cold. The nurse in the far corner of the room, looking up as he spoke, gave him mentally an hour or two. Reuben flushed and sat bolt upright, his gnarled and wrinkled hands trembling on his knees. "She shall be kind to 'em," he said with energy. "Give 'em to us, Sandy. You wouldn't have sent your children to strangers." The clannish instinct in Sandy responded. Besides, in spite of his last assertion, he knew very well there was nothing else to be done. "There's money," he said slowly. "She'll not need to stint them of anything. This is a poor place." For at the word money, Reuben's eyes travelled with an awakening shrewdness over the barely furnished room. "But it was the debts first, then I had to put by for the children. None of the shop folk or the fellows at the club ever came here. We lived as we liked. There's an insurance, and there's some savings, and there's some commission money owing from the firm, and there's a bit investment Mr. Gurney," naming the head partner, "helped me into last year. There's altogether about £600. You get the interest of it for the children. It'll go into Gurney's, and they give 5% for it. Mr. Gurney's been very kind. He came here yesterday, and he's got it all. You go to him." He stopped for weakness. Reuben's eyes were round. £600! Who'd have thought it for Sandy, after that bad lot of a wife, and he not 30? "And what do you want David to be, Sandy?" "You must settle," said the father with a long sigh. "Depends on him what he turns to. If he wants to farm, he can learn with you, and put in his money when he sees an opening. For the bit farms in our part, there'd be enough. But I'm fiat." The old Derbyshire word slipped out unawares. "He'll not stay in the country. He's too sharp, and you mustn't force him. If you see he's not the farming sort when he's 13 or 14 or so, take Mr. Gurney's advice and bind him to a trade. Mr. Gurney'll pay the premiums for him, and he can have the balance of the money, for I've left him to manage it all, for himself and Louie too, when he's fit to set up for himself. You and Hannah will deal honest with them?" The question was unexpected, and as he put it with a startling energy, the dying man raised himself on his elbow and looked sharply at his brother. "Do you think I'd cheat you or your child, Sandy?" cried Reuben, flushing and pricked to the heart. Sandy sank back again, his sudden qualm appeased. "No," he said, his thoughts returning painfully to his son. "I'm feared he'll not stay with you. He's cleverer than ever I was, and I was the cleverest of us all." The words had in them a whole epic of human fate. Under the prick of them Reuben found a tongue, not now for his wife, but for himself. "It's not cleverness as'll help you now, Sandy, with your maker. And ye face to face with un," he cried. "It's naught but satisfaction by blood of Jesus." Sandy made no answer, unless indeed the poor heart within made its last cry of agony to heaven at the words. The sinews of the spiritual as well as the physical man were all spent and useless. "Davy," he called presently. The child, who had been sitting motionless during this talk, watching his father, slid along the bed with alacrity, and tucking his little legs and feet well away from Sandy's long frame, put his head down on the pillow. His father turned his eyes to him, and with a solemn, lingering gaze took in the childish face, the thick, tumbled hair, the expression so piteous, yet so intelligent. Then he put up his own large hand, and took both the boys into its cold and feeble grasp. His eyelids fell, and the breathing changed. The nurse hurriedly rose, lifted up Louie from her toys, and put her in the bed beside him. The child, disturbed in her play, and frightened by she knew not what, set up a sudden cry. A tremor seemed to pass through the shut lids at the sound. A slight compression of pain appeared in the grey lips. It was Sandy Grieve's last sign of life. Reuben Grieve remembered well the letter he had written to his wife, with infinite difficulty, from beside his brother's dead body. He told her that he was bringing the children back with him. The poor bairns had got nobody in the world to look to but their uncle and aunt, and they would not cost Hannah a penny, for Mr. Gurney would pay £30 a year for their keep and bringing up. With what care and labour his clumsy fingers had penned that last sentence so that Hannah might read it plain. Afterwards he brought the children home. As he drove his light cart up the rough and lonely road to Needham Farm, Louie cried with the cold and the dark, and Davy, with his hands tucked between his knees, grew ever more and more silent, his restless little head turning perpetually from side to side, as though he were trying to discover something of the strange new world to which he had been brought through the gloom of the February evening. Then, at the sound of wheels outside in the lane, the back door of the farm was opened, and a dark figure stood on the threshold. "You're late," Reuben heard. It was Hannah's piercing voice that spoke. "Bring them into back kitchen and let them take their shoes off before they come any further." By which Reuben knew that it had been scrubbing day, and that her flagstones were more in Hannah's mind than the guests he had brought her. He obeyed, and then the barefooted trio entered the front kitchen together. Hannah came forward and looked at the children, at David, white and blinking, at the 4-year-old Louie, bundled up in an old shawl, which dragged on the ground behind her, and staring wildly round her at the low-roofed kitchen with the terror of the trapped bird. "Hannah, they're very cold," said Reuben. "Have you got something hot?" "There'll be supper by and by," Hannah replied with decision. "I've no time for scrubbing days to be fooling about with things out of hours. I've never just got straight and clean myself. They can sit down and warm themselves. I can't say they feature any of your belongings, Reuben." And he went back to put Louie on the settle by the fire. But as the tall woman in black approached her, the child hit out madly with her small fists and burst into a loud howl of crying. "Get away, nasty woman! Nasty woman! Ugly woman! Take me away! I want my daddy! I want my daddy!" And she threw herself kicking on the floor, while to Hannah's exasperation a piece of crumbling bun she had been holding tight in her sticky little hand escaped and littered all the new-washed stones. "Take your knees up, Reuben, and make her behave," the mistress of the house commanded angrily. "She wants a stick taken to her soon, I can see." Reuben obeyed so far as he could, but Louis's shrieks only ceased when, by the combined efforts of husband and wife, she had been put to bed, so exhausted with rage, excitement, and the journey, that sleep mercifully took possession of her just after she had performed the crowning feat of knocking the tea and bread and butter Reuben brought her out of her uncle's hand and all over the room. Meanwhile, David sat perfectly still in a chair against the wall, beside the old clock, and stared about him, at the hams and bunches of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, at the chiffonier with its red raised doors under a brass trellis-work, at the high wooden settle, the framed funeral cards, and the 2 or 3 coloured prints, now brown with age, which Reuben had hung up 20 years before to celebrate his marriage. Hannah was propitiated by the boy's silence, and as she got supper ready, she once or twice noticed his fine black eyes and his curly hair. "You can come and get your supper," she turned to him, more graciously than she had spoken yet. "It's a mercy you don't go shrieking like your sister." "Thank you, ma'am," said the little fellow, with a townsman politeness, hardly understanding, however, a word of her north country dialect. "I'm not hungry. You've got a picture of General Washington, ma'am." And, raising a small hand trembling with nervousness and fatigue, he pointed to one of the prints opposite. "Well, I never," said Hannah, with a stare of astonishment. "You're a queer lot, the two of you." One thing more Reuben remembered with some vividness in connection with the children's arrival. When they were both at last asleep, Louie in an unused room at the back, on an old wooden bedstead which stood solitary in a wilderness of bare boards, David in a sort of cupboard off the landing, which got most of its light and air from a wooden trellis-work overlooking the staircase, Hannah said abruptly to her husband, as they too were going to bed, "When'll Mr. Gurney pay that money?" "Twice a year, so his clerk told me. Christmas and Midsummer. Perhaps you shan't want to use it all, Hannah. Perhaps he might have saved some of it for children. They're a keep if you feed 'em on parritch, and nobbut a flea bite, and they got a good stock of clothes, Sandy's nurse told me." He looked anxiously at Hannah. In his inmost heart there was a passionate wish to do his duty to Sandy's orphans, fighting with a dread of his wife, which was the fruit of long habit and constitutional weakness. Hannah faced round upon him. It was Reuben's misfortune that dignity was at all times impossible to him. Now, as he sat in his shirt-sleeves and stocking feet, flushed with the exertion of pulling off his heavy boots, the light of the tallow candle falling on his weak eyes with their red rims, on his large open mouth with a conspicuous gap in its front teeth, and his stubby hair, he was more than usually grotesque. "As slump and wobbly as an old corn-bucket," so his neighbours described him when they wished to be disrespectful, and the simile fitted very closely with the dishevelled, disjointed appearance which was at all times characteristic of him, Sundays or weekdays. No one studying the pair, especially at such a moment as this, the malaise of the husband, the wife towering above him, her grey hair hanging loose round her black brows and sallow face, instinct with a rugged and indomitable energy, could have doubted in whose hands lay the government of Needham Farm. "I thank you not to talk nonsense, Rupert Grieve," said his wife sharply. "Do you think they're my flesh and blood, those children? And who'll have to do for 'em but me, I should like to know? Who'll have to put up with their messing and their dirt but me? 20 year have you and I been married, Reuben, and never till this neat did I have to go down on my knees and sweep up after crubbing day. If I'm to be moited with 'em, I'll be paid for it. So I let you know, it's little enough." And Hannah took her payment. As he sat in the sun, looking back on the last 7 years, with a slow and dreaming mind, Reuben recognized, using his own phrases for the matter, that the children's £30 had been the pivot of Hannah's existence. He was but a small sheep farmer, with very scanty capital. By dint of hard work and painful thrift, the childless pair had earned a sufficient living in the past, nay, even put a bit by, if the truth of Hannah's savings-bank deposit were known. But every fluctuation in their small profits tried them sorely, tried Hannah especially, whose temper was of the brooding and grasping order. The certainty of Mr. Gurney's cheques made them very soon the most cheerful facts in the farm life. On 2 days in the year, the 20th of June and the 20th of December, Reuben might be sure of finding his wife in a good temper, and he had long shrewdly suspected, without inquiring, that Hannah's savings-bank book, since the children came, had been very pleasant reading to her. Reuben fidgeted uncomfortably as he thought of those savings. Certainly the children had not cost what was paid for them. He began to be oddly exercised this Sunday morning on the subject of the porridge Louis hated so much. Was it his fault or Hannah's if the frugal living which had been the rule for all the remoter farms of the Peak, nay, for the whole north country, in his father's time, and had been made doubly binding, as it were, on the dwellings at Needham Farm by James Grieve's Scotch blood and habits, had survived under their roof, while all about them a more luxurious standard of food and comfort was beginning to obtain among their neighbours? Where could you find a finer set of men than the Berwickshire hinds, of whom his father came, and who were reared on parritch from year's end to year's end? And yet all the same, Reuben's memory was full this morning of disturbing pictures of a little London child, full of town daintiness and accustomed to the spoiling of an indulgent father, crying herself into fits over the new and palatable food, refusing it day after day, till the sharp, wilful face had grown pale and pinched with famine, and caring no more apparently for her aunt's beatings than she did for the clumsy advances by which her uncle would sometimes try to propitiate her. There had been a great deal of beating. Whenever Reuben thought of it, he had a superstitious way of putting Sandy out of his mind as much as possible. Many times he had gone far away from the house to avoid the sounds of the blows and shrieks he was powerless to stop. Well, but what harm had come of it all? Louie was a strong lass now, if she were a bit thin and overgrown. David was as fine a boy as anyone need wish to see. David. Reuben got up from his seat at the farm door, took his pipe out of his pocket, and went to hang over the garden gate that he might unravel some very worrying thoughts at a greater distance from Hannah. The day before he had been overtaken coming out of Clough End by Mr. Ancram, the lame minister. He and Grieve liked one another. If there had been intrigues raised against the minister within the Christian Brethren congregation, Reuben Grieve had taken no part in them. After some general conversation, Mr. Ancram suddenly said, "Will you let me have a word with you, Mr. Grieve, about your nephew David, if you'll not think me intruding?" "Say on, sir, say on," said Reuben hastily, but with an inward shrinking. "Well, Mr. Grieve, you've got a remarkable boy there, a curious and remarkable boy. What are you going to do with him?" "Do with him? Me, sir? Well, I don't know as I've ever thought much about it," said Reuben, but with an agitation of manner that struck his interrogator. "He'd be very useful to me on the farm, Mr. Ancram. Sometimes of the year there's a lot doing, you know, sir, even on a bit place like ours, and he'd getting a good schooling, he are." The apologetic incoherence of the little speech was curious. Mr. Ancram did not exactly know how to take his man. "I dare say he is useful, but he's not going to be the ordinary labourer, Mr. Grieve. He's made of quite different stuff, and if I may say so, it will pay you very well to recognise it in good time. That boy will read books now which hardly any grown man of his class, about here at any rate, will be able to read. Aye, and talk about them too, in a way to astonish you." "Yes, I know it. He's uncommon clever with his books, is Davy," Reuben admitted. "Oh, it's not only that, but he's got an unusual brain and a wonderful memory, and it would be 1,000 pities if he were to make nothing of them. You say he's useful, but, excuse me, Mr. Grieve, he seems to me to spend 3 parts of his time in loafing and desultory reading. He wants more teaching, he wants steady training. Why don't you send him to Manchester," said the minister boldly, "and apprentice him? It costs money, no doubt." And he looked interrogatively at Reuben. Reuben, however, said nothing. They were toiling up the steep road from Clough End to the High Farms under the Scout, a road which tried the minister's infirm limb severely. Otherwise he would have taken more notice of his companion's awkward flush and evident discomposure. "But it would pay you in the long run," he said, when they stopped to take breath. "It would be a capital investment if the boy lives. I promise you that, Mr. Grieve. And he could carry on his education there, too, a bit, what with evening classes and lectures and the different libraries he could get the use of. It's wonderful how all the facilities for working-class education have grown in Manchester during the last few years." "Oh, sir, I suppose they have, I suppose they have," said Reuben uncomfortably, and then seemed incapable of carrying on the conversation any further. Mr. Ancram talked, but nothing more was to be got out of the farmer. At last the minister turned back, saying, as he shook hands, "Well, let me know if I can be of any use. I have a good many friends in Manchester. I tell you, that's a boy to be proud of, Mr. Grieve, a boy of promise, if ever there was one. But he wants taking the right way. He's got plenty of mixed stuff in him, bad and good. I should feel it anxious work the next few years, if he were my boy." Now it was really this talk which was fermenting in Reuben, and which, together with the rumpus between Hannah and Louie, had led to his singularly disturbed state of conscience this Sunday morning. As he stood, miserably pulling at his pipe, the whole prospect of sloping field and steep distant moor gradually vanished from his eyes, and instead he saw the same London room which David's memory held so tenaciously. He saw Sandy raising himself from his death-bed with that look of sudden distrust. "Now you'll deal honest wi' him, Reuben." Reuben groaned in spirit. A boy to be proud of, indeed. It seemed to him, now that he was perforce made to think about it, that he had never been easy in his mind since Sandy's orphans came to the house. On the one hand, his wife had had her way. How was he to prevent it? On the other, his religious sense had kept pricking and tormenting, like the gadfly that it was. Who in the name of fortune was to ask Hannah for money to send the boy to Manchester and apprentice him? And who was going to write to Mr. Gurney about it without her leave? Once upset the system of things on which those 2 half-yearly cheques depended, how many more of them would be forthcoming? And how was Hannah going to put up with the loss of them? It made Reuben shiver to think of it. Shouts from the lane behind. Reuben suddenly raised himself and made for the gate at the corner of the farmyard. he came out upon the children, who had been to Sunday school at Clough End since dinner, and were now, in consequence, in a state of restless animal spirits. Louie was springing violently on the gate which barred the path on to the moor. David was shying stones at a rook's nest opposite, the clatter of the outraged colony to which it belonged sounding as music in his ears. They stared when they saw Reuben cross the road, sit down on a stone beside David, and take out his pipe. David ceased throwing, and Louie, crossing her feet and steadying herself as she sat on the topmost bar of the gate by a grip on either side, leant hard on her hands and watched her uncle in silence. When caught unawares by their elders, these two had always something of the air of captives defending themselves in an alien country. "Well, David, did thou have Mr. Ancram in school?" began Reuben, affecting a brisk manner, oddly unlike him. "No, your brother Winterbottom from Halifax, or some such name." "Were he edifying, Davy?" He wore a leathery head," said David with sudden energy, and taking up a stone again, he flung it at a tree trunk opposite, with a certain vindictiveness, as though brother Winterbottom was sitting there. "Now you're not speaking as you ought, Davy," said Reuben reprovingly, as he puffed away at his pipe, and felt the pleasantness of the spring sunshine which streamed down into the lane through the still bare but budding branches of the sycamores. "He wore a leather head," David repeated with emphasis. "He said it were Alexander fought at the Battle of Marathon." Reuben was silent for a while. When tests of this kind were going, he could but lie low. However, David's answer, after a bit, suggested an opening to him. "You've a rare deal of book learning for a farming lad, Davy. If you were at a trade now, or a mill hand, or somewhat of that sort, you'd have no so much time for reading as you had now." The boy looked at him askance, with his keen black eyes. His uncle puzzled him. "Well, I'm not a mill hand, anyways," he said shortly, "and I don't mean to be." "Now you're too lazy," said Louie shrilly from the top of the gate. "There's heaps of boys no bigger than you earns their 10 shillings a week." "They're welcome," said David laconically, throwing another stone at the water to keep his hand in. For some years now the boy had cherished a hatred of the mill life on which Clough End and the other small towns and villages in the neighbourhood existed. The thought of the long, monotonous hours at the mills or the looms was odious to the lad, whose joys lay in free moorland wanderings with the sheep, in endless reading, in talks with Lias Dawson. "Well, now, I'm real glad to hear you say such things, David, lad," said Reuben, with a curious flutter of manner. "I'm real glad. So you take to the farming, Davy? Well, it's natural. All your forebears, all of them leastways, nobbut your feyther, got their living off land. Comes natural to a Grieve." The boy made no answer, did not commit himself in any way. He went on absently throwing stones. "Why don't you learn a trade?" demanded Louie. "There's Harry Wixon. He's gone to Manchester to be apprenticed. He don't go loafing round all day." Her sharp wits disconcerted Reuben. He looked anxiously at David. The boy coloured furiously and cast an angry glance at his sister. "There's money wanted for apprenticing," he said shortly. Reuben felt a stab. Neither of the children knew that they possessed a penny. A blunt word of Hannah's first of all, about not giving men any high notions of themselves, aided on Reuben's side by the natural secretiveness of the peasant in money affairs, had effectually concealed all knowledge of their own share in the family finances from the orphans. He reached out a soil-stained hand, shaking already with incipient age, and laid it on David's sleeve. "Art thou hankering after a trade, lad?" he said hastily, nay, harshly. David looked at his uncle, astonished. 100 thoughts flew through the boy's mind. Then he raised his head and caught sight of the great peak of Kinderlow in the distance, beyond the green swells of Meadowland, the heathery slopes running up into its rocky breast, the black patch on the brown to the left, which marked the site of the smithy. "No," he said decidedly. "No, I can't say as I am. I like farming well enough." And then, boy-like, hating to be talked to about himself, he shook himself free of his uncle and walked away. Reuben fell to his pipe again with a beaming countenance. "Louie, my girl," he said. "Yes," said the child, not moving. "Come you here, Louie." She unwillingly got down and came up to him. Reuben put down his pipe and fumbled in his waistcoat pocket. Out of it, with difficulty, he produced a sixpence. "Art thou partial to goodies, Louie?" he said, dropping his voice almost to a whisper and holding up the coin before her. Louie nodded, her eyes glistening at the magnitude of the coin. Uncle Reuben might be counted on for a certain number of pennies during the year, but silver was unheard of. "Take it then, child, and welcome. If you have a sweet tooth, that's the way with most girls. I can't see as it could be anything else but Providence as gave it you. So get yourself some bull's eyes, Louie, and he looked a little conscious as he slipped the coin into her eager hand. Don't let on to your aunt. She'll think maybe I was spoiling your teeth or somewhat. And Louie, was Uncle Reuben going mad? For the first time in her life, as it seemed to Louie, he was looking at what she had on. Nay, was even taking up her dress between his finger and thumb. "Is this on your Sunday frock, child?" "Yes," said the girl, flushing scarlet. "Bean't it a dishclout?" And she stood looking down at it with passionate scorn. It was a worn and patched garment of brown alpaca, made out of an ancient gown of Hannah's. "Well, I'm no judge of these matters," said Reuben, dubiously, drawing out his spectacles. "It's got no holes, as I can see, but it's not very smart, perhaps. Satan's very active with girls on this point of dress. You maun take notice of that, Louie. But listen here." And he drew her nearer to him by her skirt, looking cautiously up and down the lane and across to the farm. "If I get a good price for wool this year, and there's a new merchant coming round, or more, of the buying sort, nor old croaker, so they say, I save you 5 shilling for a frock, child. You can go and buy it, and make it straight with your aunt. But I mun get a good price, you know, or your aunt will be fearful bad to manage." And he gazed up at her as though appealing to her common sense in the matter, and to her understanding of both his and her situation. Louie's cheeks were red, her eyes did not meet his. They looked away down towards Clough End. "There's a blue cotton at Hinton's," she said hurriedly. "A light blue cotton. They want 6 farthing, but Annie Wixon says you could bait her a bit. Well, what's the use?" she added, with a sudden savage darkening of her bright look. "She'd take it away." The tone gave Reuben a shock, but he did not rebuke it. For the first time he and Louie were conspirators in the same plot. No, I'd see to it. But how'd you go get it made?" He was beginning to feel a childish interest in his scheme. "Me and Annie Wigton will make it up fast enough. There are things I can do for her. She's not want no paying, and she's fearful good at dressmaking. She were apprenticed 2 years afore she got ill." "Give me a kiss then, Miguel. Don't you go give no trouble, and we'll see. But I mun get a good price, you know." And rising, Reuben bent towards his niece. She rose on tiptoe and just touched his rough cheek. There was no natural child effusiveness in the action. For the 7 years since she left her father, Louie had quite unlearnt kissing. Reuben proceeded up the lane to the gate leading to the moor. He was in the highest spirits. What a mercy he had not bothered Hannah with Mr. Ancram's remarks. Why, the boy wouldn't go to a trade, not if he were sent. At the gate he ran against Davy, who came hastily out of the farmyard to intercept him. "Uncle Reuben, what do they call that bit water up there?" And he pointed up the lane towards the main ridge of the peak. "You know, that bit pool on the way to the downfall." The farmer stopped, bewildered. "That bit water? What they call that bit water? Why, they call it the Witch's Pool, or used to in my young days, and for very good reason too. They drowned an old witch there in my grandfather's time. I've heard my grandmother tell the tale scores of times, and there's all make of tales about it, or used to be. I haven't heard many words about it of late years. Who's been talking to you, Davy?" Louie came running up and listened. "I don't know," said the boy. "What sort of tales?" "Why, they used to say the witch walked on some nights of the year, Easter Eve most particularly, and folk were fair to go anywhere near it on these nights. But don't you go listening to tales, Davy," said Reuben, with a paternal effusion most rare with him, and born of his recent proceedings. "You're only frighting yourself for neats for nothing." "What are witches?" demanded Louie scornfully. "I don't believe in them." Reuben frowned a little. "There were witches once, Miguel, 'cause it's in the Bible, and whatever's in the Bible's true." And the farmer brought his hand down on the top bar of the gate. "I'm no give any judgment about 'em nowadays. There were a make of queer things said about Jenny Crum and Needham Farm in the old days. I've heard my grandmother say it weren't worth a Christian man's while to live in Needham Farm when Jenny Crum were about. She meddled with everything, with his lambs and his cows and his childer, I never send nothing myself, so I don't say now, not of my own knowledge. But I don't somehow believe as it's the Almighty's will to frighten a Christian country with witches in the present dispensation, and murdering a great sin, whether it's witches or other folk. In the books they don't call it witches' pool at all, says Louie obstinately. They call it mermaid's pool. And another book calls it a hamadryad, said David mockingly. So there you are. Aye, some fuddling kind of a name they give it. I know those Manchester chaps as comes trespassing over the Scout wherever they aren't wanted. Do you hear any one of them talk, you think him came over in 3 ships and 2 were drowned. Tain't on any account what they and their books call it. And Reuben, as he leant against the gate, blew his smoke contemptuously in the air. It was not often that Reuben Grieve allowed himself, or was allowed by his world, to use airs of superiority towards any other human being whatever. But in the case of the Manchester clerks and warehousemen who came tramping over the grouse moors which Reuben rented for his sheep, and were always being turned back by keepers or himself, and in their case only, did he exercise once in a while the commonest privilege of humanity. "Did you ever know anybody that went up on Easter Eve?" asked David. Both children hung on the answer. Reuben scratched his head. The tales of Jenny Crumb, once well known to him, had sunk deep into the waves of memory of late years, and his slow mind had some difficulty in recovering them. But at last he said with a sudden brightening of recollection, "Aye, of course, I know there was some one. You know him, Davy, old Lias of Frimley Moor. He were always a foolhardy sort of creature, but if he was short of wits when he gan up, he were much shorter when he came down. That were a rum skid. Now I think on it, such a seat he were. He came by us 6 o'clock in the morning. I found him hanging over the yard gate there, as white and slamp as a pudding cloth open end. And I brought him in, and I was for giving him some tea. And your aunt, she gave him a world of good advice about his goings on. But bless you, he didn't take in a word of it. And for the tea, he no sooner swallowed it than he runs out, as quick as lightning, and brought it all up. He were very clem with the cold, that he were. I put in the horse, and I took him down to Frimley Carrier, and we packed him in some rugs and straw, and soon he got home. But they put him out of the school, and he were months in his bed. And they do tell me as nobody can make out of Lias Dawson's these many years in the matter of brains. But you shouldn't meddle with Satan." "What do you think he saw?" asked David eagerly, his black eyes all aglow. "He saw a woman with fish's tail, that's what he saw," said Louie shrilly. Reuben took no notice. He was sunk in silent reverie, poking at his pipe. In spite of his confidence in the Almighty's increased goodwill towards the present dispensation, he was not prepared to say for certain what Elias Dawson did or didn't see. "Nobody should go and meddle with Satan," he repeated slowly after an interval, and then, opening the yard gate, he went off on his usual Sunday walk over the moors to have a look at his more distant sheep. David stood intently looking after him. So did Louie. She had clasped her hands behind her head. Her eyes were wide, her look and attitude all eagerness. She was putting 2 and 2 together, her uncle's promise and the mermaid's story as the Manchester man had delivered it. You had but to see her and wish, and according to the Manchester man and his book, you got your wish. The child's hatred of sermons and ministers had not touched her capacity for belief of this sort in the least. She believed feverishly, and was enraged with Dave for setting up a rival creed, and with her uncle for endorsing it. David turned and walked towards the farmyard. Louie followed him and tapped him peremptorily on the arm. "I'm going up there Easter Eve, Saturday week," and she pointed over her shoulder to the Scout. "Girls cannot be out nights," said David firmly. "If I go, I can tell you." "You don't go without me. I'll tell Aunt Hannah." "You've no more sense nor rotten sticks," said David, "and Aunt Hannah'll be stick-stock mad with both of us. If I go, she'll never find out." Louie hesitated a moment. To provoke Aunt Hannah too much might indeed endanger the blue frock. But daring and curiosity triumphed. "I don't care," she said, tossing her head. "I'm going." David slammed the yard gate, and hiding himself in a corner of the cowhouse, fell into moody meditations. It took all the tragic and mysterious edge off an adventure he had set his heart on, that Louis should insist on going too. But there was no help for it. Next day they planned it together. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 5. "Reuben, have you seen Gilda?" inquired Aunt Hannah, poking her head round the door so as to be heard by her husband, who was sitting outside cobbling at a bit of broken harness. "No, never seed 'em since dinner. They went down to Clough End 2 o'clock about for bread, and I've yet heard nothing of 'em since. Come into your tea, Reuben. I'll keep nothing waiting for them. They may go empty if they're going to keep time." Reuben went in. An hour later the husband and wife came out together and stood looking down the steep road leading to the town. "Just cast your eye on all them stockings waiting to be mended," said Hannah angrily, turning back to the kitchen and pointing to a chair piled with various garments. "That's why she done it, I suppose. I'll be even with her. It's a poor sort of a supper she'll get this neat, or he neither, and her stomach all she cares for." Reuben wandered down into the road, strolled up and down for nearly an hour, while the sun set and the light waned, went as far as the corner by Wigson's farm, asked a passer-by, saw and heard nothing, and came back, shaking his head in answer to his wife's shrill interrogations. "Well, if I don't give Louie a good smacking," ejaculated Hannah, exasperated, and she just came back into the house when an exclamation from Reuben stopped her. Instead, she ran out to him, holding on her cap against the east wind. "Look there," he said, pointing. "Whatever is them two up to?" For suddenly he had noticed outside the gate leading into the field a basket lying on the ground against the wall. The two peered at it with amazement, for it was their own basket, and in it reposed the loaves David had been told to bring back from Clough End, while on the top lay a couple of cotton reels and a card of mending, which Louie had been instructed to buy for her aunt. After a moment Reuben looked up, his face working. "I'm thinking, Hannah, they'll run away." It seemed to him as he spoke that such a possibility had been always in his mind, and during the past week there had been much bad blood between aunt and niece. Twice had the child gone to bed supperless, and yesterday, for some impertinence, Hannah had given her a blow, the marks of which on her cheek Reuben had watched guiltily all day. At night he had dreamed of Sandy. Since Mr. Ancram had set him thinking, and so stirred his conscience in various indirect and unforeseen ways, Sandy had been a terror to him. The dead man had gained a mysterious hold on the living. "Run away," repeated Hannah scornfully. "What do they run to? They're just as soon as they're devilments, that's what they're at. And if you don't take a stick to both of them when they come back, I will. So there, Reuben Grieve. He never had no spirit with him, never, and there's the young reason why they're grown up so ram-jam full of wickedness." It relieved her to abuse her husband. Reuben said nothing, but hung over the wall, straining his eyes into the gathering darkness. The wooded side of the great moor which enclosed the valley to the north were fading into dimness, and to the east, above the ridge of Kinderlow, a young moon was rising. The black steep wall of the Scout was swiftly taking to itself that majesty which all mountains win from the approach of night. Involuntarily Reuben held his breath, listening, hungering for the sound of children's voices on the still air. Nothing, but a few intermittent bird notes and the eternal hurry of water from the moorland to the plain. There was a step on the road, and a man passed whistling. "Jim Wigson!" shouted Hannah. "Is that you, Jim?" The man opened the yard gate, and came through to them. Jim was the eldest son of the neighbouring farmer, whose girls were Louie's only companions. He was a full-blooded, swaggering youth, with whom David was generally on bad terms. David despised him for an oaf who could neither read nor write, and hated him for a bully. He grinned when Hannah asked him questions about the truants. "Why, they're going to eat all the young rascals, I'll uphold you. There's a parcel of gypsies there telling fortunes, and lots of her have gone over there today. You may make your mind up they've gone to Edale. That Louie's a limb, she is. She's got spunk enough to wake to Lunnon if she's a mind. Oh, they'll be back here soon enough, trust 'em." "I shut my door at 9 o'clock, said Hannah grimly. "Them as comes after that may sleep as they can." "Well, that'll be sharp work for their eyes if they're gone to Edale," said Jim with a laugh. "It's a good step from here to Edale." "Aye, on somewhat bad ground," said Reuben uneasily. "Very bad ground." Ah, it's not good walking, Neat. If they can't see their way when they get to the top of the downfall, if there's any sort of gumption. But bless you, it's been going to be a dark night. And he pointed to the moon. They'll be here before you go to bed. And if you want anybody to help you give David a basting, just call me, Mr. Grieve. Good night to you. Reuben fidgeted restlessly all the evening. Towards 9 he went out on the pretext of seeing to a cow that had lately calved and was in a weakly state. He gave the animal her food and clean litter, doing everything more clumsily than usual. Then he went into the stable and groped about for a lantern that stood in the corner. He found it, slipped through the farmyard into the lane, and then lit it out of sight of the house. "It's bad ground, double downfall," he said to himself apologetically, as he guiltily opened the gate onto the moor. "Very bad ground." Hannah shut her door that night, neither at 9 nor at 10. For by the latter hour the master of the house was still absent, and nowhere to be found, in spite of repeated calls from the door and up the lane. Hannah guessed where he had gone without much difficulty, but her guess only raised her wrath to a white heat. Troublesome brats Sandy's children had always been, Louie more especially, but they had never perpetrated any such overt act of rebellion as this before. The dour, tyrannical woman was filled with a kind of silent frenzy as she thought of her husband going out to welcome the wanderers. "It's a queer kind of fatted guff they get when I lay hands on 'em," she thought to herself as she stood at the front door in the cold darkness, listening. Meanwhile, David and Louie, high up on the side of Kinder Scout, were speculating with a fearful joy as to what might be happening at the farm. The manner of their escape had cost them much thought. Should they slip out of the front door instead of going to bed? But the woodwork of the farm was old and creaking, and the bolts and bars heavy. They were generally secured before supper by Hannah herself, and though they might be surreptitiously oiled, the children despaired, considering how close the kitchen was to the front door, of getting out without rousing Hannah's sharp ears. Other projects, in which windows and ropes played a part, were discussed. David held strongly that he alone could have managed any one of them, but he declined flatly to attempt them with a girl. In the same way, he alone could have made his way up the Scout and over the river in the dark. But who'd try it with a girl? The boy's natural conviction of the uselessness of girls was never more disagreeably expressed than on this occasion. But he could not shake Louie off. She pinched him when he enraged her beyond bounds, but she never wavered in her determination to go too. Finally, they decided to brave Aunt Hannah and take the consequences. They meant to be out all night in hiding, and in the morning they would come back and take their beatings. David comfortably reflected that Uncle Reuben couldn't do him much harm, and though Louie could hardly flatter herself so far, her tone also in the matter was philosophical. "There's some bits of old books in the top attic," she said to Davy. "I'll leave 'em in the stable, and when we come home I'll tie 'em on my back under my dress, and she may leather away till Christmas." So on their return from Clough End with the bread, about 5 o'clock, they slipped into the field, crouching under the wall, so as to escape Hannah's observation, deposited their basket by the gate, took up a bundle and tin box which David had hidden that morning under the hedge, and, creeping back again into the road, passed noiselessly through the gate onto the moor, just as Aunt Hannah was lifting the kettle off the fire for tea. Then came a wild and leaping flight over the hill, down to the main Kinder stream, across it, and up the face of the Scout, up and up, with smothered laughter and tumbles and scratches at every step, and a glee of revolt and adventure swelling every vein. It was then a somewhat stormy afternoon, with alternate gusts of wind and gleams of sun playing on the black boulders, the red-brown slopes of the mountain. The air was really cold and cutting, promising a frosty night. But the children took no notice of it. Up and on, through the elastic carpet of heather and bilberry, and across bogs which showed like veins of vivid green on the dark surface of the moor, under circling peewits, who fled before them, crying with plaintive shrillness to each other, as though to protest, and past grouse nests, whence the startled mothers soared precipitately with angry duckings, each leaving behind her a loose gathering of eggs, lying wide and open on the heather, those newly laid gleaming a brighter red beside their fellows. The tin box and its contents rattled under David's arm, as he leapt and straddled across the bogs, choosing always the widest jump and the stiffest bit of climb, out of sheer wantonness of life and energy. Louie's thin figure, in its skimp cotton dress and red crossover, her long legs in their blue worsted stockings, seemed to fly over the moor, winged, as it were, by an ecstasy of freedom. If one could but be in two places at once, on the Scout, and peeping from some safe corner at Aunt Hannah's wrath. Presently they came to the shoulder whereon, gleaming under the level lights, lay the mermaid's pool. David had sufficiently verified the fact that the tarn did indeed bear this name in the modern guide-book parlance of the district. Young men and women out on a holiday from the big towns near, and carrying little red or green guides, spoke of the mermaid's pool with the accent of romantic interest. The boy had also discovered that no native-born farmer or shepherd about had ever heard of the name, or would have a word to say to it. And for the first time he had stumbled full into the deep deposit of witch-lore and belief still surviving in the Kinderscout district, as in all the remoter moorland of the north. Especially had he won the confidence of a certain old Matt, a shepherd from a farm high on Mardale Moor, and the tales old Matt had told him, of mysterious hares coursed at night by angry farmers enraged by the bedivilment of their stock, shot at with silver slugs, and identified next morning with some dreaded hag or other lying groaning and wounded in her bed, of calves' hearts burnt at midnight with awful ceremonies, while the baffled witch outside flung herself in rage and agony against the close-barred doors and windows, of spells and wise men. These things had sent chills of pleasing horror through the boy's frame. They were altogether new to him, in this vivid personal guise at least, and mixed up with all the familiar names and places of the district. For his childish life had been singularly solitary, giving to books the part which half a century ago would have been taken by tradition. And moreover, the witch belief in general had now little foothold among the younger generation of the Scout, and was only spoken of with reserve and discretion among the older men. But the stories once heard had struck deep into the lad's quick and pondering mind. Jenny Crumb seemed to be the latest of all the great witches of Kinderscout. The memory of her as a real and awful personage was still fresh in the mind of many a grey-haired farmer. The history of her death was well known, and most of the local inhabitants, even the boys and girls, turned out, when you came to inquire, to be familiar with the later legends of the pool, and as David presently discovered, with one or more tales, for the stories were discrepant, of Lias Dawson's meetings with the witch, now 15 years ago. What had Lias seen? What would they see? His flesh crept deliciously. "Well, old mermaid," shouted Louie defiantly, as soon as she got her breath again, "are you coming out tonight? You'll have company if you do." David smiled contemptuously and did not condescend to argue. "Are you coming on?" he said, shouldering his box and bundle again. "They'll be out after us if we don't look out." And on they went, climbing a steep boulder-strewn slope above the pool, till they came to the edge itself, a tossed and broken battlement of stone, running along the top of the Scout. Here the great black slabs of grit were lying fantastically piled upon each other at every angle and in every possible combination. The path which leads from the hayfield side across the desolate tableland of the Scout to the Snake Inn on the eastern side of the ridge ran among them, and many a wayfarer, benighted or mist-bound on the moor, had taken refuge before now in their caverns and recesses, waiting for the light and dreading to find himself on the cliffs of the downfall. But David pushed on past many hiding-places well known to him, till the two reached the point where the mountain face sweeps backward in the curve of which the downfall makes the centre. At the outward edge of the curve a great buttress of ragged and jutting rocks descends perpendicularly towards the valley, like a ruined staircase with displaced and gigantic steps. Down this David began to make his way, and Louis jumped and slid and swung after him, as lithe and sure-footed as a cat. Presently David stopped. "This'll do," he said, surveying the place with a critical eye. They had just slid down a sloping chimney of rock, and were now standing on a flat block, over which hung another like a penthouse roof. On the side of the downfall there was a projecting stone, on which David stepped out to look about him. Holding on to a rock above for precaution's sake, he reconnoitred their position. To his left was the black and semicircular cliff, down the centre of which the downfall stream, now tamed and thinned by the dry spring winds, was trickling. The course of the stream was marked by a vivid orange colour, produced apparently in the grit by the action of water, and about half-way down the fall a mass of rock had recently slipped, leaving a bright scar, through which one saw, as it were, the inner mass of the peak, the rectangular blocks, now thick, now thin, as of some cyclopean masonry, wherewith the earth forces had built it up in days before a single Alp had yet risen on the face of Europe. Before the boy's feet a precipice, which his projecting stone overhung, fell to the bed of the stream. On this side at least they were abundantly protected. On the moor side the steep broken ground of the hill came up to the rocky line they had been descending, and offered no difficulty to any sure-footed person. But no path ran anywhere near them, and from the path up above they were screened by the grit edge already spoken of. Moreover, their penthouse, or half-gable, had towards the downfall a tolerably wide opening, but towards the moor and the north there was but a narrow hole, which David soon saw could be stopped by a stone. When he crept back into their hiding-place, it pleased him extremely. "They'll never find us if they look till next week," he exclaimed exultantly, and slipping off the heavy bundle strapped onto his back, he undid its contents. 2 old woolen rugs appeared, one a blanket, the other a horse-rug, and wrapped up in the middle of them a jagged piece of tarpaulin, a hammer, some wooden pegs, and 2 to 3 pieces of tallow dip. Louie, sitting cross-legged in the other corner, with her chin in her hands, looked on with her usual detached and critical air. David had not allowed her much of a voice in the preparations, and she felt an instinctive aversion towards other people's ingenuities. All she had contributed was something to while away the time, in the shape of a bag of bull's-eyes, bought with some of the sixpence Uncle Reuben had given her. Having laid out his stores, David went to work. Getting out on the projecting stone again, he laid the bit of tarpaulin along the sloping edge of the rock which roofed them, pegged it down into crevices at either end, and laid a stone to hold it in the middle. Then he slipped back again, and behold, there was a curtain between them and the downfall, which, as the dusk was fast advancing, made the little den inside almost completely dark. "What's the good of that?" inquired Louis scornfully, more than half inclined to put out a mischievous hand and pull it down again. "Don't worry, and you'll see," returned Davy, and Louis's curiosity got the better of her malice. Stooping down beside her, he looked through the hole which opened to the moor. His eye travelled down the hillsides to the path far below, just visible in the twilight to a practised eye, to the river, to the pasture fields on the hill beyond, and to the smoke rising above the tops of some unseen trees which marked the site of the farmhouse. No one in sight. The boy crawled out and searched the moor till he found a large flattish stone, which he brought and placed against the opening, ready to be drawn quite across it from inside. Then he slipped back again, and in the glimmer of light which remained, groped for his tin box. Louis stooped over and eagerly watched him open it. Out came a bottle of milk, some large slices of bread, some oat-cake, and some cheese. In the corner, recklessly near the cheese, lurked a grease-bespattered lantern and a box of matches. David had borrowed the lantern that afternoon from a Clough-End friend under the most solemn vows of secrecy, and he drew it out now with a deliberate and special relish. When he had driven a peg into a cranny of the rock, trimmed half a dip carefully, lighted it, put it into the lantern, and hung the lantern on the peg, he fell back on his heels to study the effect with a beaming countenance, filled all through with the essential human joy of contrivance. "Now then, do you see what that tarpaulin's for?" he inquired triumphantly of Louis. But Louis's mouth was conveniently occupied with a bull's-eye, and she only sucked it the more vigorously in answer. "Why, you little silly, if it weren't for that we couldn't have no lead. They'd see us from the fields even as soon as it's real dark." "Don't believe it," said Louis laconically, in a voice much muffled by bull's-eyes. "Why, you needn't. I'm going to have my tea." And David, diving into the tin, brought out a hunk of bread and a knob of cheese. The voracity with which he fell on them soon, with him also, stopped up the channels of speech. Louis, alarmed perhaps by the rapidity with which the mouthfuls disappeared, slid up on her heels and claimed her share. Never was there a more savoury meal than that. Their little den with its curtain felt warm for the moment after the keen air of the moor. The lantern light seemed to shut them in from the world, gave them the sense of settlers carving a home out of desert, and milk which had been filched from Aunt Hannah lay like nectar in the mouth. After their meal, both children crept out onto the moor to see what might be going on in the world outside. Darkness was fast advancing. A rising wind swept through the dead bracken, whirled round the great grit boulders, and sent a shiver through Louie's thin body. "It's cold," she said pettishly. "I'm going back." "Do you suppose it were going to be warm, you little silly? That's why I brought the rugs, of course. Girls never think of nothing. It's perishing cold here, Needs. Fit to tie you up in knots with the rheumatics, like Jim Spedding, if you don't mind yourself. It was only laying out a neat on Frimble no more. Poultry, I guess, and twisted Jim that way." Louie's countenance fell. Jim Spedding was a little crooked greengrocer in Clough End, of whom she had a horror. The biting, hostile wind, which obliged her to hold her hat on against it with both hands, the black moor at their feet, the grey sweep of sky, the pale cloudy moon, the darkness which was fast enveloping them, blotting out the distant waves of hill and fusing the great blocks of grit above them into one threatening mass. All these became suddenly hateful to her. She went back into their den, wrapped herself up in one of the tattered rugs, and crept sulkily into a corner. The lantern gleamed on the child's huddled forms, the frowning brow, the great vixenish eyes. She had half a mind to run home, in spite of Aunt Hannah. Hours to wait, and she loathed waiting. But gradually, as the rug warmed her, the passion for adventure and mystery, the vision of the mermaid, the hope of the blue cotton, reasserted themselves, and the little sharp face relaxed. She began to amuse herself with hunting the spiders and beetles which ran across the rocky roof above her head, or crept in and out of the crevices of stone, wondering no doubt at this unbidden and tormenting daylight. She caught one or two small black beetles in a dirty rag of a handkerchief. She would not touch them if she could help it, and then it delighted her to push aside the curtain, stretch her hand out into the void darkness, and let them fall into the gulf below. Even if they could fly, she reflected, must give them a good start. Meanwhile, David had charged up the hill, filled with a sudden curiosity to see what the top of the Scout might look like by night. He made his way through the battlement of grit, found the little path behind, gleaming white in the moonlight because of the quartz sheddings which wind and weather are forever teasing out of the grit, and which drift into the open spaces. And at last, guided by the sound and the gleam of water, he made out the top of the downfall, climbed a high peat bank, and the illimitable plateau of the Scout lay wide and vast before him. Here, on the mountain top, there seemed to be more daylight left than on its rocky sides, and the moon among the parting clouds shone intermittently over the primeval waste. The top of the peak is, so to speak, a vast black glacier, whereof the crevices are great fissures, ebon black in colour, sometimes 10 feet deep, and with 10 feet more of black water at the bottom. For miles on either side the ground is seamed and torn with these crevices, now shallower, now deeper, succeeding each other at intervals of a yard or two, and it is they which make the crossing of the peak in the dark or in mist a matter of danger, sometimes even for the native. David, high up on his bank, from which the black overhanging eaves curled inwards beneath his feet to a sullen depth of water, could see against the moonlit sky the posts which marked the tracks from the downfall to the Snake Inn on the Glossop Road. Miss that track, a matter of some 15 minutes' walk for the sturdy farmer who knows it well, and you find yourself lost in a region which has no features and no landmarks, where the earth lays snares for you and the mists betray you, and where even in bright sunshine there reigns an eternal and indescribable melancholy. The strangeness and wildness of the scene entered the boy's consciousness, and brought with them a kind of exultation. He stood gazing. That inner life of his, of which Louie, his constant companion, knew as good as nothing, asserted itself. For the real companions of his heart were not Louie or the boys with whom he had joked and sparred at school. They were ideas, images, sounds, imaginations, caught from books or from the tales of old Laius and Mr. Ancram. He had but to stand still a moment, as it were, to listen, and the voices and sights of another world came out before him like players onto a stage. Spaces of shining water, crossed by ships with decks manned by heroes for whom the blue distance was for ever revealing new lands to conquer, new adventures to affront. The plumed Indian in his forest, divining the tracks of his enemy from a displaced leaf or twig. The zealots of Jehovah, urging a last frenzied defence of Jehovah's sanctuary against the Roman host. And now, last of all, the gloom and flames, the infernal palaces, the towering fiends, the grandiose and lumbering war of Paradise Lost. These things, together with the names and suggestions of Elias's talk, that whole crew of shining, fighting, haranguing men and women whom the old dreamers were ever bringing into weird action on the moorside, lived in the boy's mind, and in any pause of silence, as we have said, emerged and took possession. It was only that morning, in an old meal chest which had belonged to his grandfather, James Grieve, he had discovered the old calf-bound copy of Paradise Lost, which was now in one of his pockets, balanced by Anston's Voyages in the other. All the morning he had been lying hidden in a corner of the sheepfold, devouring it, the rolling verse imprinting itself on the boy's plastic memory by a sort of enchantment. Yon dreary plain, forlorn and wild, the seat of desolation, void of light, save what the glimmering of those livid flames casts pale and dreadful. He chanted the words aloud, flinging them out in an ecstasy of pleasure. Before him, as it seemed, there stretched that very plain, forlorn and wild, with its black fissures and its impenetrable horizons. The fitful moonlight stood for the glimmering of the Tartarian flames. The remembered words and the actual sights played into and fused with each other, till in the cold and darkness the boy thrilled all through with that mingling of joy and terror which is only possible to the creature of fine gifts and high imagination. Jenny Crumb, too. A few more hours and he might see her face to face, as Elias had seen her. He quaked a little at the thought, but he would not have flinched for the world. He was not going to lose his wits as Elias did. And as for Louie, if she were frightened, it would do her good to be afraid of something. Hark! He turned, stooped, put his hand to his ear. The sound he heard had startled him, turned him pale, but he soon recovered himself. It was the sound of heavy boots on stones, and it was brought to him by the wind, as it seemed, from far below. Someone was coming after them, perhaps more than one. He thought he heard a voice. He leapt, fissure after fissure, like a young roe, fled to the top of the downfall, and looked over. Did the light show through the tarpaulin? Alack, there must be a rent somewhere, for he saw a dim glow-worm of light beyond the cliff, on the dark rib of the mountain. It was invisible from below, but any roving eye from the top would be caught by it in an instant. In a second he had raced along the edge, dived in and out of the blocks, guiding his way by a sort of bat's instinct, till he reached the rocky stairway which he descended at imminent risk of his neck. "Put your hand o'er leat, Louie, till I move the stone." The light disappeared. David crept in, and the two children crouched together in a glow of excitement. "It's Uncle Reuben," whispered Louie, pressing her face against the side of the rocks, and trying to look through the chink between it and the covering stone. "Aye, with a lantern. But they're talking. There's someone else. Jim Wigson, maybe." "If it's Jim Wigson," said Louie between her small shut teeth, "I'll bite him." "'Cause you're a girl. Girls and cats bite. They can't do nowt else." Whereupon Louie pinched him, and David, given an involuntary kick as he felt the nip, went into first a fit of smothered laughter, and then seized her arm in a tight grip. "Keep quiet, canna you? Now they're coming, and I believe they're coming this way." But after another minute's waiting, he was quite unable to obey his own injunction, and he crept out onto the stone overlooking the precipice to look. "Come back, they'll see you!" cried Louie in a shrill whisper, and she caught him by the ankle. David gave a kick. "Let go! If you do, I shall fall and be killed." She held her breath. Presently, with an exclamation, he knelt down and looked over the edge of the great sloping block which served them for roof. "Well, I never! There's nobody but Uncle Reuben, and he's talking to hisself. Well, this is a rumskit." And he stayed outside watching, in spite of Louie's angry commands to him to come back into the den. David had no fears of being discovered by Uncle Reuben. If it had been Jim Wigson, it would have been different. Presently, on the path some 60 feet above them, but hidden from them by the mass of tumbled rocks through which they had descended, they heard someone puffing and blowing, a stick striking and slipping on the stones, and weird rays of light stole down the mountainside and in and out of the vast blocks with which it was overstrewn. "He's stopped up there," said David, creeping in under the gable, "and I might hear what he's saying. I'm going up nearer. If you come, we'll be caught." "You stupid!" cried Louie. But he crawled up the narrow chimney they had come down by in a moment, and she was left alone. Her spirit failed her a little. She daren't climb after him in the dark. David clambered in and out, the fierce wind that beat the side of the mountain masking whatever sounds he may have made, till he found himself directly under the place where Reuben Grieve sat, slowly recovering his breath. "Oh, Lord. They're all right, Sandy. They're all right." The boy crouched down sharply under an overhanging stone, arrested by the name, Sandy, his father's name. Once or twice since he came to Kinder he'd heard it on Uncle Reuben's lips, once or twice from neighbours who had known James Grieve's son in their youth. But Sandy had left the farm early and was little remembered, and the true story of Sandy's life was unknown in the valley, though there were many rumours. What the close and timid Reuben heard from Mr. Gurney, the head of Sandy's firm, after Sandy's death, he told to no one but Hannah. The children knew generally, from what Hannah often let fall when she was in a temper, that their mother was a disgrace to them, but they knew no more, and with the natural instinct of forlorn creatures on the defensive, studiously avoided the subject within the walls of Needham Farm. They might question old Lias, they would suffer many things rather than question their uncle and aunt. But David especially had many secret thoughts he could not put away of late about his parents, and to hear his father's name dropped like this into the night moved the lad strangely. He lay close, listening with all his ears, expecting passionately he knew not what. But nothing came, or the wind carried it away. When he was rested, Reuben got up and began to move about with the lantern, apparently throwing its light from side to side. "David! Louie!" The hoarse, weak voice, strained to its utmost pitch, died away on the night wind, and a weird echo came back from the cliffs of the downfall. There was no menace in the cry, rather a piteous entreaty. The truant below had a strange momentary impulse to answer, to disclose himself, but it was soon past, and instead he crept well out of reach of the rays which flashed over the precipitous ground about him. As he did so, he noticed the mermaid's pool, gleaming in a pale ray of moonlight some 200 feet below. A sudden alarm seized him, lest Reuben should be caught by it, put two and two together, and understand. But Reuben was absorbed in a discomfort, half moral, half superstitious, and nothing else reached the slow brain, which was beside preoccupied by Jim Wigson's suggestion. After a bit he picked up his stick and went on again. David, eagerly watching, tracked him along the path which follows the ridge, and saw the light pause once more close to the downfall. As far as the boy could see, his uncle made a long stay at a point beyond the stream, the bed of which was just discernible as a sort of paler streak on the darkness. "Why, that's about where the old Dell path comes in," thought David, wondering. "What's he thinking we're doing there?" Faint sounds came to him in a lull of the wind, as though Reuben was shouting again, shouting many times. Then the light went wavering on, defining in its course the curved ridge of the further moor. Then at last it made a long circuit downwards, disappearing for a minute somewhere in the dark bosom of Kinderlow, about midway between earth and sky. David guessed that Uncle Reuben must be searching the smithy. Then it descended rapidly, till finally it vanished behind the hill far below, which was just distinguishable in the cloudy moonshine. Uncle Reuben had gone home. David drew a long breath, but that patient quest in the dark, the tone of the farmer's call, that mysterious word, Sandy, had touched the boy, made him restless. His mood grew a little flat, even a little remorseful. The joy of their great adventure ebbed a little. However, he climbed down again to Louie, and found a dark elfish figure standing outside their den, and dancing with excitement. "Wouldn't you like to catch us? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?" screeched the child, beside herself. She too had been watching, had seen the light vanish. "You'll have perish up and after you if it doesn't hold your tongue," said David roughly. and creeping into their den, he relit the lantern. Then he pulled out a watch, borrowed from the same friend who had provided the lantern. 9:30. 2 hours or more before they need think of starting downwards for the pool. Louis condescended to come in again, and the stone was drawn close. But how fierce the wind had grown, and how nipping was the air! David shivered and looked about for the rugs. He wrapped Louis in the horse rug, which was heaviest, and tucked the blanket round himself. "How'd that tow it round you?" he commanded, struck with an uneasy sense of responsibility, as he happened to notice how starved she looked. "Well, go to sleep if you want to. I'll wake you. I'm going to read." Louis rolled the rug round her chrysalis-like, and then, disdaining the rest of David's advice, sat bolt upright against the rock, her wide-open eyes staring defiantly at all within their ken. The minutes went by. David sat close up against the lantern, bitterly cold, but reading voraciously. At last, however, a sharper gust than usual made him look up and turn restive. Louis still sat in the opposite corner as stiffly as before, but over the great staring eyes the lids had just fallen, sorely against their owner's will. The head was drooping against the rock. The child was fast asleep. It occurred to David she looked odd. The face seemed so grey and white. He instinctively took his own blanket and put it over her. The silence and helplessness of her sleep seemed to appeal to him, to change his mood towards her, for the action was brotherly and tender. Then he pushed the stone aside and crept out onto the moor. There he stood for a while with his hands in his pockets, marking time to warm himself. How the wind bit, to be sure, and it would be colder still by dawn. The pool showed dimly beneath him, and the gruesome hour was stealing on them fast. His heart beat quick. The weirdness and loneliness of the night came home to him more than they had done yet. The old woman dragged to her death, the hooting crowd, the inexorable parson, the struggle in the water, the last gurgling cry. The vision rose before him on the dark with an ever ghastlier plainness than a while ago on the mountain-top. How had Lias seen her that the sight had changed him so? Did she come to him with her drowned face and floating grey hair, grip him with her cold hands? David, beginning the thrill in good earnest, obstinately filled in the picture with all the horrible detail he could think of, so as to harden himself. Only now he wished with all his heart that Louis was safe at home. An idea occurred to him. He smiled at it, turned it over, gradually resolved upon it. She would leave alive afterwards, but what matter? Let her. From the far depths of the unseen valley a sound struck upwards, piercing through the noises of river and wind. It was the clock of Clough End Church, tolling 11. Well, one could not stand perishing there another hour. He stooped down and crawled in beside Louis. She was sleeping heavily, the added warmth of David's blanket conducing thereto. He hung over her, watching her breathing with a merry look, which gradually became a broad grin. It was a real shame she would be just mad when she woke up. But mermaids were all stuff, and Jenny Crumb would scare her to death. Just in proportion as the adventure became more awesome and more real, did the boy's better self awake. He grew soft for his sister, while, as he proudly imagined, iron for himself. He crept in under the blanket carefully so as not to disturb her. He was too tired and excited to read. He would think the hour out. So he lay staring at the opposite wall of rock, at its crevices and creeping ants, at the odd lights and shadows thrown by the lantern, straining his eyes every now and then, that he might be the more sure how wide awake they were. Louis stretched herself. What was the matter? Where was she? What was that smell? She leaned forward on her elbow. The lantern was just going out and smelt intolerably. A cold, grey light was in the little den. What? Where? A loud wail broke the morning silence, and David, sleeping profoundly, his open mouth just showing above the horse-rug, was roused by a shower of blows from Louis's fist. He stirred uneasily, tried to escape them by plunging deeper into the folds, but they pursued him vindictively. "Give over!" he said at last, striking back at random, and then sitting up he rubbed his eyes. There was Louis sitting opposite to him, crying great tears of rage and pain, now rocking her ankle as if it hurt her, and now dealing cuffs at him. He hastily pulled out his watch. 4:30. "You great gunner, yo!" sobbed Louie, her eyes blazing at him through her tears. "You governor, you muffin-head, you donkey!" And so on, through all the words of reviling known to the Derbyshire child. David looked extremely sheepish under them. Then suddenly he put his head down on his knees and shook with laughter. The absurdity of it all their preparations, of his own terrors, of the disturbance they had made, all to end in this flat and futile oversleeping, seized upon him so that he could not control himself. He laughed till he cried, while Louis hit and abused him, and cried too. But her crying had a different note, and at last he looked up at her and sobered. "Hold your tongue, and don't keep buddy-ragging like that. What's the matter with you?" For answer, she rolled over on the rock and lay on her face, howling with pain. David sprang up and bent over her. "Whatever's the matter with you, Louis?" But she kept him off like a wild cat, and he could make nothing of her till her passion had spent itself and she was quiet again from sheer exhaustion. Then Davy, who had been standing near, shivering, with his hands in his pockets, tried again. "Now, Louis, do come home," he said appealingly. "I can find you a place in stable, and you'll be warmer nor this. You'll be perished if you stay here." For, ignorant as he was, her looks began to frighten him. Louis would have liked never to speak to him again. The thought of the blue cotton and of her own lost chance seemed to be burning a hole in her. But the stress of his miserable look drew her eyes open whether she would or no, and when she saw him, her self-pity overcame her. "I couldn't walk," she said with a sudden loud sob. "It's me leg." "What's wrong with it?" said Davy, inspecting it anxiously. "It's got the cold in it, that's what it is. It's the rheumatics, I suspect. Yet hold on me, I'll help you down." With much coaxing on his part, and many cries and outbursts on hers, he got her up at last and out of the den. He tied his tin box across his back, and Louis, with the rugs wrapped about her, clung, limping and with teeth chattering, onto his arm. The child was in the first throes of a sharp attack of rheumatism, and half her joints were painful. That was a humiliating descent. A cold grey morning was breaking over the moor. The chimneys of the distant cotton towns rose out of mists, under a sky streaked with windy cloud. The Mermaid's Pool, as they passed it, looked chill and mocking, and the world altogether felt so raw and lonely that David welcomed the first sheep they came across with a leap of the heart, and positively hungered for a first sight of the farm. How he got Louis, in whose cheeks the fever spots were rising, over the river he never quite remembered. But at last he had dragged her up the hill, through the fields close to the house, where the lambs were huddling in the nipping dawn beside their mothers, and into the farmyard. The house rose before them, grey and frowning. The lower windows were shuttered. In the upper ones the blinds were pulled close down. Not a sign of life anywhere. Yes, the dogs had heard them. Such a barking as began. Jock, in his kennel by the front door, nearly burst his chain in his joyful efforts to get at them, while Tib, jumping the half-door of the outhouse in the backyard, where he had been curled up in a heap of bracken, leapt about them and barked like mad. Louis sank down crying and deathly pale on a stone by the stable door. "I'll hear that fast enough," said David, looking anxiously up at the shut windows. But the dogs went on barking, and nothing happened. 10 minutes of chilly waiting passed away. "Take him away, do!" she cried, as Tib jumped up at her. "No, I won't, I won't!" The last words rose to a shriek as David tried to persuade her to go into the stable and let him make her a bed in the straw. He stood looking at her in despair. They had always supposed they would be locked out, but surely the sleepers inside must hear the dogs. He turned and stared at the house, hungering for some sign of life in it. Uncle Reuben would hear them. Uncle Reuben would let them in. But the blinds of the top room never budged. Louis, with her head against the stable door and her eyes shut, went on convulsively sobbing, while Tibby sniffed about her for sympathy. And the bitter wind coming from the Scout whistled through the yard and seemed to cut the shivering child like a knife. "I'll make her a clunter against the window with some gravel," said David at last, in desperation, and he picked up a handful and threw it, first cautiously, then recklessly. Yes, at last a hand moved the blind, a hand the children knew well, and a face appeared to one side of it. Hannah Grieve had never looked so forbidding as at that moment. The boy caught one glance of a countenance pale with wrath and sleeplessness, of eyes that seemed to blaze at them through the window. Then the blind fell. He waited breathlessly for minute after minute. Not a sound. Furiously he stooped for more gravel, and flung it again and again. For an age, as it seemed to him, no more notice was taken. At last there was an agitation in the blind, as though more than one person was behind it. It was Hannah who lifted it again, but David thought he caught a motion of her arm, as though she were holding someone else back. The lad pointed excitedly to Louie. "She's took bad," he shouted. Uncle Reuben, come down and see for yourself. If you let her in, you can keep me out as long as you like." Hannah looked at him, and at the figure huddled up against the stable door, looked deliberately, and then, as deliberately, pulled the blind down lower than before, and not a sign of Reuben anywhere. A crimson flame sprang to David's cheek. He rushed at the door, and while with one hand he banged away at the old knocker, he thumped with the other, kicking lustily the while at the panels, till Louie, almost forgetting her pains in the fierce excitement of the moment, thought he would kick them in. In the intervals of his blows, David could hear voices inside in angry debate. "Uncle Reuben," he shouted, stopping the noise for a moment. "Uncle Reuben, Louie's turned sick. She's trembling with the cold. If you don't open the door, I'll go across to Wigson's and tell 'em as Louie's perishing, and you've been the death of her." The bolt shot back, and there stood Reuben, his red hair sticking up wildly from his head, his frame shaking with unusual excitement. "What you making that rumpus for, Davy?" began Reuben, with would-be severity. "Have done with you. I'll have to take a stick to you." But the boy stood akimbo on the steps, and the old farmer shrank before him as David's black eye travelled past him to a gaunt figure on the stairs. "You take no stick to me, Uncle Reuben. I'll not put up with it, and you know it. I'm going to bring Louie in. We've been on moor by the pool looking for the old witch, and we both on us fell asleep, and Louie's took the rheumatics. So there, stand out the way." And running back to Louie, he cried out as he lifted her up. He half carried, half dragged her in. "Why, she's like death!" cried Reuben. "Hannah, somewhat hot, at once!" But Hannah did not move. She stood at the foot of the stairs, barring the way, the chill morning light falling on her threatening attitude, her grey dishevelled hair, and all the squalid disarray of her dress. "Them as does like beggars' brats," she said grimly, "may fare like 'em. I'll do nowt for 'em." The lad came up to her, his look all daring and resolution, his sister on his arm. But as he met the woman's expression, his lips trembled. He suddenly broke down. "Now look here," he cried with a sob in his throat. "I know we're beggars' brats. I know you hate the sight of us. But I was the worst. I'm biggest. Take Louie in and bully-rag me as much as you like. Louie! Louie!" And he hung over her in a frenzy. "Wake up, Louie!" But the child was insensible. Fatigue, the excitement of the struggle, the anguish of movement had done their work. She lay like a log upon his arm. "She's fainted," said Hannah, recognizing the fact with a sort of fierce reluctance. "Take her up, and don't stand blathering there." And he moved out of the way. The boy gathered up the thin figure, and stumbling over the tattered rugs, carried her up by a superhuman effort. Reuben leant against the passage wall, staring at his wife. "You're a hard woman, Hannah, a hard woman," he said to her under his breath in a low, shaken voice. "And you call 'em beggars' brats. Oh, Lord, Lord!" "Hold your tongue and blow up fire," was all the reply she vouchsafed him, and Reuben obeyed. Meanwhile, upstairs Louie had been laid on her bed. Consciousness had come back, and she was moaning. David stood beside her in utter despair. He thought she was going to die, and he had done it. At last he sank down beside her, and flinging an arm round her, he laid his hot cheek to her icy one. "Louie, don't! I'll take you away from you, Louie, when I can. I'll take care on you, Louie. Don't, Louie, don't!" His whole being seemed rent asunder by sympathy and remorse. Uncle Reuben, coming up with some hot gruel, found him sitting on the bed beside his sister, on whom he heaped all the clothing he could find, the tears running down his cheeks. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 6. From that night forward, David looked upon the farm and all his life there with other eyes. Up till now, in spite of the perennial pressure of Hannah's tyrannies, which, however, weighed much less upon him than upon Louis, he had been, as he had let Reuben see, happy enough. The open-air life, the animals, his books, out of all of them he managed to extract a very fair daily sum of enjoyment. And he had been content enough with his daily tasks, herding the sheep, doing the rough work of the stable and cow-house, running Aunt Hannah's errands with the donkey-cart to Clough End, helping in the haymaking and the sheep-shearing, or the driving of stock to and from the various markets Reuben frequented. All these things he had done with a curious placidity, a detachment and yet readiness of mind, as one who lends himself without reluctance to a life not his own. It was this temper, mainly helped, no doubt, by his unusual tastes and his share of foreign blood and looks, which had set him apart from the other lads of his own class in the neighbourhood. He had few friends of his own age, yet he was not unpopular, except perhaps with an overbearing animal like Jim Wigson, who instinctively looked upon other people's brains as an offence to his own muscular pretensions. But his Easter Eve struggle with Hannah closed, as it were, a childhood, which, though hard and loveless, had been full of compensations and ignorant of its own worst wants. It woke in him the bitterness of the orphan dependent, who feels himself a burden and loathes his dependence. That utter lack of the commonest natural affection in which he and Louis had been brought up, for Reuben's timorous advances had done but little to redress the balance, had not troubled him much, till suddenly it was writ so monstrous large in Hannah's refusal to take pity on the fainting and agonized Louis. Thenceforward every morsel of food he took at her hands seemed to go against him. They were paupers, and Aunt Hannah hated them. The fact had always been there, but it had never meant anything substantial to him till now. Now, at last, that complete dearth of love in which he had lived since his father died began to react in revolt and discontent. The crisis may have been long preparing. Those words of his uncle as to his future, as well as the incident of their locking out, may have had something to say to it. Anyway, a new reflective temper set in. The young, immature creature became self-conscious, began to feel the ferments of growth. The ambition and the restlessness his father had foreseen with dying eyes began to stir. Reuben's qualms returned upon him. On the 15th of May, he and David went to Woodhead, some 16 or 17 miles off, to receive the young stock from the Yorkshire breeders, which were to be grazed on the farm during the summer. In general, David had taken the liveliest interest in the animals, in the number and quality of them, in the tariff to be paid for them, and the long road there and back had been cheered for the farmer by the lad's chatter and by the athletic antics he was always playing with any handy gate or tree which crossed their path. "Them heifers will want a deal of grass putting into them, for they'll be worth anybody's buying, Davy," said Reuben, inspecting his mixed herd with a critical eye from a roadside bank as they climbed the first hill on their return journey. "Aye, they're a poor lot," returned David, shortly, and walked on as far as in front of his uncle as might be, with his head in the air and his moody look fixed on the distance. "The Wigsons will be late getting home," began Reuben again, with an uneasy look at the boy. "Old Wigson were that full up with ale when I last seed him, they'll have a job to get him started straight this need." To this remark David had nothing at all to say, though in general he had a keen neighbourly relish for the misdeeds of the Wigsons. Reuben did not know what to make of him. However, a mile further on he made another attempt. "Lord, how those Yorkshire breeders did talk! You'd have thought they'd throw their jaws off the hinges. And a lot of gimcrack notions if ever were, with their new foods and their pills and strengthening mixtures, messing with cows as though they were humans. Why can't they leave God Almighty alone? He can bring a calving cow through Butte only of their meddling, I'll hold you." But still not a word from the lad in front. Reuben might as well have talked to the wall beside him. He had grown used to the boy's companionship, and the obstinate silence which David still preserved from hour to hour as they drove their stock homewards made a sensible impression on him. Inside the house there was a constant, though in general a silent, struggle going on between the boy and Hannah on the subject of Louis. Louis, after the escapade of Easter Eve, was visited with a sharp attack of inflammatory rheumatism, only just stopping short of rheumatic fever. Hannah got a doctor, and tended her sufficiently while the worst lasted, partly because she was, after all, no monster, but only a commonly sordid and hard-natured woman, and partly because for a day or two Louis's state set her pondering, perforce, what might be the effect on Mr. Gurney's remittances if the child incontinently died. This thought undoubtedly quickened whatever natural instincts might be left in Hannah Grieve, and the child had her doctor, and the doctor's orders were more or less followed. But when she came downstairs again, a lanky, ghostly creature, much grown, her fierce black eyes more noticeable than ever in her pinched face, Hannah's aptitude for sniping, to use the expressive Derbyshire word, returned upon her. The child was almost bullied into her bed again, or would have been if David had not found ways of preventing it. He realized for the first time that, as the young and active male of the household, he was extremely necessary to Hannah's convenience, and now, whenever Hannah ill-treated Louis, her convenience suffered. David disappeared. Her errands were undone, the wood uncut, and coals and water had to be carried as they best could. As to reprisals, with a strong boy of 14 grown very nearly to a man's height, Hannah found herself a good deal at a loss. Bully-ragging he took no more account of than of a shower of rain. Blows she instinctively felt would have been dangerous to attempt, and as to deprivation of food, the lad seemed to thrive on hunger, and never whistled so loudly as when, according to Hannah's calculations, he must have been as keen-bitten as an hawk. For the first time in her life Hannah was to some extent tamed. When there was business about, she generally felt it expedient to let Louis alone. But this sturdy protection was more really a matter of roused pride and irritation on David's part than of brotherly love. It was the tragedy of Louis Grieve's fate, whether as child or woman, that she was not made to be loved. Whether she could love, her story will show, but to love her when you were close to her was always hard. How different the days would have been for the moody lad, who had at least learnt to champion her, if their common isolation and dependence had but brought out in her towards him anything clinging, anything confidential, any true spirit of comradeship. On the contrary, while she was still in bed, and almost absolutely dependent on what he might choose to do for her, she gibed and flouted him past bearing, mainly no doubt for the sake of breaking the tedium of her confinement a little. And when she was about again, and he was defending her weakness from Aunt Hannah, it seemed to him that she viewed his proceedings rather with a malicious than a grateful eye. It amused and excited her to see him stand up to Hannah, but he got little reward from her for his pains. She was, as it were, always watching him with a sort of secret discontent. He did not suit her, was not congenial to her. Especially was she exasperated now more than ever by his bookish tastes. Possibly she was doubly jealous of his books. At any rate, unless he had been constantly on his guard, she would have hidden them, or done them a mischief whenever she could, in her teasing magpie way. One morning, in the grey summer dawn, Louis had just wakened, and was staring sleepily at the door, when all of a sudden it opened, very quietly as though pushed by someone anxious not to make a noise, and Reuben's head looked round it. Louis, amazed, woke up in earnest, and Reuben came stealthily in. He had his hat and stick under his arm, and one hand held his boots, while he stepped noiselessly in his stockinged feet across the room to where Louis lay. "Louis, are you awake?" The child stared up at him, seeing mostly his stubble of red hair, which came like a grotesque halo between her and the wall. Then she nodded. "Don't let your aunt hear nothing, Louis. She thinks I'm gone out to the Garths. But, Louis, that merchant I told you on came yesterday, as he wore a hard on he wore, as tough as nails, sight worse nor old Croker to do with, only day in the week. I come eating out on him, and he gave me such a poor price. I daren't take a penny on it from your aunt. No, I daren't, Louis, not if it were ever so. She'll be reet down mad when she knows, and I'm real sorry about that bit dress of yours, Louis." He stood looking down at her, his spectacles falling forward on his nose, the corners of his mouth drooping, a big, ungainly culprit. For a second or two the child was quite still, nothing but the black eyes and tossed masses of hair showing above the sheet. Then the eyes blinked suddenly, and flinging out her hand at him with a passionate gesture as though to push him away, she turned on her face and drew the bedclothes over her head. "Louis," he said, "Louis!" but she made no sign, and at last, with a grotesquely concerned face, he went out of the room and downstairs, hanging his head. Out of doors he found David already at work in the cowhouse, but as surly as uncommunicative as before when he was spoken to. That the lad had turned again his work, and was on his way to hate the farm and all it contained, was plain even to Reuben. Why was he so glum and silent? Why didn't he speak up? Perhaps he would, Reuben's conscience replied, if it were conveyed to him that he possessed a substantial portion of £600. The boy knew that his uncle watched him, anxiously as one watches something explosive and incalculable, and felt a sort of contempt for himself that nothing practical came of his own revolt and discontent. But he was torn with indecision. How to leave Louie? What to do with himself without a farthing in the world? Whom to go to for advice? He thought often of Mr. Ancram, but a fierce distaste for chapels and ministers had been growing on him, and he had gradually seen less and less of the man who had been the kind comrade and teacher of his early childhood. His only real companions during this year of moody adolescence were his books. From the forgotten deposit in the old meal-ark upstairs, which had yielded Paradise Lost, he drew other treasures by degrees. He found there, in all, some tattered leaves, 3 or 4 books together, of Pope's Iliad, about half of Fox's Martyrs, the rest having been used apparently by the casual nurses who came to tend Reuben's poor mother in her last days, to light the fire, a complete copy of Locke on the Human Understanding, and various volumes of old Calvinist sermons, which he read, partly because his reading appetite was insatiable, partly from a half-contemptuous desire to find out what it might be that Uncle Reuben was always troubling his head about. As to Lias Dawson, David saw nothing of him for many long weeks after the scene which had led to the adventure of the pool. He heard only that Lias was bad, and mostly in his bed, and feeling a little guilty, he hardly knew why, the lad kept away from his old friend. Summer and the early autumn passed away. October brought a spell of wintry weather, and one day, as he was bringing the sheep home, he met old Margaret, Lias's wife. She stopped and accosted him. "Why don't you come and see Lias sometimes, Davy, me lad? You might lighten him up a bit, and he wants it, Lord knows. He's been fearful bad in his spirits this summer." The lad stammered out some sheepish excuses, and soon made his way over to Frimley Moor. But the visits were not so much pleasure as usual. Lias was very feeble, and David had a constant temptation to struggle with. He understood that to excite Lias, to throw him again into the frenzy which had begotten the vision of the pool, would be a cruel act. But all the same he found it more and more difficult to restrain himself, to keep back the questions which burnt on his tongue. As for Lias, his half-shut eye would brighten whenever David showed himself at the door, and he would point to a wooden stool on the other side of the fire. "Sit down, lad. Margaret, get him some tea." Or, "Margaret, you just find a bit of cake." Then the two would fall upon their books together, and the conversation would glide imperceptibly into one of those scenes of half-dramatic impersonation for which David's relish was still unimpaired. But the old man was growing much weaker, his inventions had less felicity, less range than of old, and the watchful Margaret, at her loom in the corner, kept an eye on any signs of an undue excitement, and turned out David, or any other visitor, neck and crop, without scruple, as soon as it seemed to her that her crippled seer was doing himself a mischief. Poor soul! She had lived in this tumult of Lias's fancies year after year, till the solid world often turned about her. And she all the while, so simple, so sane, the ordinary good woman with the ordinary woman's hunger for the common blessings of life, a little love, a little chat, a little prosaic well-being. She had had 2 sons. They were gone. She had been the proud wife of the cleverest man atwixt Sheffield and Manchester, as Frimley and the adjacent villages had once expressed it, when every mother that respected herself sent her children to Lias Dawson's school. And the mysterious chances of a summer night had sent home upon her hands a poor, incapable, ruined in mind and body, who was to live henceforward upon her charity, wandering amid the chaotic wreck and debris of his former self. Well, she took up her burden. The straggling village on Frimley Moor was mainly inhabited by a colony of silk-hand loom weavers, the descendants of French prisoners in the Great War, and employed for the most part by a firm at Leck. Very dainty work was done at Frimley, and very beautiful stuffs made. The craft went from father to son. All Margaret's belongings had been weavers, but Laius, in the pride of his schoolmaster's position, would never allow his wife to use the trade of her youth. When he became dependent on her, Margaret bought a disused loom from a cousin, had it mended and repaired, and set to work. Her fingers had not forgotten their old cunning, and when she was paid for her first cut, she hurried home to Laius with a reviving joy in her crushed heart. Thenceforward she lived at her loom. She became a skilled and favoured worker, and the work grew dear to her. First, because Laius lived on it, and next because the bright roses and ribbon patterns she wove into her costly stuffs were a perpetual cheer to her. The moors might frown outside, the snow might drift against the cottage walls. Margaret had always something gay under her fingers, and through her shuttle with the more zest, the darker and colder grew the Derbyshire world without. Naturally, the result of this long concentration of effort had been to make the poor soul, for whom each day was lived and fought, the apple of Margaret's eye. So long as that bent, white form sat beside her fire, Margaret was happy. Her heart sank with every fresh sign of age and weakness, revived with every brighter hour. He still lorded it over her often, as he had done in the days of their prosperity, and whenever this old mood came back upon him, Margaret could have cried for pleasure. The natural correlative of such devotion was a drying up of interest in all the world beside. Margaret had the selfishness of the angelic woman. Everything was judged as it affected her idol. So at first she took no individual interest in David. He cheered up Laius. She had no other thought about him. On a certain November day, David was sitting opposite to Laius. The fire burnt between them, and on the fire was a griddle whereon Margaret had just deposited some oatcakes for tea. The old man was sitting drooped in his chair, his chin on his breast, his black eyes staring beyond David at the wall. David was seized with curiosity. What was he thinking about? What did he see? There was a mystery, a weirdness about the figure, about that hungry gaze, which tormented him. His temptation returned upon him irresistibly. "Laius," he said, bending forward, his dark cheek flushing with excitement, "Louie and I went up Easter Eve to pull, but we went to sleep and saw nowt. What was you saw, Laius? Do you see her for sure?" The old man raised his head frowning and looked at the boy. But the frown was merely nervous. He had heard nothing. On the other hand, Margaret, whom David had supposed to be in the back kitchen, but who was in reality a few steps behind him, mending something which had gone wrong in her loom, ran forward suddenly to the fire, and bending over her griddle somehow promptly threw down the tongs, making a clatter and commotion, in the midst of which the cakes caught, and old Laius moved from the fender, saying fretfully, "You're that awkward with things, Margaret. You're like a dog dancing." But in the bustle, Margaret had managed to say to David, "Hold your tongue, noddle-head, will you?" And so unexpected was the lightning from her usually mild blue eyes, that David sat dumbfounded, and presently sulkily got up to go. Margaret followed him out and down the bit of garden, and at the gate, when they were well out of hearing of Laius, she fell on the boy with a torrent of words, gripping him the while with her long, thin hand, so that any violence could have released him. Her eyes flamed at him under the brown woollen shawl she wore pinned under her chin. The little emaciated creature became a fury. "Did he come there for, moidering Laius with his devilments? If he ever said a word of such things again, she'd lock the door on him, and he might go to Jenny Crumb for his tea. Not a bite nor a sup should he ever have in our house again." "I meant no harm," said the boy doggedly. "It were he told me about the witch. It were he who put it into our heads, Louie and me." Margaret exclaimed. So it was he that got Laius talking about the pool in the spring. Someone had been canking with him about things that didn't out, that she knew, and she might have thought it were Davy. For that one day's worrieting over him, she had him on her hands for weeks, off his sleep and off his feed, and like a blighted thing. "Aye, it's all play to you," she said, trembling all through in her passion, as she held the boy. "It's all play to you, and your minx of a sister." And when it means doing to the old man yourselves, you don't care. Margaret, said the doctor to me last week, if you can keep his mind quiet, he may hang on a bit. But you mustn't let him excise himself about out. He must take things very easy. He's like a wilted leaf. No but least thing will bring it down. He's warm, very thin like, heart and lungs and all the rest of him. And did you think I'd sit still and see you murder him? The poor lamb, afore my eyes, me as has got nowt else but him in the wide world. Oh, you young varlet, go and ask someone else about Jenny Crumb, if you just set on meddling with divil's work. But you're no trouble, my Lias. She took her hands off him. The boy was going away in a half-sullen silence, when she caught him again. Who told you about Lias and Poole? No but Lias himself? Uncle Reuben told me summat. Ah, Reuben Grieve. He put him in the carrier's cart, and behaved more like a Christian nor his wife. I was mind that old Reuben Grieve, when folk call him a fool. I'll tell you, Davy, and if you ever want to say a word about Jenny Crumb in our house afterwards, Mum had a gritstone where your heart ought to be. That's all. And she leant over the wall of the little garden, twisting her apron in her old, tremulous hands, and choking down the tears which had begun to rise. Then, looking straight before her, and in a low, plaintive voice which seemed to float on hidden depths of grief, she told her story. It appeared that Lias had been queer a good while before the adventure of the pool, but according to his wife, he was that clever on his good days, folk could make shift with him on his bad days. The school still prospered, and money was still plentiful. Then all of a sudden the moorland villages round were overtaken by an epidemic of spirit-rapping and table-turning. It was spirits here, spirits there, spirits everywhere. The world were gradually swarming with them, said Margaret bitterly. It was all started apparently by a worthless fellow from Castleton, who had a great reputation as a medium, and would come over on summer evenings to conduct séances at Frimley and the places near. Lias, already in an excitable, overworked state, was bitten by the new mania, and could think of nothing else. One night he and the Castleton medium fell talking about Jenny Crumb, the witch of Kinder Scout, and her Easter Eve performances. The medium bet Lias a handsome sum that he would not dare face her. Lias, piqued and wrathful, and with more ale on board nor he could really stand, took the bet. Margaret heard nothing of it. He announced on Easter Eve that he was going to a brother in Edale for the Sunday, and gave her the slip. She saw no more of him till the carrier brought home to her on the Sunday morning a starved and pallid object, gone clean silly and hutched together like an old man of 70, he being 56 by his reet years. With woe and terror she helped him to his bed, and in that bed he stayed for more than a year, while everything went from them, school and savings, and all the joys of life. And he wanted to know like the rest of them what he saw, cried Margaret angrily, facing round upon the boy, whose face was indeed one question. Margaret, did he tell you that what witch said to un? Every blithering idiot in the parish asked me that, with his mouth open, till I got to stop my ears and run whenever I see a living creature. What do I care? What does it matter to me what he saw? I don't believe he saw out, if you ask me. He was skirt with his own thinkings, and the crowd gripped him in the innards, and twisted him as though made twist a withe of hay. Aye, it were a cruel neat. When I opened the door till early morning, garden wore all black, and the ice on the reservoir were inches thick. And here and afterwards folk round here had talk of that for an April frost. Ah, my poor lass, lost on that fearful scout, sleeping out without a rag to cover him, and scared somehow, Lord or devil knows how. And then folk would have me make a good tale out of it, something to give 'em a tickling down their backbone, something to pass an evening. Lord! The wife's voice paused abruptly on this word of imprecation or appeal, as though her own passion choked her. David stood beside her awkwardly, his eyes fixed on the gravel, wherewith one foot was playing. There was no more sullenness in his expression. Margaret's hand still played restlessly with the handkerchief. Her eyes were far away, her mind absorbed by the story of her own fate. Round the moorside on which the cottage was built there had been a circling edge of wood, now aflame with all the colour of late autumn. Against its deep reds and browns Margaret's small profile was thrown out. The profile already of the old woman, with the meeting nose and chin, the hollow cheek, the maze of wrinkles round the eyes, into that face worn by the labour and the grief of the poor, into that bending figure with the peasant shawl folded round the head and shoulders, there had passed all the tragic dignity which belongs to the simple and heartfelt things of human life, to the pain of helpless affection, to the yearning of irremediable loss. The boy beside her was too young to feel this, but he felt more, perhaps, than any other lad of the moorside could have felt. There was at all times a natural responsiveness in him of a strange kind, vibrating rather to pain than joy. He stood by her, embarrassed, yet drawn to her, waiting too, as it seemed to him, for something more that must be coming. "And then," said Margaret at last, turning to him and speaking more quietly, but still in a kind of tense way, "then when Lars were took bad, you know, Davy, I had me boys. Do you ever tell her what came to them, Davy?" The boy shook his head. "Ah," she said, catching her breath painfully, "the most forgotten is my boys. Lars had been 7 weeks in his bed, and I were known so much cast down, and those days I had a spirit more than most. I thought the boys would care for us. We'd give them a good bringing up, as they were both of them learning trades in Manchester. One evening, with that hot, we had all doors and windows open, there came a man running up from railway, and my boys were killed, Davy, both of them, in Julian Moor Tunnel. They were coming to spend Sunday with us, and it were an excursion train. I never knew the reads of it." She paused and gently wiped away her tears. Her passion had all ebbed. "And I thought if I could have got 'em home and buried 'em, Davy, I could have borne it better. But they were all crushed and cut about and riddled to bits. They wouldn't let me have 'em. And so we kept it for Lars. Sometimes I think he knows the boys are dead, and then sometimes he frets that they don't come and see him. 14 years ago, and I go on telling him they'll come soon. And last week when I told him, I thought to myself it were just the naked truth." David leant over the gate, pulled at some withered hollyhocks beside it. When, after a minute of choking silence, Margaret caught his look, she saw, though he tried to hide it, that his black eyes were swimming. Her full heart melted altogether. "Oh, Davy, I meant no offence," she said, catching him by the arm again. "You're a good lad. You're always a welcome seat to that poor creature. But you'll not say out to trouble him again, laddie, will you? If he'd heard you just now, but Lord's blessing he didn't, he'd have worked himself up fearful. I'd have no sleep with him for needs, like it were in the spring. Your mother, he's all I have. His living's my living, Davy. And when he's took away, well, I'll make shift somehow to tea too." She let him go, and with a long sigh she lifted her trembling hands to her head, put her frilled cap straight and her shawl. She was just moving away when something of a different sort struck her sensitive soul, and she turned again. She lived for Lars, but she lived for her religion too, and it seemed to her she had been sinning in her piteous talk. "Dinna think, Davy," she said hurriedly, "as I'm complaining of the Lord's judgments. They're all mercies, if we did but know. And he tempers the wind. He sends us out when he's stopping for sorrow. It weren't for nothing he made us all of peace. There's good folk in the world. Aye, there is. And what's more, there's some of the best make of folk going about dressed in the worst make of clothes. You find it out when you want 'em." And with a clearing face, as of one who'd taken up a burden again, and adjusted anew more easily, she walked back to the house. David went down the lane homewards, whistling hard. But once, as he climbed a stile and sat dangling his legs a moment on the top, he felt his eyes wet again. He dashed his hand impatiently across them. At this stage of youth he was constantly falling out with and resenting his own faculty of pity, of emotion. The attitude of mind had in it a sort of secret, half-conscious terror of what feeling might do with him did he but give it head. He did not want to feel. Feeling only hurt and stabbed. He wanted to enjoy, to take in, to discover, to fling the wild energies of mind and body into some action worthy of them. And because he had no knowledge to show him how and a wavering will, he suffered and deteriorated. The Dawsons, indeed, became his close friends. In Margaret there had sprung up a motherly affection for the handsome, lonely lad. and he was grateful. He took her cuts down to the cloth end office for her, when the snow was deep on the Scout, and Reuben and David and the dogs were out after their sheep night and day. The boy still found time to shovel the snow from Margaret's roof and cut a passage for her to the road. The hours he spent this winter by her kitchen fire, chatting with Lias, or eating haver cakes, or helping Margaret with some household work, supplied him for the first time with something of what his youth was, in truth, thirsting for, the common kindliness of natural affection. But certainly, to most observers, he seemed to deteriorate. Mr. Ancram could make nothing of him. David held the minister at arm's length, and meanwhile rumours reached him that Reuben Grieve's nevy was beginning to be much seen in the public houses. He ceased entirely to go to chapel or Sunday school, and the local gossips, starting perhaps from a natural prejudice against the sons of unknown and probably disreputable mothers, prophesied freely that the tall, queer-looking lad would go to the bad. All this troubled Mr. Ancram sincerely. Even in the midst of some rising troubles of his own, he found the energy to buttonhole Reuben again and torment him afresh on the subject of a trade for the lad. Reuben, flushed and tremulous, went straight from the minister to his wife, with the impetus of Mr. Ancram's shove, as it were, fresh upon him. Sitting opposite to her in the back kitchen, while she peeled her potatoes with a fierce competence and energy which made his heart sick within him, Reuben told her, with incoherent repetitions of every phrase, that in his opinion the time had come when Mr. Gurney should be written to, and some of Sandy's savings applied to the starting of Sandy's son in the world. There was an ominous silence. Hannah's knife flashed, and the potato peelings fell with a rapidity which fairly paralysed Reuben. In his nervousness he let fall the name of Mr. Ancram. Then Hannah broke out. Fool, she knew had been meddling, and she might have guessed that fool was Mr. Ancram. Instead of defending her own position, she fell upon Reuben and his supporter with a rhetoric whereof the moral flavour was positively astounding. Standing with the potato bowl on one hip and a hand holding the knife on the other, she delivered her views as to David's laziness, temper, and general good-for-nothingness. If Reuben chose to incur the risks of throwing such a young lout into town wickedness with no one to look after him, let him. She'd be glad enough to be shut on him. But as to writing to Mr. Gurney and that sort of talk, she wasn't going to bandy words, not she. But nobody had ever meddled with Hannah Greaves's affairs yet, and found they had done well for themselves. And I wouldn't advise you, Reuben Grieve, to begin now. No, I wouldna. I give you fair notice. So there's not enough for the lad to do, Mr. Ancram, he thinks. Perhaps you'd take the place and try. I'd not give him as much wage as 'ud fill his stomach of the week. No, I'd not if you were to ask me. A blethering winded chap as ever I saw. I'd as soon hear a bird clapper preach as him. There'd be more sense and less noise. And they're finding it out down there. We'd see the back of him soon. And Reuben, looking across the little scullery at his wife, at the harsh face shaken with the rage which these new and intolerable attempts of her husband to dislodge the yoke of years excited in her, it was as though, like Christian and hopeful, he were trying to get back into the way, and found that the floods had risen over it. When he was out of her sight, he fell into a boundless perplexity. Perhaps she was right, after all. Mr. Ancram was a meddler, and he was an ass. When next he saw David, he spoke to the boy harshly, and demanded to know where he went loafing every afternoon. Then, as the days went on, he discovered that Hannah meant to visit his insubordination upon him in various unpleasant ways. There were certain little creature comforts, making but small show on the surface of a life of general abstinence and frugality, but which in the course of years had grown very important to Reuben, and which Hannah had never denied him. They were now withdrawn. In her present state of temper with her better half, Hannah could not be fashed with providing them, and no one could force her to brew him his toddy at night, or put his slippers to warm, or keep his meal hot and tasty for him, if some emergency among the animals made him late for his usual hours. Certainly not the weak and stammering Reuben. He was at her mercy, and he chafed indescribably under her unaccustomed neglect. As for Mr. Ancram, his own affairs, poor souls, soon became so absorbing that he had no thoughts left for David. There were discussions growing between him and the Christian brethren. He spoke often at the Sunday meetings, too often by a great deal for the other shining lights of the congregation. but his much speaking seemed to come rather of restlessness than of a full experience. So torn, subtle, and difficult were the things he said. Grave doubts of his doctrine were rising among some of the brethren. A mean intrigue against him was just starting among others, and he himself was tempest-tossed, not knowing from week to week whether to go or stay. Meanwhile, as the winter went on, he soon perceived that Reuben Grieves's formidable wife was adding to the ranks of his enemies. She came to chapel, because for a Christian brother or sister to go anywhere else would have been a confession of weakness in the face of other critical and observant communities, such for instance as the Calvinistic Methodists or the particular Baptists, not to be thought of for a moment. But when he passed her, he got no greeting from her. She drew her skirts aside, and her stony eye looked beyond him as though there was nothing on the road. And the sharp-tongued things she said of him came round to him one by one. Reuben too avoided the minister, who a year or two before had brought fountains of refreshing to his soul, and in the business of the chapel, of which he was still an elder, showed himself more inarticulate and confused than ever. While David, who had won a corner in Mr. Ancram's heart since the days of their first acquaintance at Sunday school, David fled him altogether, and would have none of his counsel or his friendship. The alienation of the Grieves made another and a bitter drop in the minister's rising cup of failure. So the little web of motives and cross-motives, for the most part of the commonest, earthiest hue, yet shot every here and there by a thread or two of heavenlier stuff, went spinning itself the winter through round the unknowing children. The reports which had reached Mr. Ancram were true enough. David was, in his measure, endeavouring to see life. On a good many winter evenings the lad, now nearly 15, and shooting up fast to man's stature, might have been seen among the topers at the Crooked Cow, nay, even lending an excited ear to the secularist speakers, who did their best to keep things lively at a certain low public kept by one Jerry Timmins, a radical wag, who had often measured himself both in the meeting-houses and in the streets against the local preachers, and, according to his own following, with no small success. There was a covered skittle-ground attached to this house, in which, to the horrid scandal of church and chapel, Sunday dances were sometimes held. A certain fastidious pride, and no doubt a certain conscience towards Reuben, kept David from experimenting in these performances, which were made as demonstrably offensive to the pious as they well could be without attracting the attention of the police. But at the disputations between Timmins and a succession of religious enthusiasts, ministers, and others, which took place on the same spot during the winter and spring, David was frequently present. Neither here, however, nor at the Crooked Cow, did the company feel the moody growing youth to be one of themselves. He would sit with his pint before him, silent, his great black eyes roving round the persons present. His tongue was sharp on occasions, and his fists ready, so that after various attempts to make a butt of him, he was generally left alone. He got what he wanted. He learnt to know what smoking and drinking might be like, and the jokes of the tap-room. And all by the help of a few shillings dealt out to him this winter for the first time by Reuben, who gave them to him with a queer, deprecating look and an injunction to keep the matter secret from Hannah. As to the use the lad made of them, Reuben was as ignorant as he was of all other practical affairs outside his own few acres. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 7. Spring came round again, and the warm days of June. At Easter time David had made no further attempts to meet with Jenny Crumb on her midnight wanderings. The whole tendency of his winter's mental growth, as well perhaps of the matters brutally raised and crudely sifted in Jerry Timmins's parlour, had been towards a harder and more sceptical habit of mind. For the moment the supernatural had no thrill in it for an intelligence full of contradictions. So the poor witch, if indeed she walked, revisited her place of pain unobserved of mortal eyes. About the middle of June, David and his uncle went, as usual, to Kettlewell and Masholme in Yorkshire, for the purpose of bringing home from thence some of that hardier breed of sheep which was required for the moorland, a Scotch breed brought down yearly to the Yorkshire markets by the Lowland farmers beyond the border. This expedition was an annual matter, and most of the farmers in the Kinder Valley and thereabouts joined in it. They went together by train to Massholm, made their purchases, and then drove their sheep over the moors home, filling the wide ferny stretches and the rough upland road with a patriarchal wealth of flocks, and putting up at night at the village inns, while their charges strayed at will over the hills. These yearly journeys had always been in former years a joy to David. The wild freedom of the walk, the change of scene which every mile and every village brought with it, the resistance of the moorland wind, the spring of the moorland turf, every little incident of the road, whether of hardship or of rough excess, added fuel to the flame of youth, and went to build up the growing creature. This year, however, that troubling of the waters which was going on in the boy was especially active during the Massholm expedition. He kept to himself and his animals, and showed such a gruff, unneighbourly aspect to the rest of the world that the other drivers first teased and then persecuted him. He fought 1 or 2 pitched battles on the way home, showed himself a more respectable antagonist on the whole than his assailants had bargained for, and was thenceforward contemptuously sent to Coventry. "Young man," said an old farmer to him once reprovingly after one of these rumpuses, "your temper won't mould you with keeping." Reuben, coming by at the moment, threw an unhappy glance at the lad, whose bruised face and torn clothes showed he had been fighting. To the uncle's mind there was a wanton, nay, a ruffianly look about him, which was wholly new. Instead of rebuking the culprit, Reuben slouched away and put as much road as possible between himself and Davy. One evening, after a long day on the moors, the party came late in the afternoon to the Yorkshire village of Howth. To David it was a village like any other. He was already mortally tired of the whole business, of the endless hills, of the company, the bleak grey weather. While the rest of the party were mopping brows and draining ale-pots in the farmer's public, he was employing himself in aimlessly kicking a stone about one of the streets, when he was accosted by a woman of the shopkeeping class, a decent elderly woman who had come out for a mouthful of air, with a child dragging after her. "Young master, you come for a distance, have you?" The woman's tone struck the boy pleasantly, as though it had been a phrase of cheerful music. There was a motherliness in it, a something for which, perhaps all unknown to himself, his secret heart was thirsting. "From Massholm," he said, looking at her full, so that she could see all the dark, richly coloured face she had had a curiosity to see. Then he added abruptly, "We're bound Kinderway with sheep, reach the other side of Scout." The woman nodded. "Aye, I know a good many of you kinderfolk. They've come by here a many year past, but I don't know as I've seen you afore. You're nobbut a young un. Eh, but we get sick o' sight of strangers here now. The young fairly drives t'other out of body's mind." "Does folk come for a summer?" asked David, lifting his eyebrows a little and looking round on the bleak and straggling village. "No, they come to see the church. Lord bless ye," said the good woman, following his eyes towards the edifice and breaking into a laugh. "'Tain't because the church is anything much to look at. 'Tain't now to the common that I knows on. No, but they come along a monument, and Miss Bronte. Mrs. Nichols should be a poor thing, rather." There was no light of understanding in David's face, but his penetrating eyes, the size and beauty of which she could not help observing, seemed to invite her to go on. "You never heard of old Miss Bronte?" said the woman mildly. "Well, I suppose not. She was just a big quiet body. Nobody heard about so much in her. But she wrote books, tales, you know, tales about folk round here, and they do say, them as has read 'em, that they're terrible good. Mr. Watson at post office, he's read 'em, and he's always promised to lend 'em me. But somehow I don't get the time. And in general I've no more use for a book nor a co has for clogs. But she's terrible famous, is Miss Bronte now, and her sisters too, poor young women. You'd see visitors' book in church, all the grand folk as ever were. They come from London on purpose, some of 'em, and they just takes a look round the place and writes their names and goes away. Would you like to see the church?" said the good-natured creature, looking at the tall lad beside her with an admiring scrutiny, such as every woman knows she may apply to any male. "I'm going that way. It's my brother has the keys." David accompanied her with an alacrity which would have astonished his usual travelling companions. and they mounted the straggling village street together towards the church. As they neared it, the woman stopped, and shading her eyes against the sunlight, pointed up to it and the parsonage. "No, it's not a beauty, isn't our church? They do say our parson would like to have it pulled clean down and a new one built. Anyways, they're going to clear the Brontes' pew away, and such a rumpus as soon as Bradford papers have been making, and a greatly fewer people here too. I don't know right some of it myself, but I'd be sorry when you couldn't see any more where Miss Charlotte and Miss Emily used to sit o' Sundays. And there's the old house. You used to be allowed to see Miss Charlotte's room, where she did her writing, but they tell me you can't be let in now. Seems strange, don't it, that anybody should be real fond of that place. When you go by winter sometimes, it looks that lonesome, with churchyard coming up close round it. It's enough to give a body a shivers. But I do believe Miss Charlotte she could have kissed every stone in it, and they do say, when she come back from foreign parts, she'd sit and cry for joy, she were that partial to Haworth. It's a place you do get to favour somehow, said the good woman apologetically, as though feeling that no stranger could justly be expected to sympathise with the excesses of local patriotism. "Do the other sisters write books?" demanded David, his eyes wandering over the bare stone house towards which the passionate heart of Charlotte Bronte had yearned so often from the land of exile. "Oh, bless you, yes, and there's many folk as think Miss Emily were a deal cleverer even nor Miss Charlotte. Not but what you get a bad notion of Yorkshire folk from Miss Emily's books, so I'm told. But there's rough doings on the moors sometimes, I'll uphold you. And Miss Emily had eyes like gimlets, they'd see right through a body." "Dearie me," she cried, the fount of gossip opening more and more, "to think I should have known him in pinafores, Mr. Patrick and all." And under the stress of what was really a wonder at the small beginnings of fame, a wonder which much repetition of her story had only developed in her, she poured out upon her companion the history of the Brontes, of that awful winter in which three of that weird band, Emily, Patrick, Anne, fell away from Charlotte's side, met the death which belonged to each, and left Charlotte alone to reap the harvest of their common life through a few burning years. Of the publication of the books, how the men of the Mechanics' Institute, the roof of which she pointed out to him, went crazy over Shirley, how everybody about thought Miss Bronte had been put 'em in print, and didn't know whether to be pleased or pique. How, as the noise made by Jane Eyre and Shirley grew, a wave of excitement passed through the whole countryside, and people came from Halifax and Bradford and Huddersfield, aye, and London sometimes, to Haworth Church on a Sunday to see the quiet body at their prayers who had made all the stir. How Mr. Nichols, the curate, bided his time and pressed his wooing, how he won her as Rachel was won, and how love did but open the gate of death, and the fiery little creature, exhausted by such an energy of living as had possessed her from her cradle, sank and died on the threshold of her new life. All this Charlotte Bronte's townswoman told simply and garrulously, but she told it well because she had felt and seen. "She was so small a niche, naught but a midge. There was no last in her. Aye, when I heard the bell tolling for Miss Charlotte that Saturday morning," said the speaker, shaking her head as she moved away towards the church, "I could have sat down and cried my eyes out. But if you'd seen me, she'd have nobbut to said, 'Martha, get your house straight and don't fret for me.' She had such a spirit of Miss Charlotte. Well now, after all, I needn't go for keys, for the church door's open. It's Bradford early closing day, you see, and I dare say some Bradford folks going over." So she marched him in, and there indeed was a crowd in the little ugly church, congregated especially at the east end, where the Brontes' pews still stood awaiting demolition at the hands of a reforming vicar. As David and his guide came up, they found a young weaver in a black coat with a sallow oblong face, black hair, high collars, and a general look of Lord Byron, haranguing those about him on the iniquity of removing the pews in a passionate undertone, which occasionally rose high above the key prescribed by decorum. It was a half-baked eloquence, sadly liable to bathos, divided indeed between sentences ringing with the great words genius and fame, and others devoted to an indignant contemplation of the hassocks in the old pews, the touching and well-worn implement of prayer, to quote his handsome description of them, which a meddlesome parson was about to hurl away out of mere hatred for intellect and contempt of the popular voice. But, half-baked or no, David rose to it greedily. After a few moments' listening, he pressed up closer to the speaker, his broad shoulders already making themselves felt in a crowd, his eyes beginning to glow with the dissenters' hatred of parsons. In the full tide of discourse, however, the orator was arrested by an indignant sexton, who, coming quickly up the church, laid hold upon him. "No speech-making in church, if you please, sir. Move on if you're going to the vestry, sir, for I'll have to shut up directly." The young man stared haughtily at his assailant, and the men and boys near closed up, expecting a row. But the voice of authority within its own gates is strong, and the champion of outraged genius collapsed. The whole flock broke up and meekly followed the sexton, who strode on before them to the vestry. "William's a rare way with un," said his companion to David, following her brother's triumph with looks of admiration. "I thought that would have been harder to shift." David, however, turned upon her with a frown. "'Tis a black shame," he said. "Why couldn't they let old Pew bide?" "Ah, weel," said the woman with a sigh. "As I said afore, I'd be reet sorry when Miss Charlotte's seat's gone. But you canna have brawling in church. William's reet enough there." And, beginning to be alarmed lest she should be raising up fresh trouble for William in the person of this strange, foreign-looking lad, with his eyes like live birds, she hurried him on to the vestry, where the visitors' books were being displayed. Here the Byronic young man was attempting to pick a fresh quarrel with the sexton by way of recovering himself with his party. But he took little by it. The sexton was a tough customer. When the local press was shaken in his face, the vicar's hireling, a canny, weather-beaten Yorkshireman, merely replied with a twist of the mouth, Aye, those peppers talk. There'd be someone going hungry if they didn't. Or, them that has to eat the egg knows best whether it is addled or no, to my thinking." And so on through a string of similar aphorisms which finally demolished his antagonist. David, meanwhile, was burning to be in the fray. He thought of some fine Miltonic sayings to hurl at the sexton, but for the life of him he could not get them out. In the presence of that indifferent, sharp-faced crowd of townspeople, his throat grew hot and dry whenever he thought of speaking. While the Bradford party struggled out of the church, David, having somehow got parted from the woman who brought him in, lingered behind, before that plain tablet on the wall, whereat the crowd which had just gone out had been worshipping. Emily, aged 29. Anne, aged 27. Charlotte, in the 39th year of her age. The church had grown suddenly quite still. The sexton was outside, engaged in turning back a group of Americans on the plea that visiting hours were over for the day. Through the wide-open door the fading yellow light streamed in, and with it a cool wind which chased little eddies of dust about the pavement. In the dusk the three names, black on the white, stood out with a stern and yet piteous distinctness. The boy stood there feeling the silence, the tomb near by, the wonder and pathos of fame, and all that thrill of undefined emotion to which youth yields itself so hungrily. The sexton startled him by tapping him on the shoulder. "Time to go home, young man. My sister, she told me to say good night to you, and she wishes you good luck with your journey. Where are you putting up?" "At the Brown Base," murmured the boy ungraciously, and hurried out. But the good man, unconscious of repulse and kindly disposed towards his sister's waif, stuck to him, and as they walked down the churchyard together, the difference between the manners of official and those of private life proved to be so melting to the temper that even David's began to yield. And a little incident of the walk mollified him completely. As they turned a corner, they came upon a bit of waste land, and there, in the centre of an admiring company, was the sexton's enemy, mounted on a bit of wall, and dealing out their deserts in fine style to those meddling parsons and their underlings who despised genius and took no heed of the relics of the mighty dead. The sexton stopped to listen when they were nearly out of range, and was fairly carried away by the go of the orator. "Doesn't he do it natural?" he said with enthusiasm to David, after a passage specially and unflatteringly devoted to himself. "Lord bless you, it don't hurt me, but I do like a bit of good speaking, as I do. If fine words were penny loaves, that young gentleman would get a living easy. As for the old pew, I could go scriking about the streets myself, if it would do a ha'porth of good." David's brow cleared, and by the time they had gone 100 yards further, instead of fighting the good man, he asked a favour of him. "Do you think there's anybody in Half as would lend me a sight of yon of Miss Bronte's tales for an hour?" he said, reddening furiously as they stopped at the sexton's gate. "Why, to be sure, mun," said the sexton cheerily, pleased with the little opening for intelligent patronage. "Come your ways in, and we'll see if we can't oblige you. I've got a tidy lot of books in my parlour, and I can give you Shirley, I know." David went into the stone-built cottage with his guide, and was shown in the little musty front room a bookcase full of books which made his eyes gleam with desire. The half-curbed joy and eagerness he showed so touched the sexton that, after inquiring as to the lad's belongings, and remembering that in his time he had enjoyed many a pipe and glass of yell with old David Grieve at the Brown Bess, the worthy man actually lent him indefinitely 3 precious volumes: Shirley, Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, and Nicholas Nickleby. David ran off hugging them, and thenceforward he bore patiently enough with the days of driving and tramping which remained, for the sake of the long evenings, when in some lonely corner of moor and wood he lay full length on the grass, revelling in one or other of his new possessions. He had a voracious way of tearing out the heart of a book first of all, and then beginning it again with a different and a tamer curiosity, lingering, tasting, and digesting. By the time he and Reuben reached home, he had rushed through all 3 books, and his mind was full of them. Shirley and Nicholas Nickleby were the first novels of modern life he had ever laid hands on, and before he had finished them he felt them in his veins like new wine. The real world had been to him for months something sickeningly narrow and empty, from which at times he had escaped with passion into a distant dream life of poetry and history. Now the walls of this real world were suddenly pushed back, as it were, on all sides, and there was an inrush of crowd, excitement, and delight. Human beings like those he heard of or talked with every day, factory hands and mill owners, parsons, squires, lads and lasses, the Yorks and Robert Moore, Squeers, Smike, Kate Nickleby and Newman Noggs, came by, looked him in the eyes, made him take sides, compare himself with them, join in their fights and hatreds, pity and exult with them. Here was something more disturbing, personal, and stimulating than the mere imaginative relief he had been getting out of Paradise Lost, or the scenes of the Jewish wars. By a natural transition, the mental tumult thus roused led to a more intense self-consciousness than any he had yet known. In measuring himself with the world of Shirley, or of Dickens, he began to realize the problem of his own life with a singular keenness and clearness. Then, last of all, the record of Franklin's life, of the steady rise of the ill-treated printer's devil to knowledge and power, filled him with an urging and concentrating ambition, and set his thoughts, endowed with a new heat and nimbleness, to the practical unravelling of a practical case. They reached home again early on a May day. As he and Reuben, driving their new sheep, mounted the last edge of the moor which separated them from home, the Kinder Valley lay before them, sparkling in a double radiance of morning and of spring. David lingered a minute or 2 behind his uncle. What a glory of light and freshness is in the air! What soaring larks! What dipping swallows! And the scents from the dew-steeped heather, and the murmur of the blue and glancing stream. The boy's heart went out to the valley, and in the same instant he put it from him. An indescribable energy and exultation took possession of him. The tide of will for which he had been waiting all these months had risen, and for the first time he felt swelling within him the power to break with habit, to cut his way. But what first step to take? Whom to consult? Suddenly he remembered Mr. Ancram, first with shame, then with hope. Had he thrown away his friend? Rumour had that things were getting worse and worse at Chapel, and that Mr. Ancram was going to Manchester at once. He ran down the slopes of heather towards home, as though he would catch and question Mr. Ancram there and then. And Louie? Patience. He would settle everything. Meanwhile he was regretfully persuaded that if he had asked Miss Bronte what could be done with a creature like Louie, she would have had a notion or 2. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 8. "Reach me that book, Louie," said David peremptorily. "It'd be worse for you if you don't." The brother and sister were in the smithy. Louie was squatting on the ground with her hands behind her, her lips sharply shut as though nothing should drag a word out of them, and her eyes blazing defiance at David, who had her by the shoulder and looked to the full as fierce as she looked provoking. "Mind it," was all she said. He had been absent for a few minutes after a sheep that had got into difficulties in the Red Brook, and when he returned, his volume of Rollin's Ancient History, Laius's latest loan, which he had imprudently forgotten to take with him, had disappeared. David gave her an angry shake, on which she toppled over among the fallen stones with an exasperating limpness, and lay there laughing. "Oh, very well," said David, suddenly recovering himself. "You keep your secret. I'll keep mine, that's all." Louie lay quiet a minute or two, laughing artificially at intervals, while David searched the corners of the smithy, turning every now and then to give a stealthy look at his sister. The bait took. Louie stopped laughing, sat up, put herself straight, and looked about her. "You ain't got a secret," she said coolly. "I'm not to be took in with snuff that way." "Very well," said David indifferently. "Then I haven't." And sitting down near the pan, he took out one of the little boats from the hole near, and began to trim its keel here and there with his knife. The occupation seemed to be absorbing. Louie sat for a while, sucking at a lump of sugar she had swept that morning into the omnium gatherum of her pocket. At last she took up a little stone and threw it across at Davy. "What's your silly old secret about, then?" "Where's my book, then?" replied David, holding up the boat and looking with one eye shut along the keel. "If I give it you, and your secret ain't worth it, I'll put some of that water down your neck-hole," said Louie, nodding towards the place. "If you don't happen to find yourself in the pan first," remarked David, unmoved. Louie sucked at her sugar a little longer with her hands round her knees. She had thrown off her hat, and the May sun struck full on her hair, on the glossy brilliance of it, and the natural curls round the temples which disguised a high and narrow brow. She no longer wore her hair loose. In passionate emulation of Annie Wigson, she had it plaited behind, and had begged an end of blue ribbon of Mrs. Wigson to tie it with, so that the beautiful arch of the head showed more plainly than before, while the black eyes and brows seemed to have gained in splendour and effectiveness from their simpler and severer setting. One could see, too, the length of the small neck and of the thin, falling shoulders. It was a face now which made many a stranger in the Clough End street stop and look backward after meeting it. Not so much because of its beauty, for it was still too thin and starved-looking for beauty, as because of a singular daring and brilliance, a sense of wild and yet conscious power it left behind it. The child had grown a great piece in the last year, so that her knees were hardly decently covered by the last year's cotton frock she wore, and her brown sticks of arms were far beyond her sleeves. David had looked at her once or twice lately with a new kind of scrutiny. He decided that she was a rum-looking creature, not the least like anybody else's sister, and on the whole his raw impression was that she was plain. "How'll I know you're not cheat?" she said at last, getting up and surveying him with her arms akimbo. "I can't tell, I'm sure," was all David vouchsafed. "Your mum find out." Louis studied him threateningly. "Well, I'll be even with you somehow," was her final conclusion. And disappearing through the ruined doorway, she ran down the slope to one of the great millstones lay hidden in the heather, and diving into the central hole, produced the book, keenly watched the while by David, who took mental note of the hiding-place. "Now then," she said, walking up to him with her hands behind her and the book in them, "tell me your secret." David first forcibly abstracted the book and made believe to box her ears, then went back to his seat in his boat. "Come on, can't you?" exclaimed Louis after a minute, stamping at him. David laid down his boat deliberately. "Well, you won't like it," he said. "I know that. But I'm off to Manchester, that's all. As soon as I can go, as soon as ever I can hear of anything. And I'm going if I don't hear of anything. I'm going anyways. I'm tired of this. So now you know." Louis stared at him. "You ain't," she said passionately, as though she were choking. David instinctively put up his hands to keep her off. He thought she would have fallen upon him there and then and beaten him for his secret. But instead she flung away out of the smithy, and David was left alone and in amazement. Then he got up and went to look, stirred with the sudden fear that she might have run off to the farm with the news of what he had been saying, which would have precipitated matters unpleasantly. No one was to be seen from outside, either on the moor path or in the field beyond, and she could not possibly have got out of sight so soon. So searched among the heather and the bilberry hummocks, till he caught sight of a bit of print cotton in a hollow just below the quaint stone shooting hut, built some 60 years ago on the side of the Scout for the convenience of sportsmen. David stalked the cotton, and found her lying prone and with her hat, as usual, firmly held down over her ears. At sight of her, something told him very plainly he had been a brute to tell her his news so. There was a strong moral shock which for the moment transformed him. He went and lifted her up in spite of her struggles. Her face was crimson with tears, but she hit out at him wildly to prevent him seeing them. "Now, Louie, look here," he said, holding her hands. "I didn't mean to tell you short and sharp like that, but you do put a body's back up so there's no bearing it. Don't take on, Louie. I'll come back when I've found something, and take you away too, never fear. There's lots of things girls can do in Manchester, tailoring or machining or dressmaking or something like that. But you must get a bit older, and I must find a place for us to live in, so there's no use fretching like a spiteful hen. You must bide, and I must bide. But I'll come back for you, I swear I will, and we'll get shut on Aunt Hannah, and live in a little place by ourselves as merry as larks." He looked at her appealingly. Her head was turned sullenly away from him, her thin chest still heaved with sobs. But when he stopped speaking, she jerked round upon him. "Leave me behind, and I'll murder her." The child's look was demoniacal. "No, you won't," said David, laughing. "In the first place, Aunt Hannah could settle a midge like you with one's finger. In the second, hanging isn't a comfortable way of dying. You wait till I come for you, and when I've got right away and can just laugh in her face if she rouse us, that'll spout up much more nor murdering." The black eyes gleamed uncannily for a moment, and the sobbing ceased. But the gleam passed away, and the child sat staring at the moorland distance, seeing nothing. There was such an unconscious animal pain in the attitude, the pain of a creature that feels itself alone and deserted, that David watched her in a puzzled silence. Louie was always mysterious, whether in her rages or her griefs, but he had never seen her sob quite like this before. He felt a sort of strangeness in her fixed gaze, and with a certain timidity he put out his arm and laid it round her shoulder. Still she did not move. Then he stood up closer in the heather and kissed her. His heart, which had seemed all frost-bound for months, melted, and that hunger for love, home love, mother love, which was perhaps at the very bottom of his moody complex youth, found a voice. "Louie, couldn't you be nice to me sometimes? Couldn't you just take an interest, like, you know, as if you cared a bit? Couldn't you? Other girls do. I'm a brute to you, I know, but you keep hanging and teasing, and there's never a bit of peace. Look here, Lou, you give up, and I give up. There's no but us two. Nobody else cares a ha'porth about the one or the t'other. Come along. You give up, and I give up." He looked at her anxiously. There was a new manliness in his tone, answering to his growing manliness of stature. 2 slow tears rolled down her cheeks, but she said nothing. She couldn't for the life of her. She blinked, furiously fighting with her tears, and at last she put up an impatient hand, which left a long brown streak across her miserable little face. "You haven't got no trade," she said. "You're a bit clemmed." David withdrew his arm and gulped down his rebuff. "No, I shan't," he said. "Now you just listen here." And he described how, the day before, he had been to see Mr. Ancram to consult him about leaving Kinder, and what had come of it. He had been just in time. Mr. Ancram, worn, ill, and harassed to death, had been cheered a little during his last days at Clough End by the appearance of David, very red and monosyllabic, on his doorstep. The lad's return, as he soon perceived, was due simply to the stress of his own affairs, and not to any knowledge of or sympathy with the minister's miseries. But none the less there was a certain balm in it for Mr. Ancram, and they had sat long discussing matters. Yes, the minister was going, would look out at Manchester for an opening for David in the book-selling trade by preference, and would write at once. But David must not leave a quarrel behind him. He must, if possible, get his uncle's consent, which Mr. Ancram thought would be given. "I'm willing to lend you a hand, Davy," he said, "for you're on the way to no trade but loafing as you are now. But square it with Grieve. You can if you don't shirk the trouble of it." Whereupon Davy had made a wry face and said nothing, but to Louie he expressed himself plainly enough. "I'll not say out to either of them," he said, pointing to the chimneys of the farm, "till the day I bid 'em good-bye. Uncle Reuben may be, would be for giving me something to start with, and Aunt Hannah would be for clouting him over the head for thinking of it. No, I'll not be beholden to one of them. I've got a shilling or two for my fare, and I'll keep mysel." "What wages will you get?" inquired Louie sharply. "Nothing very fat, that's sure," laughed David. "If Mr. Ankle come do as he says, and find me a place in a bookshop, they'll maybe give me 6 shilling to begin with." "And what you do with that?" "Live on it," replied David briefly. "You cannot, I tell you. You'll have food and faring, clothes and lodging to pay out of it. You cannot do it, so there." Louis looked him up and down defiantly. David was oddly struck with the practical knowledge her remarks showed. How did such a wild imp know anything about the cost of lodging and faring? "I'll tell you, I'll live on it," he replied with energy. "I'll get a room for 1/2 crown, 2 shillings perhaps. I'll live on 6pence a day. See if I don't." "See if you do," retorted Louis. "Climb on it, more like." "That's all you know about it, miss," said David, in a tone, however, of high good humour, and stretching one of his hands down a little further into his trousers pocket, he drew out a paper-covered book, so that just the top of it appeared. "You're always nagging about books. Well, I'll tell you, I've got an idea out of this that'll be worth shillings a week to me. It's about Benjamin Franklin. Never you mind who Benjamin Franklin were, but he were a very cute sort of a feller, and when he were young, and had but a few shillings a week, he made shift to save some of them shillings, because he found he could do without eating flesh meat, and that with bread and meal and green stuff a man could do very well, and save some brass every week. When I go to Manchester," continued David emphatically, "I shall never touch meat. I shall buy a bag of oatmeal like Grandfather Grieve live on, boil it for myself with a sup of milk perhaps, and some salt or treacle to give it a taste, and I'll buy apples and pears and oranges cheap somewhere, and store 'em. You mun have a deal of fruit when you don't have meat." "4pence," cried David, his enthusiasm rising. "I'll live on 3pence a day, as sure as you're sitting there. 7 threepences is 1 and 9, lodging 2 shilling, 3 and 9, 2 and 3 left over for clothes, faring, and pocket money. Why, I'll be rich before you can look round. And then, of course, they'll not keep me long on 6 shillings a week. In the book trade I'll soon be worth 10 and more." And springing up, he began to dance a sort of cut and shuffle before her out of sheer spirits. Louis surveyed him with a flushed and sparkling face. The nimbleness of David's wits had never come home to her till now. "What'll I earn when I come?" she demanded abruptly. David stopped his cut and shuffle, and took critical stock of his sister for a moment. "Now look here, Louis, you're going to stop where you are a good bit yet," he replied decidedly. "You'll have to wait 2 years or so, more than 1 anyways," he went on hastily, warned by her start and fierce expression. "You know, you can have the law on you," and he jerked his thumb over his shoulder towards the farm. "Boys is all right, but girls can't do nothing till they're 16. They must stay with the folk as brought them up, and if they run away afore their 16th birthday, they get put in prison." David poured out his legal fictions hastily, 3 parts convinced of them at any rate, and watched eagerly for their effect on Louis. She tossed her head scornfully. "Don't believe it. You're just telling lies to get shut of me. Next summer, if you don't send for me, I'll run away whatever you say. So you know." "You're a tormenting thing," exclaimed David, exasperated, and began savagely to kick stones down the hill. Then, recovering himself, he came and sat down beside her again. "I don't want to get shut on you, Louis, but you won't understand nothing." He stopped and began to bite at a stalk of heather by way of helping himself. His mind was full of vague and yet urgent thoughts as to what became of girls in large towns with no one to look after them, things he had heard said at the public-house, things he had read. He had never dreamt of leaving Louis to Aunt Hannah's tender mercies. Of course he must take her away when he could. She was his charge, his belonging. But all the same she was a limb. In his opinion she always would be a limb. How could he be sure of her getting work, and who on earth was to look after her when he was away? Suddenly Louis broke in on his perplexities. "I'll go tailoring," she said triumphantly. "Now I know it weren't Wigson's cousin Emily went to Manchester, and she earned 9 shilling a week. 9 shilling, I tell you, and found her own thread. You'll be taking 10 shillings, so say next year, and I'll be taking 9. That's 19 shilling for the 2 of us. Isn't it 19 shilling?" she said peremptorily, seizing his arm with her long fingers. "Well, I dare say it is," said David reluctantly. "I'm precious tired to be a setting stitching morning, noon, and night. Like to see you don't." "I'll do it for 9 shilling," she said doggedly, and sat looking straight before her with wide, glittering eyes. She understood from David's talk that with meal, apples, and green stuff, your eating need cost you nothing. There would be shillings and shillings to buy things with. The child who never had a copper but what Uncle Reuben gave her, who passed her whole existence in greedily coveting the unobtainable and in chafing under the rule of an iron and miserly thrift, felt suddenly intoxicated by this golden prospect of illimitable buying. And what could possibly prevent it coming true? Any fool, such as Wigson's Emily, could earn 9 shillings a week at tailoring. To make money at your stomach's expense seemed suddenly to put you in possession of a bank on which the largest drawings were possible. It all looked so ingenious, so feasible, so wholly within the grip of that indomitable will the child felt tense within her. So the two sat gazing out over the moorland. It was the first summer day, fresh and timid yet, as though the world and the sun were still ill-acquainted. Down below, over the sparkling brook, an old thorn was quivering in the warm breeze, its bright thin green shining against the brown heather. The larches alone had as yet any richness of leaf, but the sycamore buds glittered in the sun, and the hedges in the lower valley made wavy green lines delightful to the eye. A warm, soft air, laden with moist scents of earth and plant, bathed the whole mountain-side, and played with Louie's hair. Nature wooed them with her best, and neither had a thought or a look for her. Suddenly Louie sprang up. "There's Aunt Hannah shooting. I'm a-go and get cows." David ran down the hill with her. "What you do if I tell?" she inquired maliciously at the bottom. "If you do, I shall cut at once, and you'll have all the longer time to be by your son." A darkness fell over the girl's hard, shining gaze. She turned abruptly, then, when she had gone a few steps, turned and came back to where David stood whistling and calling for the dogs. She caught him suddenly from behind round the neck. Naturally he thought she was up to some mischief, and struggled away from her with an angry exclamation. But she held him tight and thrust something hard and sweet against his lips. Involuntarily his mouth opened and admitted an enticing cake of butterscotch. She rammed it in with her wiry little hand so that he almost choked, and then with a shrill laugh she turned and fled, leaping down the heather between the boulders, across the brook, over the wall, and out of sight. David was left behind, sucking. The sweetness he was conscious of was not all in the mouth. Never, that he could remember, had Louis shown him any such mark of favour. Next day David was sent down with the donkey-cart to Clough End to bring up some weekly stores for the family, Hannah specially charging him to call at the post-office and inquire for letters. He started about 9 o'clock, and the 12 o'clock dinner passed by without his reappearance. When she finished her supply of meat and suet pudding, after a meal during which no one of the 3 persons at table had uttered a word, Louis abruptly pushed her plate back again towards Hannah. "David," was all she said. "Mind your manners, miss," said Hannah angrily. "Then as comes late gets nowt." And getting up, she cleared the table and put the food away with even greater rapidity than usual. The kitchen was no sooner quite clear than the donkey-cart was heard outside, and David appeared crimsoned with heat and panting from the long tug uphill, through which he had just dragged the donkey. He carried a letter, which he put down on the table. Then he looked round the kitchen. "Aunt put dinner away," said Louis shortly, "'cause you came late." David's expression changed. "The next time she wants out, she can fetch it from Clough End herself," he said violently, and went out. Hannah came forward and laid eager hands on the letter, which was from London, addressed in a clerk's hand. "Louis," she called imperatively, "take 'em out some bread and dripping." Louis put some on a plate, and went out with it to the cow-house, where David sat on a stool, occupying himself in cutting the pages of a number of the Vegetarian News, lent him in Clough End, with trembling hands, while a fierce red spot burnt in either cheek. "Take it away," he said, almost knocking the plate out of Louis's hands. "It chokes me to eat a crumb of hers." As Louis was bearing the plate back through the yard, Uncle Reuben came by. "What's that?" he said, peering short-sightedly at what she held. Every month of late Reuben's back had seemed to grow rounder, his sight less, and his wits of less practical use. "Summat for David," said Louis shortly. 'cause Aunt Hannah won't give him no dinner, but he won't have it." Reuben's sudden look of trouble was unmistakable. "Where is he?" "In the cookhouse." Reuben went his way, and found the dinnerless boy deep, or apparently deep, in recipes for vegetable soups. "What made you late, Davy?" he asked him, as he stood over him. David had more than half a mind not to answer, but at last he jerked out fiercely, "Waiting for the second post first. Then donkey fell down half a mile out of town, and things were spilt. There was nothing about, and I had a job to get him up at day." Reuben nervously thrust his hands far into his coat pockets. "Come with me, Davy, and I'll make your aunt give you your dinner." "I wouldn't eat a morsel if she went down on her bended knees to me," the lad broke out, and springing out, he strode sombrely through the yard and into the fields. Reuben went slowly back into the house. Hannah was in the parlour, so he saw through the half-opened door. He went into the room, which smelt musty and close from disuse. Hannah was standing over the open drawer of an old-fashioned corner cupboard, carefully scanning a letter and an enclosure before she locked them up. "There's Mr. Gurney's money," Reuben said to her in a queer voice. She was startled, not having heard him come in, but she put what she held into the drawer all the more deliberately, and turned the key. "Aye, it is." Reuben sat himself down on one of the hard chairs beside the table in the middle of the room. The light, streaming through the shutters Hannah had just opened, streamed in on his grizzled head and face, working with emotion. "It's stolen money," he said hoarsely. "You're stealing it for Davy." Hannah smiled grimly, and withdrew the key. "I'm paying myself and you, Reuben Grieve, for the keep of two worthless brats that cost more nor they pays," she said, with an accent which somehow sent a shiver through Reuben. "I don't keep other folks' children for nothing." "You've had more nor they cost for 7 year," said Reuben, with the same thick, tense utterance. "You should let Davy have it, and give him a trade." Hannah walked up to the door and shut it. "I should I? And who'll pay for Louie, for your lovely limb of a niece? It'd take about that," and he pointed grimly to the drawer, "to cover what she wastes and spills a year." "You got her work, Hannah. A bit and sup cost you most nothing. I could work a bit more, so could you. You're hurting me in my conscience, Hannah. You're coming atwixt me and the Lord." He brought a shaking hand down on the damask tablecloth among the wool mats and the chapel hymn books which adorned it. His long, loose frame had drawn itself up with a certain dignity. "Ah, down with your canting," said Hannah under her breath, laying her 2 hands on the table and stooping down so as to face him with more effect. The phrase startled Reuben with a kind of horror. Whatever words might have passed between them, never yet that he could remember had his wife allowed herself a sneer at his religion. It seemed to him suddenly as though he and she were going fast downhill, slipping to perdition because of Sandy's £600. But she cowed him. She always did. She stayed a moment in the same bent and threatening position, coercing him with angry eyes. Then she straightened herself and moved away. "Let the lad take himself off if he wants to," she said, an iron resolution in her voice. "I've told you so afore. I won't cry for him. But as long as Louie's here and I have to keep her, I'll want that money and every penny on it. If it ain't paid, she may go too." "You'd not turn her out, Hannah," cried Reuben, instinctively putting out an arm to feel that the door was closed. "She'd not want for a living," replied Hannah, with a bitter sneer. "She's her mither's child." Reuben rose slowly, shaking all over. He opened the door with difficulty, groped his way out of the front passage, then went heavily through the yard and into the fields. There he wandered by himself for a couple of hours, altogether forgetting some newly dropped lambs to which he had been anxiously attending. For months past, ever since his conscience had been roused on the subject of his brother's children, the dull, incapable man had been slowly reconceiving the woman with whom he had lived some 25 years, and of late the process had been attended with a kind of agony. The Hannah Martin he had married had been a hard body indeed, but respectable, upright, with the same moral instincts as himself. She had kept the farm together, he knew that. He could not have lived without her, and in all practical respects she had been a good and industrious wife. He had coveted her industry and her strong will, and having got the use of them, he had learnt to put up with her contempt for him, and to fit his softer nature to hers. Yet it seemed to him that there had always been certain conditions implied in this subjection of his, and that she was breaking them. He could not have been fetching and carrying all these years for a woman who could go on wilfully appropriating money that did not belong to her, who could even speak with callous indifference of the prospect of turning out her niece to a life of sin. He thought of Sandy's money with loathing. It was like the cursed stuff that Achan had brought into the camp, an evil leaven fermenting in their common life, and raising monstrous growths. Reuben Grieve did not demand much of himself. A richer and more spiritual nature would have thought his ideals lamentably poor. But such as they were, the past year had proved that he could not fall below them without a dumb anguish, without a sense of shutting himself out from grace. He felt himself, by his fear of his wife, made a partner in Hannah's covetousness, in Hannah's cruelty towards Sandy's children. Already, it seemed to him, the face of Christ was darkened, the fountain of grace dried up. All those appalling texts of judgment and reprobation he had listened to so often in chapel, protected against them by that warm inward certainty of election, seemed to be now pressing against a bared and jeopardized soul. But if he wrote to Mr. Gurney, Hannah would never forgive him till her dying day, and the thought of making her his enemy for good put him in a cold sweat. After much pacing of the upper meadows, he came heavily down at last to see to his lambs. David was just jumping the wall onto his uncle's land, having apparently come down the Frimley path. When he saw his uncle, he thrust his hands into his pockets, began to whistle, and came on with a devil-may-care swing of the figure. They met in a gateway between two fields. "Where thou been, Davy?" asked Reuben, looking at him askance, and holding the gate so as to keep him. "The Dawsons," said the boy sharply. Reuben's face brightened. Then the lad's empty stomach must have been filled, for he knew that Dawsons were kind to him. He ventured to look at him more directly, and as he did so, something in the attitude of the proud, handsome stripling reminded him of Sandy in the days of his youth, coming down to show his prosperous self at the farm. He put his large, soil-stained hand on David's shoulder. "Go your ways in, Davy. I'll see you have your eats." David opened his eyes at him, astounded. There is nothing more startling in human relations than the strong emotion of weak people. Reuben would have liked to say something else, but his lips opened and shut in vain. The boy, too, was hopelessly embarrassed. At last Reuben let the gate fall and walked off, with downcast head, to where, in the sheep-pen, he had a few hours before bound an orphan lamb to a refractory foster-mother. The foster-mother's resistance had broken down. She was lying patiently and gently while the thin, long-legged creature sucked. When it was frightened away by Reuben's approach, she trotted, bleating, after it. In his disturbed state of feeling, the parallel, or rather the contrast, between the dumb animal and the woman struck home. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 9. But the crisis which had looked so near delayed. Poor Reuben! The morning after his sudden show of spirit to David, he felt himself, to his own miserable surprise, no more courageous than he had been before it. Yet the impression made had gone too deep to end in nothingness. He contracted a habit of getting by himself in the fields and puzzling his brain with figures, an occupation so unfamiliar and exhausting that it wore him a good deal. And Hannah, when he came in at night, would wonder with a start whether he were beginning to break up. But it possessed him more and more. Hannah would not give up the money, but David must have his rights. How could it be done? For the first time Reuben felt a calculation over his money matters, which he did not ask Hannah to revise. But meanwhile he lived in a state of perpetual inward excitement which did not escape his wife. She could get no clue to it, however, and became all the more forbidding in the household, the more she was invaded by this wholly novel sense of difficulty in managing her husband. Yet she was not without a sense that if she could but contrive to alter her ways with the children, it would be well for her. Mr. Gurney's cheque was safely put away in the cloth-end bank, and clearly her best policy would have been to make things tolerable for the two persons on whose proceedings, if they did but know it, the arrival of future cheques in some measure depended. But Hannah had not the cleverness which makes the successful hypocrite, and for some time past there had been a strange, unmanageable change in her feelings towards Sandy's orphans. Since Reuben had made her conscious that she was robbing them, she had gone nearer to an active hatred than ever before. And indeed, hatred in such a case is the most natural outcome, for it is little else than the soul's perverse attempt to justify to itself its own evil desire. David, however, when once his rage over Hannah's latest offence had cooled, behaved to his aunt much as he had done before it. He was made placable by his secret hopes, and touched by Reuben's advances, though of these last he took no practical account whatever, and he must wait for his letter. So he went back ungraciously to his daily tasks. Meanwhile he and Louie, on the strength of the great coup in prospect, were better friends than they had ever been, and his consideration for her went up as he had noticed that, when she pleased, the reckless creature could keep a secret as close as wax. The weeks, however, passed away, and still no letter came for David. The shepherds' meetings, first at Clough End for the Cheshire side of the Scout, and then at the Snake Inn for the Sheffield side, when the strayed sheep of the year were restored to their owners, came and went in due course. Sheep-washing and sheep-shearing were over, the summer was half-way through, and still no word from Mr. Ancram. David, full of annoyance and disappointment, was seething with fresh plans. He and Louie spent hours discussing them at the smithy, when suddenly an experience overtook him which for the moment effaced all his nascent ambitions and entirely did away with Louie's new respect for him. It was on this wise. Mr. Ancram had left Clough End towards the end of June. The congregation to which he ministered, and to which David Grieve belonged, represented one of those curious and independent developments of the religious spirit which are to be found scattered through the teeming towns and districts of northern England. They had no connection with any recognized religious community, but the members of it had belonged to many, to the Church, the Baptists, the Independents, the Methodists. They were mostly mill hands or small tradesmen, penetrated on the one side with the fervour, the yearnings, the strong formless poetry of English evangelical faith, and repelled on the other by various features in the different sects from which they came, by the hierarchical strictness of the Wesleyan organisation, or the looseness of the Congregationalists, or the coldness of the Church. They had come together to seek the Lord in some way more intimate, more moving, more effectual than any they had yet found. And in this pathetic search for the rainbow gold of faith, they were perpetually brought up against the old stumbling blocks of the unregenerate man, the smallest egotisms and the meanest vanities. Mr. Ancram, for instance, had come to the Clough End brethren full of an indescribable missionary zeal. He had laboured for them night and day, taxing his sickly frame far beyond its powers. But the most sordid conspiracy imaginable, led by 2 or 3 of the prominent members who thought he did not allow them enough share in the evening meetings, had finally overthrown him, and he had gone back to Manchester a bitterer and a sadder man. After he left them there was an interregnum, during which 1 or 2 of the elder brethren taught Sunday school and led the Sunday services. But at last, in August, it became known in Clough End that a new minister for the Christian brethren had come down, and public curiosity in the dissenting circles was keen about him. After a few weeks there began to be a buzz in the little town on the subject of Mr. Dyson. The Christian Brethren meeting-room, a long, low upper chamber formerly occupied by 6 hand-looms, was crowded on Sundays, morning and evening, not only by the brethren, but by migrants from other denominations, and the Sunday school, which was held in a little rickety garret off the main room, also received a large increase of members. It was rumoured that Mr. Dyson was specially successful with boys, and that there was an awakening among some of the lowest and roughest of the Clough End lads. "He has such a way with un," said a much-disturbed mother to Reuben Grieve, meeting him one day in the street. "He just seemed to melt your very marrow." Reuben went to hear the new man, was much moved, and came home talking about him with a stammering unction, and many furtive looks at David. He tried to remonstrate several times on the lad's desertion of chapel and Sunday school, but to no purpose. There was something in David's half-contemptuous, half-obstinate silence on these occasions, which for a man like Reuben made argument impossible. To his morbid inner sense, the boy seemed to have entered irrevocably on the broad path which leadeth to destruction. Perhaps in another year he would be drinking and thieving. With a curious fatalism, Reuben felt that for the present, until he made some tangible amends to Sandy and the unseen powers for Hannah's sin, he himself could do nothing. His hands were unclean, but some tremulous passing hopes he allowed himself to build on this new prophet. Meanwhile, David heard the town talk, and took small account of it. He supposed he should see the newcomer at Jerry's in time. Then, if folks spoke true, there would be a shindy worth joining in. Meanwhile, the pressure of his own affairs made the excitement of the neighbourhood seem to him one more of those storms in the dissenting teacup, of which, boy as he was, he had known a good many already. One September evening he was walking down to Clough End, bound to the reading-room. He quite ceased to attend to the Crooked Cow. His pennies were precious to him now, and he saved them jealously, wondering scornfully sometimes how he could ever have demeaned himself so far as to find excitement in the liquor or the company of the cow. Half-way down to the town, as he was passing the foundry, whence he had drawn the pan which had for so long made the smithy enchanting ground to him, the big slouching apprentice who had been his quondam friend and ally there came out of the foundry yard just in front of him. David quickened up a little. "Tom, where are you going?" The other looked round at him uneasily. "Never you mind." The youth's uncouth clothes were carefully brushed, and his fat face, which wore an incongruous expression of anxiety and dejection, shone with washing. David studied him a moment in silence. Then he said abruptly, "You're going prayer-meeting, that's what you are." "And if I am, it's no concern of yourn. You're one of the unregenerate, and I'll ask you, Davy, if happen you're going town way, not to talk any of your carnal talk to me. I've got hindrances enough, Lord knows." And the lad went his way morosely, hanging his head, and stepping more rapidly as though to get rid of his companion. "Well, I never!" exclaimed David in his astonishment. "What's wrong with you, Tom? You've got no more spunk nor a moulting hen. What's getting hold of you?" Tom hesitated a moment. "The Lord!" he burst out at last, looking at David with that sudden unconscious dignity which strong feeling can bestow for the moment on the meanest of mortals. "He's a-hurrying me. I haven't slept this 3 nights for shouting and crying. It's the conviction o' sin, Davy. The devil seems a-holding me, and I cannot put away, not whatever. The new minister says, 'Don't you pull, let Jesus do it all.' He's strong, he is. You're no but a worm. But I've no assurance, Davy. That's what it is. I've no assurance," he repeated, forgetting in his pain the unregenerate mind of his companion. David walked on beside him, wondering. When he had last seen Tom, he was lounging in a half-drunken condition outside the door of the Crooked Cow, cracking tipsy jokes with the passers-by. "Where is the prayer-meeting?" he inquired presently. "In old Symes's shed, and it's late too, I will hurry." "Why, there'll be plenty of room in old Symes's shed. It's a fearful big place. At last time there was no standing ground for a corn bucket, and I wouldn't miss any of Mr. Dyson's praying, not for nothing. Good night to you, Davy." And Tom broke into a run. David, however, kept up with him. "Perhaps I'll come too," he said with a kind of bravado, when they passed the bridge of the Kinder Printing Works and Clough End was in sight. Tom said nothing till they had breasted a hill, at the top of which he paused, panting, and confronted David. "No, you'll not make a rumpus, Davy," he said mistrustfully. "And if I do, can't 100 or 2 of you kick me out?" asked David mockingly. "I'll make no rumpus. Perhaps your Mr. Dyson will convert me." And he walked on, laughing. Tom looked darkly at him. Then, as he recovered his wind, his countenance suddenly cleared. Satan laid a new snare for him, poor Tom, and into his tortured heart there fell a poisonous drop of spiritual pride. Public reprobation applied to a certain order of offences makes a very marketable kind of fame, as the author of Manfred knew very well. David, in his small obscure way, was applying another illustration of the principle. For the past year he had been something of a personage in Clough End, having always his wits, his book-learning, his looks, and his singular parentage to start from. Tom, the shambling butt of his comrades, began to like the notion of going into prayer-meeting with David Grieve in tow, and even that bitter and very real cloud of spiritual misery lifted a little. So they marched in together, Tom in front, with his head much higher than before, Until the minister began, there were many curious glances thrown at David. It was a prayer meeting for boys only, and the place was crammed with them, of all ages up to 18. It was a carpenter's workshop. Tools and timber had been as far as possible pushed to the side, and at the end a rough platform of loose planks had been laid across some logs so as to raise the preacher a little. Soon there was a stir, and Mr. Dyson appeared. He was tall and loosely built, with the stoop from the neck and the sallow skin which the position of the cotton spinner at work and the close fluffy atmosphere in which he lives tend to develop. Up to 6 months ago he had been a mill hand and a Wesleyan class leader. Now, in consequence partly of some inward crisis, partly of revolt against an unspiritual superintendent, he had thrown up mill and Methodism altogether, and came to live on the doles of the Christian Brethren at Clough End. He had been preaching on the moors already during the day, and was tired out, but the pallor of the harsh face only made the bright, commanding eye more noticeable. It ran over the room, took note first of the numbers, then of individuals, marked who had been there before, who was a newcomer. The audience fell into order and quiet before it, as though a general had taken command. He put his hands on his hips and began to speak without any preface, somewhat to the boy's surprise, who had expected a prayer. The voice, as generally happens with a successful revivalist preacher, was of fine quality, and rich in good South Lancashire intonations, and his manner was simplicity itself. "Suppose we put off our prayer a little bit," he said in a colloquial tone, his fixed look studying the crowded benches all the while. "Perhaps we'll have more to pray about by and by. Well now, I haven't been long in Clough End, to be sure, but I think I've been long enough to get some notion of how you boys here live, whether you work on the land, or whether you work in the mills, or in shops. I've been watching you a bit, perhaps you didn't think it, and what I'm going to do tonight is to take your lives to pieces. Take them to pieces, and look close into them, as you've seen them do at the mill perhaps, with a machine that wants cleaning. I want to find out what's wrong with them, what they're good for, whose work they do, God's or the devil's. First, let me take the mill hands. Perhaps I know more about their life, for I went to work in a cotton mill when I was 8 years old, and I only left it 6 months ago. I've seen men and women saved in that mill, so that their whole life afterwards was a kind of ecstasy. I've seen others lost there, so that they became true children of the devil, and made those about them as vile and wretched as themselves. I've seen men grow rich there, and I've seen men die there. So if there is anything I know in this world, it is how factory workers spend their time. At least, I think I know. But do it for yourselves. Shout at me if I'm wrong. Isn't it somehow like this?" And he fell into a description of the mill hand's working day. It was done with knowledge, sometimes with humour, and through it all ran a curious undercurrent of half-ironical passion. The audience enjoyed it, took the points, broke in now and then with comments as the speaker touched on such burning matters as the tyranny of overlookers, the temper of masters, the rubs between the different classes of hands, the behaviour of minders to the piecers employed by them, and so on. The sermon at one time was more like a dialogue between preacher and congregation. David found himself joining in it involuntarily once or twice, so stimulating was the whole atmosphere, and Mr. Dyson's eye was caught perforce by the tall, dark fellow with the defiant carriage of the head who sat next to Tom Mullins, and whom he did not remember to have seen before. But suddenly the preacher stopped, and the room fell dead silent, startled by the darkening of his look. "Aye," he said with stern sharpness. "Aye, that's how you live. Them's the thing you spend your time and your minds on. You laugh and I laugh. Not a bad sort of life, you think. A good deal of pleasure, after all, to be got out of it. If a man must work, he might do worse. Oh, you poor souls!" The speaker stopped, as though mastering himself. His face worked with emotion. His last words had been almost a cry of pain. After the easy give and take of the opening, this change was electrical. David felt his hand tremble on his knee. "Answer me this," cried the preacher, his nervous cotton spinner's hand outstretched. "Is there any soul here among you factory lads who, when he wakes in the morning, ever thinks of saying a prayer? Not one of you, I'll be bound. What with shovelling on one's clothes and gulping down one's breakfast and walking half a mile to the mill, who's got time to think about prayers? God must wait. He's always there above, you think, sitting in glory, He can listen any time. Well, as you stand at your work, all those hours, is there ever a moment then for putting up a word in Jesus' ear? Jesus, who died for sinners? Why no, how should there be indeed? If you don't keep a sharp eye on your work, the overlooker will know the reason why in double-quick time. But there comes a break, perhaps, for one reason or another. Does the Lord get it? What a thing to be asked, to be sure. Why, there are other spinners close by, waiting for rovings, or leaving off for bagging, and a bit of talk and a bad word or two are a deal more fun, and come easier than praying. 5:30 at last, knocking off time. Then you begin to think of amusing yourselves. There's loafing about the streets, which never comes amiss, and there's smoking and the public for you bigger ones, and there's betting on Manchester races, and there's about a swearing every now and then to keep up your spirits, and there are other thoughts, and perhaps actions for some of you, of which the less said in any decent Christian gathering the better. And so bedtime comes round again, and still not a moment to think of God in, of the judgment which has come a day closer, of your sins which have grown a day heavier, of your soul which has sunk a day further from heaven, a day nearer to hell. Not one. You're dead tired, and mill work begins so early. Tumble in. God can wait. He's waited 14 or 18 or 20 years already. But you're not all factory hands here. I see a good many lads I know come from the country, from the farms up Kinder or Edale way. Well, I don't know so much about your ways as I do about mills, but I know some and I can guess some. You are not shut up all day with the roar of the machines in your ears and the cotton fluff choking your lungs. You have to live harder, perhaps. You've less chances of getting on in the world. But I declare to you, if you're bad and godless, as some of you are, I think there's a precious sight less excuse for you than there is for the mill hands. And with a startling vehemence, greater by far than he'd shown in the case of the mill workers, he threw himself on the vices and the callousness of the field labourers. For were they not, day by day and hour by hour, face to face with the Almighty in his marvellous world, with the rising of his sun, with the flash of his lightning, with his clouds which drop fatness, and with the heavens which declare his glory? Nothing between them and the Most High, if they would open their dull eyes and see. And more than that, not a bit of their life. But it be dear to the Lord Jesus, but he had spoken of it, taught from it, made it sacred. The shepherd herding the sheep, how could he, of all men, forget and blaspheme the good shepherd? The sower scattering the seed, how could he, of all men, forget and blaspheme the heavenly sower? Oh, the crookedness of sin! Oh, the hardness of men's hearts! The secret of the denunciations which followed lay hidden deep in the speaker's personal history. They were the utterances of a man who had stood for years at the mules, catching when he could, through the coarse panes of factory glass, the dim blue outlines of distant moors. Here were noise, crowd, coarse jesting, mean tyrannies, uncongenial company, everything which a nervous, excitable nature, tuned to poetry in the English way through religion, most loathed. There was beauty, peace, leisure for thought, for holiness, for emotion. Meanwhile, the mind of David Grieve rose once or twice in angry protest. It was not fair, it was unjust, and why did Mr. Dyson always seem to be looking at him, flinging at him all these scathing words about farming people's sins and follies? He was shaken and excited. Oratory of any sort never failed to stir him extraordinarily. Once even he would have jumped up to speak, but Tom Munnins's watchful hand closed on his arm. David shook it off angrily, but was perforce reminded of his promise. And Mr. Dyson's was swift in all things. The pitiless sentences dropped. The speaker, exhausted, wiped his brow and pondered a moment, and the lads from the farms about, most of whom David knew by sight, were left staring at the floor, some inclined to laugh by reaction, others crimson and miserable. Well, so God was everywhere forgotten, in the fields and in the mill. The greedy, vicious hours went by, and God still waited. Would he wait forever? Nay. The intense, low-spoken word sent a shiver through the room. The revivalist passion had been mounting rapidly among the listeners, and the revivalist sense divined what was coming. To his dying day, David, at least, never forgot the picture of a sinner's death agony, a sinner's doom, which followed. As to the first, it was very quiet and colloquial. The preacher dealt on the tortured body, the choking breath, the failing sight, the talk of relations and friends round the bed. "Aye, poor fellow, he'll not last much longer. The doctor's given him up, and a good thing too, for his sufferings are terrible to see. And your poor dying heirs will catch what they say. Then will your fear come out upon you as a storm, and your calamity as a whirlwind. Such a fear. Once, my lads, long ago, I saw a poor girl caught by her hair in one of the roving machines in the mill I used to work at. 3 minutes afterwards they tore away her body from the iron teeth which had destroyed her. But I, a lad of 12, had seen her face just as the thing caught her, and if I live to be 100 I shall never forget that face, that horrible, horrible fear convulsing it. But that fear, my boys, was as nothing to the sinner's fear at death. Only a few more hours, a few more minutes perhaps, and then judgment. All the pleasant loafing and lounging, all the eating and drinking, the betting and swearing, the warm sun, the kind lights, the indulgent parents and friends left behind, nothing for ever and ever but the torments which belong to sin, and which even the living God can do more spare you and me if we die in sin than the mill engine, once set going, can spare the poor creature that meddles with it. Well, but perhaps in that awful last hour you tried to pray, to call on the Saviour. But alas, alas, prayer and faith had to be learnt, like cotton spinning. Let no man count on learning that lesson for the asking. While your body has been enjoying itself in sin, your soul has been dying, dying. When at last you bid it rise and go to the Father, you will find it just as helpless as your poor paralyzed limbs. It cannot rise, it has no strength, it cannot go, for it knows not the way. No hope, no hope. Down it sinks, and the black waters of hell close upon it forever. Then followed a sort of vision of the lost, delivered in short, abrupt sentences, the form of the speaker drawn rigidly up meanwhile to its full height, the long arm outstretched. The utterance had very little of the lurid materialism, the grotesque horror of the ordinary ranter's hell, but it stole upon the imagination little by little, and possessed it at last with an all-pervading terror. Into it, to begin with, had gone the whole life-blood and passion of an agonized soul. The man speaking had himself graven the terrors of it on his inmost nature through many a week of demoniacal possession. But since that original experience of fire which gave its birth, there had come to its elaboration a strange artistic instinct. Day after day the preacher had repeated it to hushed congregation, and with every repetition, almost, there had come a greater sharpening of the light and shade, a keener sense of what would tell and move. He had given it on the moors that afternoon, but he gave it better tonight, for on the wild walk across the plateau of the peak some fresh illustrations, drawn from its black and fissured solitude, had suggested themselves, and he worked them out as he went, with a kind of joy, watching their effect. Yet the man was, in his way, a saint, and altogether sincere. So subtle a thing is the life of the spirit. In the middle, Tom Mullins, David's apprentice friend, suddenly broke out into loud groans, rocking himself to and fro on the form. A little later, a small fair-haired boy of 12 sprang up from the form where he had been sitting, trembling, and rushed into the space between the benches and the preacher, quite unconscious of what he was doing. "Sir," he said, "oh, sir, please, I didn't want to say them bad words this morning. I didn't, sir. It was the big ones made me. They said they dug me, and it did hurt that bad. Oh, sir, please." The little fellow stood wringing his hands, the tears coursing down his cheeks. The minister stopped, frowning, and looked at him. Then a smile broke on the set face. He stepped up to the lad, threw his arm round him, and drew him up to his side, fronting the room. "My boy," he said, looking down at him tenderly, "you and I, thank God, are still in the land of the living. There is still time tonight, this very minute, to be saved. Aye, saved for ever and ever by the blood of the Lamb. Look away from yourselves, away from sin, away from hell, to the blessed Lord that suffered and died and rose again. Just for what? For this only, that he might, with his own pierced hands, draw every soul here tonight, and every soul in the wide world that will but hear his voice, out of the clutches of the devil, and out of the pains of the hell, and gather it close and safe into his everlasting arms." There was a great sob from the whole room. Rough lads from the upland farms, shop boys, mill hands, strained forward, listening, thirsting, responding to every word. Redemption, salvation, the deliverance of the soul from itself. Thither all religion comes at last, whether for the ranter or the philosopher. To the enriching of that conception, to the gradual hewing it out in historical shape, have gone the noblest poetry, the purest passion, the intensest spiritual vision of the highest races since the human mind began to work. And the historical shape may crumble, but the need will last and the travail will go on, for man's quest of redemption is but the eternal yielding of the clay in the hands of the potter, the eternal answer of the creature to the urging, indwelling Creator. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 10. Half an hour later, after the stormy praying and singing which had succeeded Mr. Dyson's address, David found himself tramping up the rough and lonely road leading to the high Kinder Valley. The lights of Clough End had disappeared. Against the night sky the dark woody side of Mardale Moor was still visible. Beneath it sang the river. A few stars were to be seen, and every now and then the windows of a farm shone out to guide the wayfarer. But David stumbled on, noticing nothing. At the foot of the steep hill leading to the farm he stopped a moment and leant over the gate. The little lad's cry was in his ears. Presently he leapt to the gate impatiently and ran up, whistling. Supper was over, but Hannah ungraciously brought him out some cold bacon and bread. Louie hung about him while he ate, studying him with quick, furtive eyes. "Where you been?" she said abruptly, when Hannah had gone to the back kitchen for a moment. Reuben was dozing by the fire over the local paper. "Nowhere as concerns you," said David shortly. He finished his supper and went out and sat on the steps. The dogs came and put their noses on his knees. He pulled absently at their coats, looking straight before him at the dark point of Kinder Low. "Where you been?" said Louie's voice again in his ear. She had squatted down on the step beside him. "Be off with you," said David angrily, getting up in order to escape her. But she pursued him across the farmyard. "Have you got a letter?" "No, I haven't." "Did you ask a post office?" "No, I didn't." "And why didn't you?" "Because I didn't want, so there. Go away." And he stalked off. Louis, left behind, chewed the cud of reflection in the darkness. Presently, to his great disgust, as he was sitting under a wall of one of the pasture fields, hidden, as he conceived, from all the world by the night, he heard the rustle of a dress, the click of a stone, and there was Louis dangling her legs above him, having attacked him in the rear. "Uncle Reuben's talking his stuff about Mr. Dyson. I see him in going past Wixon's this afternoon. He's nowt. He's common, he is." The thin, scornful voice out of the dark grated on him intolerably. He bent forward and shut his ears tight with both his hands. To judge from the muffled sounds he heard, Louis went on talking for a while, but at last there had been silence for so long that he took his hands away, thinking she must have gone. "You've been at prayer meeting, I tell you, and you're a great stupid muffing-head, so there." And a peremptory little kick on his shoulder from a substantial shoe gave the words point. He sprang up in a rage, ran down the hill, jumping over a wall or two, and got rid of her. But he seemed to hear her elfish laugh for some time after. As for himself, he could not analyse what had come over him, but not even the attraction of an unopened parcel of books he had carried home that afternoon from Clough End, a loan from a young stationer he had lately made acquaintance with, could draw him back to the farm. He sat on and on in the dark, and when at last, roused by the distant sounds of shutting up the house, he slunk in and up to bed, he tossed about for a long time and woke up often in the night. The tyrannous power of another man's faith was upon him. He could not get Mr. Dyson out of his head. How on earth could anybody be so certain? It was monstrous that anyone should be. It was canting stuff. Still, next day, hearing by chance that the newcomer was going to preach at a hamlet the other side of Clough End, he went, found a large mixed meeting mostly of mill hands, and the tide of revivalism rolling high. This time Mr. Dyson picked him out at once. The face and head, indeed, were easily remembered. After the sermon, when the congregation were filing out, leaving behind those more particularly distressed in mind to be dealt with more intimately in a small prayer meeting by Mr. Dyson and a prayer leader, the minister suddenly stepped aside from a group of people he was talking with, and touched David on the arm as he was making for the door. "Won't you stay?" he said peremptorily. "Don't trifle with the Lord." And his feverish, divining eyes seemed to look the boy through and through. David flushed and pushed past him with some inarticulate answer. When he found himself in the open air, he was half angry, half shaken with emotion. And afterwards a curious instinct, the sullen instinct of the wild creature shrinking from a possible captor, made him keep himself as much as possible out of Mr. Dyson's way. At the prayer meetings and addresses, which followed each other during the next fortnight in quick succession, David was almost always present, but he stood at the back, and as soon as the general function was over, he fled. The preacher's strong will was piqued. He began to covet the boy's submission disproportionately, and laid schemes for meeting with him. But David evaded them all. Other persons, however, succeeded better. Whenever the revivalist fever attacks a community, it excites in a certain number of individuals, especially women, an indescribable zeal for proselytizing. The signs of conviction in any hitherto unregenerate soul are marked at once, and the saved make a prey of it, showing a marvellous cunning and persistence in its pursuit. One day a woman, the wife of a Clough End shoemaker, slightly known to David, met him on the moors. "Will you come tonight?" she said, nodding to him. "They'll be praying at our house, about half a dozen." Then, as the boy stopped, amazed and hesitating, she fixed him with her shining, ecstatic eyes. "Awake, thou that sleepest," she said under her breath, "and Christ shall give thee light." She had been carrying a bundle to a distant farm. A child was in her arms, and she looked dragged and worn. But all the way down the wall, as she came towards him, David had heard her singing hymns. He hung his head and passed on. But in the evening he went, found 3 or 4 other boys his own age or older, the woman and her husband. The woman sang some of the most passionate Methodist hymns. The husband, a young shoemaker, already half dead of asthma and bronchitis, told his experiences in a voice broken by incessant coughing. One of the boys, a rough specimen, known to David as a van boy from some calico-printing works in the neighbourhood, prayed aloud, breaking down into sobs in the middle. And David, at first obstinately silent, found himself joining before the end in the groans and amens, by force of a contagious excitement he half despised but could not withstand. The little prayer meeting, however, broke up somewhat in confusion. There was not much real difference of opinion at this time in Clough End, which was on the whole a strongly religious town. Even the churchmanship of it was decidedly evangelical, ready at any moment to make common cause with dissent against ritualism, if such a calamity should ever threaten the little community, and very ready to join, more or less furtively, in the excitements of dissenting revivals. Jerry Timmins and his set represented the only serious blot on what the pious Clough Endian might reasonably regard as a fair picture. But this set contained some sharp fellows, provided outlet for a considerable amount of energy of a raw and roving sort, and no doubt did more to maintain the mental equilibrium of the small factory town than any enthusiast on the other side would for a moment have allowed. The excitement which followed in the train of a man like Mr. Dyson roused, of course, an answering hubbub among the Timminsites. The whole of Jerry's circle was stirred up, in fact, like a hive of wasps. Their ribaldry grew with what it fed on, and every day some new and exquisite method of harrying the devout occurred to the most ingenious among them. David had hitherto escaped notice. But on this evening, while he and his half-dozen companions were still on their knees, they were first disturbed by loud drummings on the shoemaker's door, which opened directly into the little room where they were congregated. And then, when they emerged into the street, they found a mock prayer meeting going on outside, with all the usual manifestations of revivalist fervour, sighs, groans, shouts, and the rest of it, in full flow. At the sight of David Grieve there were first stares, and then shrieks of laughter. "I say, Davy," cried a drunken young weaver, sidling up to him on his knees and embracing him from behind, "my heart's real touched. Give me your coat, Davy. It's better nor mine, Davy, and I'm your Christian brother, Davy." The emotion of this appeal drew uproarious merriment from the knot of secularists. David, in a frenzy, kicked out, so that his assailant dropped him with a howl. The weaver's friends closed upon the ranters, who had to fight their way through. It was not till they gained the outskirts of the town that the shower of stones ceased, and that they could pause to take stock of their losses. Then it appeared that, though all were bruised, torn, and furious, some were inclined to take a mystical joy in persecution, and to find compensation in certain plain and definite predictions as to the eternal fate in store for Jerry Timmins's divils. David, on the other hand, was much more inclined to vent his wrath on his own side than on the Timminsites. "Why can't you keep what you're doing to yourselves?" he called out fiercely to the knot of panting boys, as he faced round upon them at the gate leading to the Kinder Road. "You're a parcel of fools, always chattering and clattering." The others defended themselves warmly. Them Timmins lot were always spying about. They don't attach to the large meetings, but they had a diabolical way of sending out the small ones. The meetings at the shoemaker's had been undisturbed for some few nights. Then a Timminsite passing by had heard hymns, probably listened at the keyhole, and of course informed the main body of the enemy. "They're like them nasty earwigs," said one boy in disgust. "They're wriggling anywheres." "Hold your noise," said David peremptorily. "If you want to keep out of their way, you couldn't do fast enough." "How?" they inquired with equal curtness. "You needn't meet the town at all. There's plenty of places up on moor." And he waved his hand towards the hills behind him, lying clear in the autumn moonlight. "There's the old smithy. Who'd find you there?" The mention of the smithy was received as an inspiration. There was a great deal of pure romantic temper roused by these revivalistic outbreaks in provincial England. The idea of the moors and the old ruin as setting for a secret prayer meeting struck the group of excited lads as singularly attractive. They parted cheerfully upon it, in spite of their bruises. David, however, walked home fuming. The self-abandonment of the revival had been all along well-nigh intolerable to him, and now that he should have allowed the Timminsites to know anything about his prayers, he very nearly broke off from it altogether in his proud disgust. However, he did ultimately nothing of the sort. As soon as he grew cool again, he was as much tormented as before by what was at bottom more an intellectual curiosity than a moral anguish. There was some moral awakening in it. He had some real qualms about sin, some real aspirations after holiness, and, so far, the self-consciousness which had first stirred at hearth was deepened and fertilized. But the thirst for emotion and sensation was the main force at work. He could not make out what these religious people meant by their experiences, and for the first time he wanted to make out. So when it was proposed to him to meet at the smithy on a certain Saturday evening, he agreed. Meanwhile, Louie was sitting up in bed every night, with her hands round her sharp knees and her black brows knit over David's follies. It seemed to her he no longer cared a ha'porth about getting a letter from Mr. Ancram, about going to Manchester, about all those entrancing anti-meat schemes which were to lead so easily to a paradise of free buying for both of them. Whenever she tried to call him back to these things, he shook her off impatiently, and their new-born congeniality to each other had been all swamped in this craze for shouting, hollering people she despised with all her heart. When she flew out at him, he just avoided her. Indeed, he avoided her now at all times, whether she flew out or not. There was an invincible heathenism about Louie, which made her the natural enemy of any awakened person. The relation of the elders in the farm to the new development in David was a curious one. Hannah vowed it with a secret satisfaction. Christians have less time than other people, such at least had been her experience with Reuben, to spend in thirsting for the goods of this world. The more David went to prayer meetings, the less likely was he to make inadmissible demands on what belonged to him. As for poor Reuben, he seemed to have got his wish. while he and Hannah had been doing their best to drive Sandy's son to perdition through a downward course of loafing, God had sent Mr. Dyson to put David back on the right road. But he was ill at ease. He watched the excitement, which all the lad's prickly reticence could not hide from those about him, with strange and variable feelings. As a Christian he should have rejoiced. Instead, the uncle and nephew shunned each other more than ever, and shunned especially all talk of the revival. Perhaps the whole situation, the influence of the new man, of the local talk, of the quickened spiritual life around him, did but aggravate the inner strain in Reuben. Perhaps his wife's satisfaction, which his sharpened conscience perceived and understood, troubled him intolerably. At any rate, his silence and disquiet grew, and his only pleasure lay, more than ever, in those solitary cogitations we have already spoken of. The 15th of October approached, as it happened, the Friday before the smithy prayer meeting. On that day of the year, according to ancient and invariable custom, the Yorkshire stock, steers, heifers, young horses, which are transferred to the Derbyshire farms on the 15th of May, are driven back to their Yorkshire owners, with all the fatness of Derbyshire pastures showing on their sleek sides. Breeders and farmers meet again at Woodhead, just within the Yorkshire border. The animals are handed over to their owners, paid for at so much a head, and any preventable damage or loss occurring among them is reckoned against the farmer returning them, according to certain local rules. As the middle of the month came nearer, Reuben began to talk despondently to Hannah of his probable gains from his Yorkshire boarders. It had been a cold, wet summer, and he was afeard the owners would think he might have taken more care of some of the animals, especially of the young horses, and he mentioned certain ailments springing from damp and exposure for which he might be held responsible. Hannah grew irritated and anxious. The receipts from this source were the largest they could reckon upon in the year, but the fields on which the Yorkshire animals pastured were at some distance from the house. This department of the farm business was always left wholly to Reuben, and with much grumbling and scolding she took his word for it as to the probable lowness of the son he should bring back. David, meanwhile, was sometimes a good deal puzzled by Reuben's behaviour. It seemed to him that his uncle told some queer tales at home about their summer stock, and when Reuben announced his intention of going by himself to Woodhead and leaving David at home, the boy was still more astonished. However, he was glad enough to be spared the tramp with a set of people whose ways and talk were more and more uncongenial to him, and after his uncle's departure he lay for hours hidden from Louie among the heather, sometimes arguing out imaginary arguments with Mr. Dyson, sometimes going through passing thrills of emotion and fear. What was meant, he wanted to know, by the sense of pardon? Person after person at the prayer meetings he had been frequenting had spoken of attaining it with ecstasy, or being still shut out from it with anguish. But how, after all, did it differ from pardoning yourself? You had only, it seemed to him, to think very hard that you were pardoned, and the feeling came. How could anybody tell it was more than that? David racked his brain endlessly over the same subject. Who could be sure that experience was not all moonshine? But he was as yet much too touched and shaken by what he had been going through to draw any trenchant conclusions. He asked the question, however, and therein lay the great difference between him and the true stuff of Methodism. Meanwhile, in his excitement, he for the first time ceased to go to the Dawsons as usual. To begin with, they dropped out of a mind which was preoccupied with one of the first strong emotions of adolescence. Then someone told him casually that Laius was more ailing than usual, and that Margaret was in much trouble. He was pricked with remorse, but just because Margaret would be sure to question him, a raw shyness came in him and held him back from the effort of going. On the Saturday evening, David, having ingeniously given Louis the slip, sped across the fields to the smithy. It was past 5 o'clock, and the light was fading, but the waning gold of the sunset as he jumped the wall onto the moor made the whole autumnal earth about him, and the whole side of the Scout, one splendour. Such browns and pinks among the withering ling, such gleaming greens among the bilberry leaf, such reds among the turning ferns, such fiery touches on the mountain ashes overhanging the red brook. The western light struck in great shafts into the bosom of the Scout, and over its grand encompassing mass hung some hovering clouds just kindling into rosy flame. As the boy walked along, he saw and thrilled to the beauty which lay spread about him. His mood was simple and sweeter than usual. He felt a passionate need of expression, of emotion. There was a true disquiet, a genuine disgust with self at the bottom of him, and God seemed more than imaginatively near. Perhaps on this day of his youth, of all days, he was closest to the kingdom of heaven. At the smithy he found about a dozen persons, mostly youths, just come out from the 2 or 3 mills which give employment to Clough End, and one rather older than the rest, a favourite prayer leader in Sunday meetings. At first everything felt strange. The boys eyed one another. Even David, as he stepped in among them, had a momentary reaction, and was more conscious of the presence of a red-haired fellow there, with whom he had fought a mighty fight on the Huddersfield expedition, than of any spiritual needs. However, the prayer leader knew his work. He was slow and pompous. His tone with the Almighty might easily have roused a hostile sense of humour. But dissent in its active and emotional forms kills the sense of humour. Besides, there was a real ungainly power in the man. Every phrase of his opening prayer was hackneyed, every gesture uncouth. But his heart was in it, and religious conviction is the most infectious thing in the world. He warmed, and his congregation warmed with him. The wild scene, too, did its part. The world of darkening moors spread out before them, the mountain wall behind them, the October wind sighing round the ruined walls, the lonely unaccustomed sounds of birds and water. When he ceased, boy after boy broke out into more or less incoherent praying. Soon, in the dusk, they could no longer see each other's faces, and then it was still easier to break through reserve. At last, David found himself speaking. What he said was at first almost inaudible, for he was kneeling between the wall and the pan which had been his childish joy, with his face and arms crushed against the stones. And when he began, the boys about pricked up their ears, and David was conscious suddenly of a deepening silence. There were warm tears on his hidden cheeks, but it pleased him keenly they should listen so, and he prayed more audibly and freely. Then when his voice dropped at last, the prayer leader gave out the familiar hymn, "Come, O thou traveller unknown, whom still I hold but cannot see. My company before is gone, and I am left alone with thee. With thee all night I mean to stay, and wrestle till the break of day. Wilt thou not yet me reveal thy new unutterable name? Tell me, I still beseech thee, tell, to know it now resolved I am. Resting I will not let thee go, till I thy name, thy nature know. 'Tis love, thou lovest me, I hear thy whisper in my heart. The morning breaks, the shadows flee, pure universal love thou art. To me, to all, thy mercies move, thy nature and thy name is love." Again and again the lines rose on the autumn air. Each time the hymn came to an end it was started afresh, the sound of it spreading far and wide into the purple breast of Kinder Scout. At last the painful sobbing of poor Tom Mullins almost drowned the singing. The prayer leader, himself much moved, bent over and seized him by the arm. "Look to Jesus, Tom. Lay hold on the Saviour. Don't think of your sins. They've done away the blood of the Lamb. Hold him fast. Say, I believe, and the Lord will deliver you." With a cry, the great hulking lad sprang to his feet and clasped his arms about his head. "I do believe. I will believe. Help me, Lord Jesus. Oh, I'm saved. I'm saved." And he remained standing in an ecstasy, looking to the sky above the Scout, where the red sunset glow still lingered. "Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Thanks be to God!" cried the prayer leader, and the smithy resounded in the growing darkness with similar shouts. David was almost choking with excitement. He would have given worlds to spring to Tom Mullins's side and proclaim the same faith. But the inmost heart of him, his real self, seemed to him at this testing moment something dead and cold. No heavenly voice spoke to him, David Grieve. A genuine pang of religious despair seized him. He looked out over the moor through a gap in the stones. There was a dim path below. The fancy struck him that Christ, the traveller unknown, was passing along it. He had already stretched out his hand of blessing to Tom Mullins. To me too!" David cried under his breath, carried away by the haunting imagination and straining his eyes into the dusk. Had the night opened to his sight there and then in a vision of glory, he would have been no whit surprised. Hark! What was that sound? A weird scream rose on the wind. The startled congregation in the smithy scrambled to their feet. Another scream, nearer apparently than the first, and then a loud wailing, broken every few seconds by a strange, slight laugh, of which the distance seemed quite indefinite. Was it close by, or beyond the Red Brook? The prayer leader turned white. The boys stood huddled around him in every attitude of terror. Again the scream, and the little ghostly laugh. Looking at each other wildly, the whole congregation broke from the smithy down the hill. But the leader stopped himself. "It's maybe someone in trouble," he said manfully, every limb trembling. "We must go and see, me lads." And he rushed off in the direction whence the first sound had seemed to come, towards the Red Brook, half a dozen of the bolder spirits following. The rest stood cowering on the slope under the smithy. David, meanwhile, had climbed the ruined wall, and stood with his head strained forward, his eyes sweeping the moor. But every outline was sinking fast into the gulf of the night. Only a few indistinct masses, a cluster of gorse bushes, a clump of mountain ash, still showed here and there. The leader made for one of these darker patches on the mountainside, led on always by the recurrent screams. He reached it. It was a patch of juniper overhanging the Red Brook, when, suddenly from behind it, there shot up a white thing, taller than the tallest man, with nodding head and outspread arms, and such laughter, so faint, so shrill, so evil, breaking midway into a hoarse, angry yell. "Jenny Crum! Jenny Crum!" cried the whole band with one voice, and wheeling round they ran down the Scout, joined by the contingent from the smithy, some of them falling headlong among the heather in their agony of flight, others ruthlessly kicking over those in front of them who seemed to be in their way. In a few seconds, as it seemed, the whole Scout was left to itself and the night. Footsteps, voices, all were gone, save for one long peal of most human, but still elfish, mirth, which came from the Red Brook. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Book 1, Chapter 11 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 1, Chapter 11. A dark figure sprang down from the wall of the smithy, leapt along the heather, and plunged into the bushes along the brook. A cry in another key was heard. David emerged, dragging something behind him. "You limyo! How dare you, you little beast! You impotent little toad!" And in a perfect frenzy of rage he shook what he held. But Louie, for naturally it was Louie, wrenched herself away and stood confronting him, panting but exultant. "I frightened 'em, just didn't I? Canting humbugs! Jenny Crum, Jenny Crum!" And mimicking the voice of the leader, she broke again into an hysterical shout of laughter. David, beside himself, hit out and struck her. It was a heavy blow which knocked her down, and for a moment seemed to stun her. Then she recovered her senses and flew at him in a mad passion, weeping wildly with the smart and excitement. He held her off, ashamed of himself, till she flung away, shrieking out, "Go and say its prayers, do, good little boy, poor little babby! Oh, you coward! Hitting girls, that's all you're good for!" And she ran off so fast that all sight of her was lost in a few seconds. Only 2 or 3 loud sobs seemed to come back from the dark hollow below. As for the boy, he stopped a second to disentangle his feet from the mop and the tattered sheet wherewith Louie had worked her transformation scene. Then he dashed up the hill again, past the smithy, and into a track leading out onto the high road between Castleton and Clough End. He did not care where he went. 5 minutes ago he had been almost in heaven. Now he was in hell. He hated Louie. He hated the boys who had cut and run. He loathed himself. No, religion was not for such as he. No more canting, no more praying. Away with it. He seemed to shake all the emotion of the last few weeks from him with scorn and haste as he ran on, his strong young limbs battling with the wind. Presently he emerged on the high road. To the left, 100 yards away, were the lights of a wayside inn. A farm waggon and a pair of horses standing with drooped, impatient heads were drawn up on the cobbles in front of it. David felt in his pockets. There was 18 pence in them, the remains of half a crown a strange gentleman had given him in Clough End the week before for stopping a runaway horse. In he stalked. 2 pennyworth of gin, hot, he commanded. The girl serving the bar brought it and stared at him curiously. The glaring paraffin lamp above his head threw the frowning brows and wild eyes, the crimson cheeks, heaving chest, and tumbled hair into strong light and shade. That's a queer one, she thought, but she found him handsome all the same, and retreating behind the beer taps, she eyed him surreptitiously. She was a raw country lass, not yet stripped of all her natural shyness, or she would have begun to chafe him. "Another," said David, pushing forward his glass. This time he looked at her. His reckless gaze travelled over her coarse and comely face, her full figure, her bare arms. He drank the glass she gave him, and yet another. She began to feel half afraid of him, and moved away. The hot stimulant ran through his veins. Suddenly he felt his head whirling from the effects of it, but that horrible clutch of despair was no longer on him. He roused himself defiantly and turned to go, staggering along the floor. He was near the entrance when an inner door opened, and the carter, who had been gossiping in a room behind with the landlord, emerged. He started with astonishment when he saw David. "Hullo, David, what are you after?" David turned, nearly losing his balance as he did so, and clutching at the bar for support. He found himself confronted with Jim Wigson, his old enemy, who had been to Castleton with a load of hay and some calves, and was on his way back to Kinder again. When he saw who it was clinging to the bar counter, Jim first stared, and then burst into a hoarse roar of laughter. "Come here! Come here!" he shouted to the party in the back room. "Here's a rum start. I do declare this beats cockfighting, this do. Damn my ears if it doesn't. Look at that young limb. Why, they told me back down at Clough End this morning he'd been took serious, took with a praying turn, they did. Look at him. It'll take him till tomorrow morning to know his head from his heels. You're a deep one, Davy, you are. But you get a basting when Hannah sees you, praying on all praying." And Jim went off into another guffaw, pointing his whip the while at Davy. Some persons from the parlour crowded in, enjoying the fun. David did not see them. He reached out his hand for the glass he had just emptied, and steadying himself by a mighty effort, flung it swift and straight in Jim Wigson's face. There was a crash of fragments, a line of blood appeared on the young carter's chin, and a chorus of wrath and alarm rose from the group behind him. With a furious oath, Jim placed a hand on the bar, vaulted it, and fell upon the lad. David defended himself blindly, but he was dazed with drink, and his blows and kicks rained aimlessly on Wigson's iron frame. In a second or two Jim had tripped him up, and stood over him, his face ablaze with vengeance and conquest. "You young varmint, you canting young hypocrite, I'll teach you to show imperence to your betters. You've been allers badly, you want somebody to take you down a peg or two. Now I'll show you. I'll not fight you, but I'll flog you. Flog you. Do you hear?" And raising his carter's whip, he brought it down on the boy's back and legs. David tried desperately to rise. In vain. Jim had him by the collar, and 4 or 5 times more the heavy whip came down, avenging with each lash many a slumbering grudge in the victor's soul. Then Jim felt his arm firmly caught. "Now, Mr. Wigson," cried the landlord, a little man, but a wiry, "you'll not get me into trouble. Let the young Ripstitch go. You've given him a taste you'll not forget in a week o' Sundays. Let him go." Jim, with more oaths, struggled to get free, but the landlord had quelled many rows in his time, and his wrists were worthy of his calling. Meanwhile his wife helped out the boy. David was no sooner on his feet than he made another mad rush for Wigson, and it needed the combined efforts of landlord, landlady, and servant girl to part the two again. Then the landlord, seizing David from behind by the scruff of the neck, ran him out of the door in a twinkling. "Go along with you, and if you come raising the devil here again, see if I don't give you a souse on your head myself." And he shoved his charge out adroitly and locked the door. David staggered across the road as though still under the impetus given by the landlord's shove. The servant girl took advantage of the loud crossfire of talk which immediately rose at the bar round Jim Wigson to run to a corner window and lift the blind. The boy was sitting on a heap of stones for mending the road, looking at the inn. Other passers-by had come in, attracted by the row, and the girl slipped out unperceived, opened the side door, and ran across the road. It had begun to rain, and the drops splashed in her face. David was sitting leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the lighted windows of the house opposite. The rays which came from them showed her that his nose and forehead were bleeding, and that the blood was dripping unheeded on the boy's clothes. He was utterly powerless, and trembling all over, but his look gave her a turn. "Now look here," she said, bending down to him. "You just go home. Wigson'll be out directly, and you'll do your hurt if he finds you. Come, I'll put you in the way for Kinder." And before he could gather his will to resist, she had dragged him up with her strong countrywoman's arms, and was leading him along the road to the entrance of the lane he had come by. "Lor, you are bleeding," she said compassionately. "You should have thought us how you would know but a lad, and it would have begun again first. He's a big bully, is Wigson." And impulsively raising her apron, she applied it to the blood, David quite passive all the while. The great clumsy lass nearly kissed him for pity. "Now then," she said at last, turning him into the lane, "you know your way, and I'm a go, or they'll be raising the parish after me. Good need to you, and keep out of Wigson's seat. Rest yourself a bit there, against the wall." And leaving him leaning against the wall, she reluctantly departed, stopping to look back at him 2 or 3 times, in spite of the rain, till the angle of the wall hid him from view. The rain poured down, and the wind whistled through the rough lane. David presently slipped down upon a rock jutting from the wall, and a fevered, intermittent sleep seized him, the result of the spirits he had been drinking. His will could oppose no resistance. He slept on, hour after hour, sheltered a little by an angle of the wall, but still soaked by rain and buffeted by the wind. When he awoke, he staggered suddenly to his feet. The smart of his back and legs recalled him, after a few moments of bewilderment, to a mental torture he had scarcely yet had time to feel. He, David Grieve, had been beaten, thrashed like a dog, by Jim Wigson. The remembered fact brought with it a degradation of mind and body, a complete unstringing of the moral fibres, which made even revenge seem an impossible output of energy. A nature of this sort, with such capacities and ambitions, carries about with it a sense of supremacy, a natural, indispensable self-conceit, which acts as the sheath to the bud, and is the condition of healthy development. Break it down, and you bruise and jeopardize the flower of life. Jim Wigson, the coarse, ignorant lout with whom he had been more or less at feud since his first days in Kinder, whom he despised with all the strength of his young vanity. By tomorrow all Kinder would know, and all Kinder would laugh. "What, you whooped Reuben Grieve's nevy, Jim? Well, and a good thing too. A lick now and again 'ud do him no harm. A cantankerous young rascal, pert and proud like Parson's pig, I say." David could hear the talk to be as though it were actually beside him. It burnt in his ear. He groped his way through the lane and on to the moor, trembling with physical exhaustion, the morbid frenzy within him choking his breath, the storm beating in his face. What was that black mess to the right? The smithy? A hard sob rose in his throat. Oh, he had been so near to an ideal world of sweetness, purity, holiness. Was it a year ago? With great difficulty he found the crossing place in the brook, and then the gap in the wall which led him into the farm fields. When he was still a couple of fields off the house, he heard the dogs beginning, but he heard them as though in a dream. At last he stood at the door and fumbled for the handle. Locked. Why, what time could it be? He tried to remember what time he had left home, but failed. At last he knocked, and just as he did so he perceived through a chink of the kitchen shutter a light on the scrubbed deal table inside, and Hannah's figure beside it. At the sound of the knocker, Hannah rose, put away her work with deliberation, snuffed the candle, and then moved with it to the door of the kitchen. The boy watched her with a quickly beating heart and whirling brain. She opened the door. "Where you been?" she demanded sternly. "I'd like to know what business you have to come in this time of night and your uncle from home. You've been in mischief, I'll be bound. There's Louie come back with a black eye, and just because she won't say nowt about it, I knows it's you are at the bottom of it. I'm regular sick of such doings in a decent house. Where you been, I say?" At this time she held the candle up so as to see him, and was in one of her blackest tempers. David's misdemeanour was like food to a hungry instinct. "I'm at a prayer meeting," the lad said thickly. It seemed to him as though the words came in all the wrong order. Hannah bent forward and gave a sudden cry. "Why, you've been fighting. You're all over blood. You've been fighting, and I'll bet 1,000 pounds you drew in Louie, too. And spirits. Why, you smell of spirits. You're just reeking with them. But upon my word—" And Hannah drew herself back, flinging every slow word in his face like a blow. "You feature your mother, you do, both on you pretty close. I always said it'll come out of you, too. Prayer meeting, you young hypocrite. Gang your ways. You may sleep in the stable. It's good enough licking for you this night." And before he had taken in her words, she had slammed the door in his face and locked it. He made a feeble rush for it in vain. Hannah marched back into the kitchen, listening instinctively first to him left outside, and then for any sound that might be from upstairs. In a minute or two she heard uneven steps going away, but there was no movement in the room overhead. Louie was sleeping heavily. As for Hannah, she sat down again with a fierce decision of gesture which seemed to vibrate through the kitchen and all it held. Who could find fault with her? It would be a lesson to him. It was not a cold night, and there was straw in the stable, a deal better lying than such a boy deserved. As she thought of his religious turn, she shrugged her shoulders with a bitter scorn. The night wore on in the high Kinder Valley. The stormy wind and rain beat in great waves of sound and flood against the breast of the mountain. The Kinder stream and the Red Brook danced under the heavy drops. The grouse lay close and silent in the sheltering heather. Even the owls in the lower woods made no sound. Still, the night was not perfectly dark, for towards midnight a watery moon rose and showed itself at intervals between the pelting showers. In the Dawsons' little cottage on Frimley Moor there was still light showing when the pale moon appeared. Margaret was watching late. She and another woman sat by the fire talking under their breaths. A kettle was beside her with a long spout which sent the steam far into the room, keeping the air of it moist and warm for the poor bronchitic old man who lay close curtained from the draughts on the wooden bed in the corner. The kettle sang, the fire crackled, and the wind shook the windows and doors. But suddenly, through the other sounds, Margaret was aware of an intermittent knocking, a low, hesitating sound, as of someone outside, afraid and yet eager to make himself heard. She started up, and her companion, a homely neighbour, one of those persons whose goodness had perhaps helped to shape poor Margaret's philosophy of life, looked round with scared expression. "Whoever can it be this time of need?" said Margaret, and she looked at the old clock. "Why, it's close on midnight." She hesitated for a moment, then she went to the door and bent her mouth to the chink. "Who are you? What do you want?" she asked in a distinct but low voice, so as not to disturb Laius. No answer for a minute. Then her ear caught some words from outside. With an exclamation she unlocked the door and threw it open. "Davy! Davy!" she cried, almost forgetting her patient. The boy clung to the lintel without a word. "Come your ways in," she said peremptorily, catching him by the sleeve. "We're going to have no draughts of the old man." And she drew him into the light and shut the door. Then, as the shaded candle and firelight fell on the tall lad, wavering now to this side, now to that, as though unable to support himself, his clothes dripping on the flags, his face deadly white, save for the smears of blood upon it, the two women fell back in terror. "Will you give me shelter?" said the boy hoarsely. "I've been lying hours in the wet. Aunt Hannah turned me out." Margaret came close to him and looked him all over. "What for did she turn you out, Davy?" "I was late. I've been fighting Jim Wigson, and she smelt me a drink." And suddenly the lad sank down on a stool near, and laid his head in his hands as though he could hold it up no longer. Margaret's blanched old face melted all in a minute. "Hold him up quick," she said to her companion, still in a whisper. "He hasn't got a dry thread on, and look at all that cut on his head. Why, he'll be laid up for weeks, maybe, for this. Get his clothes off, and we'll put him on my bed then." And between them they dragged him up, and Margaret began to strip off his jacket. As they held him, David surrendering himself passively, the curtain of the bed was drawn back, and Lias, raising himself on an elbow, looked out into the room. As he caught sight of the group of the boy and the two women, arrested in their task by the movement of the curtain, the old man's face expressed first a weak and agitated bewilderment, and then in an instant it cleared. His dream wove the sight into itself, and Lias knew all about it. His thin, long features, with the white hair hanging about them, took an indulgent, amused look. "Boney, Boney, is that your man? But you're cold and pigeon-like. A good glass of English grog had not come amiss to you. And your coat and your boots, what is the dripping? Snow? You makes a man's backbone freeze to see you. There's hot work behind you too. Moscow might have warmed you, I'm thinking, and—" But the weak, husky voice gave way, and Lias fell back, still holding the curtain, though, in his emaciated hand, and straining his dim eyes on David. Margaret, with tears, ran to him, tried to quiet him and to shut out the light from him again, but he pushed her irritably aside. "No, Margaret, don't intrude. What do you know about it? You know now, Margaret. When did you ever hear of the Moscow campaign? Let me be, won't you?" But perceiving that he would not be quieted, she turned him on his pillows so that he could see the boy at his ease. "He'd been out in the wet last year, as Davy," she said, "and it's no but a clashy night. We must give him somewhat hot and a place to sleep in." But the old man did not listen to her. He lay looking at David, his pale blue eyes weirdly visible in his haggard face, muttering to himself. He was still tramping in the snow with the French army. Then suddenly, for the first time, he seemed troubled. He stared up at the pale, miserable boy who stood looking at him with trembling lips. His own face began to work painfully. His dream struggled with recognition. Margaret drew David quickly away. She hurried him into the further corner of the cottage where he was out of sight of the bed. Then she quickly stripped him of his wet garments, as any mother might have done, found an old flannel shirt of Lias's for him, and wrapping him close in a blanket, she made him lie down on her own bed, he being now much too weak to realize what was done with him. Then she got an empty bottle, filled it from the kettle, and put it to his feet. And finally she brought a bowl full of warm water and a bit of towel, and sitting down by him, she washed the blood and dirt away from his face and hand, and smoothed down the tangled black hair. She too noticed the smell of spirits, and shook her head over it, but her motherliness grew with every act of service, and when she made him warm and comfortable, and he was dropping into the dead sleep of exhaustion, she drew her old hand tenderly across his brow. "He'd a feature one of my own lads as he lies there," she said tremulously to her friend at the fire, as though explaining herself. "When they come home late from work, I used to haul him up so many a time. I've been wondering what had come to the boy. I thought he'd been going wrong somehow, or he'd have come all these weeks to see Lias and me. It's a poor sort of family he's got. That Hannah Grieve's a hard one, I'll uphold you. There's a deal of her fault in it, you may make sure." Then she went to give Lias some brandy. He lived on little else now. He dropped asleep again, and coming back to the hearth, she consented to lie down before it while her friend watched. Her failing frame was worn out with nursing and want of rest, and she was soon asleep. When Davy awoke, the room was full of a chill daylight. As he moved, he felt himself stiff all over. The sensation brought back memory, and the boy's whole being seemed to shrink together. He burrowed first under the coverings out of the light, then suddenly he sat up in bed, in the shadow of the little staircase, or rather ladder, which led to the upper story, and looked about him. The good woman who had shared Margaret's watch was gone back to her own home and children. Margaret had made up the fire, tidied the room, and at Lias's request drawn up the blinds. She had just given him some beef tea and brandy, sponged his face, and lifted him on his pillows. There seemed to be a revival of life in the old man. Death was for the moment driven back, and Margaret hung over him in an ecstasy, the two crooning together. David could see her thin, bent figure, the sharpened delicacy of the emaciated face set in the rusty black net cap which was tied under the chin, and fell in soft frills on the still brown and silky hair. He saw her weaver's hand folded round Laius's, and he could hear Laius speaking in a weak thread of a voice, but still sanely and rationally. It gave him a start to catch some of the words. He had been so long accustomed to the visionary Laius. "Have you rested, Margaret?" "Aye, dear love, 3 hours and more. Betsy James were here. She saw you wanted for nowt. She's a good creature, ain't she, Laius?" "Aye, but none so good as me Margaret," said the old man, looking at her wistfully. "But you wear yourself down, Margaret. You've had no rest for needs. You're always toiling and moiling, and I'm no worth it, Margaret." The tears gushed to the wife's eyes. It was only with the nearness of death that Laius seemed to have found out his debts to her. To both, her lifelong service had been the natural offering of the lower to the higher. She had not been used to gratitude, and she could not bear it. "Dear heart, dear love," David heard her say, and then there came to his half-reluctant ear caresses such as a mother gives her child. He laid his head on his knees, trying to shut them out. He wished with a passionate and bitter regret that he had not been so many weeks without coming near these two people. And now Laius was going fast, and after to-day he would see them both no more. Forever? Margaret heard him moving, and nodded back to him over her shoulder. "You've slept well, Davy, better nor I thought you would. Your claws are by you, atwixt you and the stairs." And there he found them, dry and brushed. He dressed hastily and came forward to the fire. Laius recognized him feebly, Margaret watching anxiously to see whether his fancies would take him again. In this tension of death and parting, his visions had become almost more than she could bear. But Laius lay quiet. "David were caught in the rain, and I gave him a bed," she explained again, and the old man nodded without a word. Then, as she prepared him a bowl of oatmeal, she stood by the fire giving the boy motherly advice. He must go back home, of course, and never mind Hannah. There would come a time when he would get his chance like other people, and he mustn't drink, for in the first place drink were a sad waste of good wits, and David's were better than most, and in the second it were a sin against the Lord. David sat with his head drooped in his hand, apparently listening. In reality her gentle babble passed over him almost unheeded. He was aching in mind and body. His strong youth, indeed, had but just saved him from complete physical collapse, for he had lain an indefinite time on the soaking moor, till misery and despair had driven him to Margaret's door. But his moral equilibrium was beginning to return, in virtue of a certain resolution, the one thing which now stood between him and the black gulf of the night. He ate his porridge, and then he got up. "I mun go, Margaret." He would fain have thanked her, but the words choked in his throat. "Aye, so you mun, Davy," said the little body briskly. "If there's an unpleasant thing to do, it's best done quickly. You mun go back and do your duty. Come and see us when you're passing again. Say good-bye to Laius. He's that weak this morning, ain't you, Laius?" And with a tender cheerfulness she ran across to Laius and told him Davy was going. "Good-bye, Davy, me lad, good-bye," murmured the old man, as he felt the boy's strong fingers touching his. "Have you been reading out, Davy, since we saw you? It's a long time, Davy." "No, not of any account," said David, looking away. "Aye, but you mun keep it up. Come when you like. I've not many books, but you know you can have 'em all. I want none of them now, do I, Margaret? But I want for nowt. Dying's long, but it's very, very peaceful. Margaret." And, withdrawing his hand from David, Laius laid it in his wife's with a long, long sigh. David left them so. He stole out unperceived by either of them. When he got outside, he stood for a moment under the sheltering sycamores and laid his cheek against the door. The action contained all he could not say. Then he sped along towards the farm. The sun was rising through the autumn mists, striking on the gold of the chestnuts, the red of the cherry trees. There were spaces of intense blue among the rolling clouds, and between the storm past and the storm to come, the whole moorland world was lavishly, garishly bright. He paused at the top of the pasture fields to look at the farm. Smoke was already rising from the chimney. Then Aunt Hannah was up, and he must mind himself. He crept on under walls till he got to the back of the farmyard. Then he slipped in, ran into the stable, and got an old coat of his left there the day before. There was a copy of a Methodist paper lying near it. He took it up and tore it across with passion. But his rage was not so much with the paper. It was his own worthless, unstable, miserable self he would have rent if he could. The wreck of ideal hopes, the defacement of that fair image of itself which every healthy youth bears about with it, could not have been more pitifully expressed. Then he looked round to see if there was anything else that he could honestly take. Yes, an ash stick he had cut himself a week or two ago. Nothing else. And there was Tibby moving and beginning to bark in the cowhouse. He ran across the road, and from a safe shelter in the fields on the farther side, he again looked back to the farm. There was Louie's room, the blind still down. He thought of his blow of the night before, of his promises to her. Aye, she would fret over his going, he knew that, in her own wild way. She would think he had been a beast to her. So he had. So he had. There surged up in his mind inarticulate phrases of remorse, of self-excuse, as though he were talking to her. Some day he would come back and claim her. But when? His buoyant self-dependence was all gone. It had nothing to do with his present departure. That came simply from the fact that it was impossible for him to go on living in Kinder any longer. He did not stop to analyse the whys and wherefores. But suddenly a nervous horror of seeing anyone he knew, now that the morning was advancing, startled him from his hiding-place. He ran up towards the Scout again, so as to make a long circuit round the Wigsons' farm. As he distinguished the walls of it, a shiver of passion ran through the young body. Then he struck off straight across the moors towards Glossop. One moment he stood on the top of Mardale Moor. On one side of him was the Kinder Valley, Needham Farm still showing among its trees, the white cataract of the downfall cleaving the dark wall of the Scout, and calling to the runaway in that voice of storm he knew so well. The Mermaid's Pool gleaming like an eye in the moorland. On the other side were hollow after hollow, town beyond town, each with its cap of morning smoke. There was New Mills, there was Stockport, there in the far distance was Manchester. The boy stood a moment poised between the two worlds, his ash-stick in his hand, the old coat wound round his arm. Then at a bound he cleared a low stone wall beside him and ran down the Glossop road. 12 hours later, Reuben Grieve climbed the long hill to the farm. His wrinkled face was happier than it had been for months, and his thoughts were so pleasantly occupied that he entirely failed to perceive, for instance, the behaviour of an acquaintance who stopped and started as he met him at the entrance of the Kinder Lane, made as though he would have spoken, and thinking better of it, walked on. Reuben, the mendacious Reuben, had done very well with his summer stock, very well indeed, and part of his earnings was now safely housed in the hands of an old chapel friend, to whom he had confided them under pledge of secrecy. But he took a curious, excited pleasure in the thought of the poor mouth he was going to make to Hannah. He was growing reckless in his passion for restitution, always provided, however, that he was not called upon to brave his wife openly. A few more such irregular savings, and if an opening turned up for David, he could pay the money and pack off the lad before Hannah could look round. He could never do it under her opposition, but he thought he could do it and take the consequences. He thought he could. He opened his own gate. There on the house doorstep stood Hannah, whiter and grimmer than ever. "Reuben Grieve," she said quickly, "your nevy's run away, and if you don't come and keep your good-for-nothing niece in her place, and make other folk keep a civil tongue in their head to your wife, I'll leave your house this neat, as sure as I were born a Martin." Reuben stumbled into the house. There was a wild rush downstairs, and Louie fell upon him, David's blow showing ghastly plain in her white, quivering face. "Where's Davy?" she said. "You've got him. He's hid somewhere. You know where he is. I'll not stay here if you can't find him. It were her fault." And she threw out a shaking hand towards her aunt. "She drove him out last night, and Dawson's took him in, and everybody's crying shame on her. And if you don't make her find him, she knows where he is. I'll not stay in this hole. I'll kill her. I'll burn the house. The child stopped, panting, choked, beside herself. Hannah made a threatening step, but at her gesture Reuben sprang up, and seizing her by both wrists he looked at her from a height as a judge looks. Never had those dull eyes met her so before. "Woman!" he cried fiercely. "Woman! What have you done with Sandy's son?" End of Book 1, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 1 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Youth. Chapter 1. A tall youth carrying a parcel of books under his arm was hurrying along Market Place, Manchester. Beside him were covered flower stalls bordering the pavement, in front of him the domed mass of the Manchester Exchange, and on all sides he had to push his way through a crowd of talking, chaffering, hurrying humanity. Presently he stopped at the door of a restaurant bearing the idyllic and altogether remarkable name, there it was in gilt letters over the door, of The Fruit and Flowers Parlour. On the side-post of the door a bill of fare was posted, which the young man looked up and down with careful eyes. It contained a strange medley of items in all tongues. Marrow pie, haricot à la lune de miel, vol-au-vent à la bon santo, tomato fritters, cheese tisements, salad saladorum. And at the bottom of the menu was printed in bold red characters, No meat, no disease, ergo no meat, no sin. Fellow citizens, leave your carnal foods and try a more excellent way, i.e. push the door and walk in. The Fruit and Flowers Parlour invites everybody and overcharges nobody. The youth did not trouble, however, to read the notice. He knew it and the parlour behind it by heart, but he moved away, pondering the menu with a smile. In his amused abstraction, at the root of which lay the appetite of 18, he suddenly ran into a passer-by, who stumbled against a shop window with an exclamation of pain. The youth's attention was attracted, and he stopped awkwardly. "People of your height, young man, should look before them," said the victim, rubbing what seemed to be a deformed leg, while his lips paled a little. "Mr. Ancram!" cried the other, amazed. "Davy!" The two looked at each other. Then Mr. Ancram gripped the lad's arm. "Help me along, Davy. It's only a bruise. It'll go off. Where are you going?" "Up Piccadilly way with a parcel," said Davy, looking askance at his companion's nether man. "Did I knock your bad leg, sir?" "Oh, no, nothing. Never mind." "Well, now, David, this is queer, decidedly queer. 4 years, and we run against each other in Market Street at last. Tell me the truth, Davy. Have you long ago given me up as a man who could make promises to a lad in difficulties and forget 'em as soon as he was out of sight? Say it out, my boy." David flushed and looked down at his companion with some embarrassment. Their old relation of minister and pupil had left a deep mark behind it. Moreover, in the presence of that face of Mr. Ancram's, a long, thin, slightly twisted face, with a stamp, however, of a tragic sincerity on the eyes and mouth, it was difficult to think as slightingly of his old friend as he had done for a good while past, apparently with excellent reason. "I suppose there was something the matter," he blurted out at last. "Well, never mind, Davy," said the other, smiling sadly. "We can't talk here in this din. But now I've got you, I keep you. Where are you?" "I'm in Half Street, sir. Purcell's, the bookseller." "I don't know him. I never go into a shop. I have no money. Are you apprentice there?" "Well, there was no binding. I'm assistant. I do a lot of business one way and another, buying and selling both." "How long have you been in Manchester?" 4 years, sir." The minister looked amazed. "And I have been here off and on for the last 3. How have we missed each other all that time? I made inquiries at Clough End when— oh, well, no matter. But it was too late. You had decamped. No one could tell me anything." David walked on beside his companion, silent and awkward. The explanation seemed a lame one. Mr. Ancram had left Clough End in May, promising to look out for a place for the lad at once, and to let him know. 6 whole months elapsed between that promise and David's own departure. Yes, it was lame, but it was so long ago, and so many things had happened since, that it did not signify. Only he did not somehow feel much effusion in meeting his old friend and playfellow again. "Getting on, Davy?" said Ancram presently, looking the lad up and down. David made a movement of the shoulders which the minister noticed. It was both more free and more graceful than ordinary English gesture. It reawakened in Ancram at once that impression of something alien and unusual which both David and his sister had often produced in him while they were still children. "I don't know," said the boy slowly, and then after a hesitation or two fell silent. "Well, look here," said Ancram, stopping short. "This won't do for talk, as I said before. But I must know all about you, and I must tell you what I can about myself. I lodge in Mortimer Road, you know, up Farrowfield way. You can get there by tram in 20 minutes. When do you come and see me? Tonight?" The lad thought a moment. "Would Wednesday night do, sir? I believe I'm going to the music tonight." "What, to the Elijah in the Free Trade Hall? Point me a place to meet. We'll go together, and you shall come home to supper with me afterwards." David flushed and looked straight before him. "I promise to take 2 young ladies," he said after a moment abruptly. "Oh," said Mr. Ancram, laughing, "I apologize. Well, Wednesday night, then. Don't you forget, Davy. 7:30. Done? 14 Mortimer Road. Good-bye." And the minister turned and retraced his steps towards Market-place. He walked slowly, like one much preoccupied, and might have run into fresh risks but for the instinctive perception of most passers-by that he was not a person to be hustled. Suddenly he laughed out, thinking of David and his young ladies, and comparing the lad's admission with his former attitude towards girls. Well, time but had wrought its natural work. What a brilliant, noticeable creature altogether! How unlike the ordinary run of North Country lads! But that he had been from the beginning. The strain of some nimbler blood had always shown itself. Meanwhile, David made his way up Piccadilly. Did some humorist in days gone by, with dropping a shower of London names on Manchester streets, and deposited his parcel. Then the great clock of the Exchange struck 12, and the cathedral followed close upon it, the sounds swaying and vibrating above the crowds hurrying through Market Street. It was a damp October day. But above, the sky was hidden by a dark canopy of cloud and smoke. The cathedral on its hill rose iron-black above the black streets and river. Black mud encrusted all the streets and bespattered those that walked in them. Nothing more dreary than the smoke-grimed buildings on either hand, than the hideous railway station across the bridge, or the mud-sprinkled hoardings covered with flaring advertisements which led up to the bridge, could be well imagined. Manchester was at its darkest and grimmest. But as David Grieve walked back along Market Street, his heart danced within him. Neither mud nor darkness, neither the squalor of the streets nor the penetrating damp of the air, affected him at all. The crowd, the rush of life about him, the gas in the shops, the wares on which it shone, the endless faces passing him, the sense of hurry, of business, of quick living. He saw and felt nothing else, and to these his youth was all attuned. Arriving in Market-place again, he made his way with alacrity to the parlour, for it was dinner-time. He had a free half-hour, and 9 times out of 10 he spent it at the parlour. He walked in, put his hat on its accustomed peg, took his seat at a table near the door, and looked round for someone. The low, wide-spreading room was well filled, mostly with clerks and shopmen. The gas was lit because of the darkness outside, and showed off the gay panels on the walls filled with fruit and flower subjects, for which Adrian O'Connor Lomax, commonly called Daddy, the owner of the restaurant, had given a commission to some students at the Mechanics' Institute, whereof he was inordinately proud. At the end of the room, near the counter, was a table occupied by about 6 young men, all laughing and talking noisily, and beside them, shouting, gesticulating, making dashes, now for one, now for another, was a figure which David at once set himself to watch, his chin balanced on his hand, his eyes dancing. It was the thin, tall figure of an oldish man in a long frock-coat, which opened in front over a gaily flowered silk waistcoat. On the bald crown of his head he wore a black skull-cap, below which certain grotesque and scanty tails of fair hair, carefully brushed, fell to his shoulders. His face was long and sharply pointed, and the surface of it bronzed and wrinkled by long exposure, out of all likeness to human skin. The eyes were weirdly prominent and blue. The gestures had the deliberate extravagance of an actor, and the whole man recalled a wizard of pantomime. David had hardly time to amuse himself with the chaffing of Daddy, which was going on and which went on habitually at the parlour from morning till night, when Daddy perceived a newcomer. He turned round sharp upon his heels, surveyed the room with the frown of a general. "Ah," he said with a theatrical air, as he made out the lad at the further table. "Gentlemen, I let you off for the present." And waving his hand to them with an indulgent self-importance which provoked a roar of laughter, he turned and walked down the restaurant with a quick swaying gait to where David sat. David made room for him in a smiling silence. Lomax sat down, and the two looked at each other. "Davy," said Daddy severely, "why weren't you here yesterday?" "When did you begin opening on Sundays, Daddy?" said the youth, attacking a portion of marrow pie which had just been laid before him, his gay, curious eyes still wandering over Daddy's costume, which was to-day completed by a large dahlia in the buttonhole, as grotesque as the rest. "Ah, bedad, but I'm losing my memory entirely, and you know it, you varmint. Well, then, it was Saturday you weren't here." "You're about right there. I was let off early and got a walk out Ramsbottom way with a fellow. I hadn't stretched my legs for 2 months, and I'll confess to you, Daddy, that when we got down from the moor I was overtaken, as the pious people say, by a mutton chop." The lad looked up at him, laughing. Daddy surveyed him with chagrin. "I knew you were a worthless, lukewarm sort of a creature. Flesh-eating's as bad as drink for them that have got it in 'em. It'll come out. Well, go your ways. You'll never be Prime Minister." "Don't distress yourself, Daddy. As long as marrow pies are good, I shall eat 'em. You may count on that. What's that cheese affair down there?" And he pointed towards the last item but one in the bill of fare. Instead of answering, the old man turned on his seat and called to one of the waitresses near. In a second David had a cheese ticement before him, at which he peered curiously. Daddy watched him, not without some signs of nervousness. "Daddy," said David, calmly looking up, "when I last saw this article it was called Welsh Rabbit." "Davy, you've no soul for fine distinctions," said the other hastily. "Change the subject. How have my dear brother-in-law and you been hitting it off lately?" David went on with his ticement, the corners of his mouth twitching for a minute or so. Then he raised his head and slowly shook it, looking Daddy in the face. "We shall bear up when we say good-bye, Daddy, and I don't think that crisis is far off. It would have come long ago, only I do happen to know a provoking deal more about books than any assistant he ever had before. Last week I picked him up a copy of Bells and Pomegranates for 1 and 9, and he sold it next day for £2.16. There's business for you, Daddy. That put off our breach at least a fortnight, but unless I discover a first folio of Shakespeare for 6pence between now and then, I don't see what's to postpone the agony after that, and if I did I should probably speculate in it myself. No, Daddy, it's coming to the point, as the tiger said when he reached the last joint of the cow's tail, and it's your fault." "My fault, Davy?" said Lomax, half tremulous, half delighted, drawing a chair close up to the table that he might lose nothing of the youth's confidences. "What do you mean by that, ye spalpeen?" "Well, wasn't it you took me to the Hall of Science, Daddy, and couldn't keep a quiet tongue in your head about it afterwards? Wasn't it you lent me the Secularist, which got me into the worst rumpus of the season? Oh, Daddy, you're a bad un." And the handsome lad leant back in his chair, stretching his long legs and studying Daddy with twinkling eyes. As for Lomax, he received the onslaught with a curious mixture of expressions, in which a certain malicious pleasure, crossed by an uneasy sense of responsibility, was the most prominent. He sat drumming on the table, his straggling beard falling forward onto his chest, his mouth pursing itself up. At last he threw back his head with energy. "I'll not excuse myself, Davy. You're well out of it. You'll be a great man yet, always provided you can manage yourself in the matter of flesh-meat. It was to come one way or the other. You couldn't put up much longer with such a puke-stocking as my precious brother-in-law. That's one of the great points of Shakespeare, Davy, my lad. Perhaps you hadn't noticed it. You get such a ruck of bad names out of him for the asking. Puke-stocking is good, real good. If it wasn't made for a sanctimonious hypocrite of a back-twist like Purcell, it ought to have been. And Spanish pouch, too. Oh, I love Spanish pouch. When I've called a man Spanish pouch, I'm the better for it, Davy. The bile's relieved." "Thank you, Daddy. I'll remember the receipt. I say, were you ever in Purcell's shop?" "Purcell's shop? Why, of course I was, you varmint. Wasn't it there I met my Isabella, his sister? Ah, the poor thing. He led her a life, and when I was his assistant I took sides with her. That was the beginning of it all. First we hadn't got on so badly. I had a pious fit on myself in those days. But one day at tea I'd been making free, taking Isabella's part. There had been a neighbour there, and the laugh had been against him. Well, after tea we marched back to the shop, and says he to me, as black as thunder, "I'm quite willing, Lomax, to be your Christian brother in here. When we're in society, to have you remember it's different. You should know your place." "Oh, should I?" says he. Isabella had been squeezing my hand under the table, and I didn't care what I said. "Well, you better find someone as will, and be damned to your Christian brotherhood." And I took my cap up and marched out, leaving him struck a pillar of salt with surprise, and that mad. For we were in the middle of issuing the New Year's catalogue, and he'd left most of it to me. 3 weeks after... Daddy rose, quivering with excitement, put his thumbs into his waistcoat pocket, and bent over the back of his chair towards David. As he stood there on tiptoe, the flaps of his long coat falling back from him like wings, his skull-cap slightly awry, 2 red spots on either wrinkled cheek, and every feature of the sharp brown face alive with the joy of his long-past vengeance, he was like some strange perching bird. 3 weeks after, Davy, I married my Isabella under his puritanical nose at the chapel across the way, and the bit of spite in it, bedad, it was like mustard to beef. Pish, what am I talking about? And I set up shop almost next door to the chapel, and took the trade out of his mouth, and enjoyed myself finely for 6 months. At the end of that time he gave out that the neighbourhood was too low for him, and he moved up-town. And though I've been half over the world since, I've never ceased to keep an eye on him. I've had a finger in more pies of his than he thinks for. And Daddy drew himself up, pressing his hands against his sides, his long frame swelling out, as it seemed, with sudden passion. David watched him with a look half sympathetic, half satirical. "I don't see that he did you much harm, Daddy." "Harm?" said the little man, irascibly. "Harm? I must say you're uncommon slow at gripping a situation, Davy. I've my wife's score to settle too, I tell you, as well as my own. He sat on his poor, easy-going sister till she hadn't a feature left. I knew he had. He met up all the mean vices, and at the same time, if you were to hear him at a prayer-meeting, you think that since Enoch went up to heaven the wrong way, the world didn't happen to have been blessed with another saint to match Tom Purcell." Unstirred by his own eloquence, Daddy looked down, frowning on the youth before him. "What made you give up the book trade, Daddy?" asked David, with a smile. It was like the pricking of a bladder. Daddy collapsed in a moment. Sitting down again, he began to arrange his coat elaborately over his knees, as though to gain time. "David, you're an inquisitive varmint," he said at last, looking up askance at his companion. "Someone's been telling you tales by the look of you. Look here, if Tom Purcell's a blathering hypocrite, that is not the same thing precisely as saying that Adrian O'Connor Lomax is a perfect specimen of the domestic virtues. Never you mind, my boy, what made me give up bookselling. I've chucked so many things overboard since that it's hardly worth inquiring. Try any trade you like, and Daddy'll be able to give you some advice in it. That's the only thing that concerns you. Well now, tell me." And he turned round and put his elbows on the table, leaning over to David. "When are you coming away, and what are your prospects?" "I told you about a fortnight would see it out, Daddy, and there's a little shop in... It's no good, Daddy. You can't keep secrets." The old man turned purple, drew himself up, and looked fiercely at David from behind his spectacles. But in a second his mood changed, and he stretched his hand slowly out across the table. "On the honour of a Lomax," he said solemnly. There was real dignity about the absurd action which melted David. He shook the hand and repeated him. Leaning over, he whispered some information in Daddy's ear. Daddy beamed, and in the midst of the superfluity of nods and winks that followed, David called for his bill. The action recalled Daddy to his own affairs, and he looked on complacently while David paid. "Upon my word, Davy, I can hardly yet believe in my own genius. Where else, my boy, in this cotton-spinning hole would you find a dinner like that for 6pence? Am I a benefactor to the species, sir, or am I not?" "Looks like it, Daddy, by the help of Miss Dora." Aye, said the old man testily. "I'll not deny that Dora's useful to the business. But the inspiration, Davy, it's all mine. You want genius, my boy, to make a tomfool of yourself like this?" And he looked himself proudly up and down. 20 customers a week come here for nothing in the world but to see what new rigs Daddy may be up to. The invention, the happy ideas, man, I throw into one day of this place would stock 20 ordinary businesses." "All the same, Daddy, I've tasted Welsh rabbit before," said David dryly, putting on his hat. "I scorn your remark, sir. It argues a poorly furnished mind. Show me anything new in this used-up world, eh? But for the name and the dishing up. Well, good-bye, Davy, and good luck to you." David made his way across Hanging Ditch to a little row of houses bearing the baldly appropriate name of Half Street. It ran along the eastern side of the Cathedral Close. First came the houses, small, irregular, with old beams and projections here and there, then a paved footway, then the railings round the close. In full view of the windows of the street rose the 16th-century church, which plays as best it can the part of a cathedral to Manchester. Round it stretched a black and desolate space paved with tombstones. Not a blade of grass broke the melancholy of those begrimed and time-worn slabs. The rain lay among them in pools, squalid buildings overlooked them, and the church, with its manifest inadequacy to a fine site and a great city, did but little towards overcoming the mean and harsh impression made, on such days especially, by its surroundings. David opened the door of a shop about halfway up the row. A bell rang sharply, and as he shut the outer door behind him, another at the back of the shop opened hastily, and a young girl came in. "Mr. Grieve, Father's gone out to Eccles to see some books a gentleman wants him to buy. If Mr. Stevens comes, you're to tell him Father's found him 2 or 3 more out of the list he sent. You know where all his books are put together, if he wants to see them, Father says." "Yes, thank you, Miss Purcell, I do. No other message?" "No." The speaker lingered. "What time do we start for the music tonight? But you'll be down to tea?" "Certainly, if you and Miss Dora don't want it to yourselves." The speaker smiled. He was leaning on the counter while the girl stood behind it. "Oh dear, no," said Miss Purcell with a half-pettish gesture. "I don't know what to talk to Dora about now. She thinks of nothing but St. Damian's and her work. It's worse than Father. And of course I know she hasn't much opinion of me. Indeed, she's always telling me so. Well, not exactly, but she lets me guess fast enough." The speaker put up 2 small hands to straighten some of the elaborate curls and twists with which her pretty head was crowned. There was little consciousness in the action. The thought of her cousin had evidently brought with it the thought of some of those things of which the stern Dora disapproved. David looked at the brown hair and the slim fingers as he was meant to look at them. Yet in his smiling good humour there was not a trace of bashfulness or diffidence. He was perfectly at his ease, with something of a proud, self-reliant consciousness in every movement. Nothing in his manner could have reminded a spectator of the traditional apprentice making timid love to his master's daughter. "I've seen you stand up to her, though," he said, laughing. "It's like all pious people. Doesn't it strike you as odd that they should never be content with being pious for themselves?" He looked at her with bright, sarcastic eyes. "Oh, I know what you mean," she said, with an instant change of tone. "I didn't mean anything of the sort. I think it's shocking of you to go to that place on Sundays. So there, Mr. Grieve." She threw herself back defiantly against the books which walled the shop, her arms folded before her. The attitude showed the long throat, the rounded bust, and the slender waist compressed with some evident rigour into a close-fitting brown dress. That Miss Purcell thought a great deal of the fashion of her hair, the style of her bodices, and the size of her waist was clear. That she was conscious of thinking about them to good purpose was also plain. But on the whole the impression of artificiality, of something overstudied and overdone, which the first sight of her generally awakened, was soon, as a rule, lost in another more attractive, in one of light, tripping youth, perfectly satisfied with itself and with the world. "I don't think you know much about the place," he said quietly, still smiling. She flushed, her foolish little sense of natural superiority to the assistant outraged again, as it had been outraged already 100 times since she and David Grieve had met. "I know quite as much as anybody need know, any respectable person," she maintained angrily. "It's a low, disgraceful place, and they talk wicked nonsense. Everyone says so. Doesn't matter a bit where Uncle Lomax goes. He's mad. But it is a shame he should lead other people astray." She was much pleased with her own harangue, and stood there frowning on him, her sharp little chin in the air, one foot beating the ground. "Well, yes, really," said David in a reflective tone. "One would think Miss Dora had her hands full at home without—" He looked up significantly, smiling. Lucy Purcell was enraged with him, with his hypocritical sympathy as to her uncle's misdoings, his avoidance of his own crime. "It's not uncle at all, it's you!" she cried, with more logic than appeared. "I tell you, Mr. Grieve, father won't stand it." The young man drew himself up from the counter. "No," he said with great equanimity, "I suppose not." And taking up the parcel of books from the counter, he turned away. Lucy, flurried and pouting, called after him, "Mr. Grieve?" "Yes." I didn't mean it. I hope you won't go. I know father's hard. He's hard enough with me." And she raised her hands to her flushed face. David was terribly afraid she was going to cry. Several times since the orphan girl of 17 had arrived from school 3 months before to take her place in her father's house, had she been on the point of confiding her domestic woes to David Grieve. But though under the terms of his agreement with her father, which included one meal in the back parlour, the assistant and she were often thrown together, he had till now instinctively held her aloof. His extraordinary good looks and masterful energetic ways had made an impression on her schoolgirl mind from the beginning. But for him she had no magnetism whatever. The little self-conceited creature knew it, or partially knew it, and smarted under it. Now he was just beginning an awkward sentence when there was a sound at the outer door. With another look at him, half shy, half appealing, Lucy fled. Conscious of a distinct feeling of relief, David went to attend to the customer. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of The History of David Grieve by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 2. The customer was soon content and went out again into the rain. David mounted a winding iron stair which connected the downstairs shop with an upper room in which a large proportion of the books were stored. It was a long, low, rambling place made by throwing together all the little bits of rooms on the first floor of the old house. One corner of it had a special attraction for David. It was the corner where, ranged partly on the floor, partly on the shelves which ran under the windows, lay the collection of books that Purcell had been making for his customer, Mr. Stevens. Out of that collection, Purcell's assistant had extracted a very varied entertainment. In the first place, it had amused him to watch the laborious pains and anxiety with which his pious employer had gathered together the very sceptical works of which Mr. Stevens was in want, showing a knowledge of contents and editions and out-of-the-way profanities, under the stimulus of a paying customer, which drew many a sudden laugh from David when he was left to think of it in private. In the next place, the books themselves had been a perpetual feast to him for weeks, enjoyed all the more keenly because of the secrecy in which it had to be devoured. The little gathering represented with fair completeness the chief books of the French philosophers, both in the original French and in those English translations of which so plentiful a crop made its appearance during the 50 years before and after 1800. There, for instance, lay the 70 volumes of Voltaire. Close by was an imperfect copy of the Encyclopedia, which Mr. Stevens was getting cheap. On the other side, a motley gathering of Diderot and Rousseau, while Holbach's System of Nature and Helvetius' On the Mind held their rightful place among the rest. Through these books, then, which had now been on the premises for some time, Mr. Stevens being a person of uncertain domicile and unable as yet to find them a home, David had been freely ranging. Whenever Purcell was out of the way and customers were slack, he invariably found his way to this spot in the upper room. There, with his elbows on the top of the bookcase which ran under the window, and a book in front of him, or generally two, the original French and a translation, he had read Voltaire's tales, a great deal of the Encyclopedia, a certain amount of Diderot, for whom he cherished a passionate admiration, and a much smaller smattering of Rousseau. At the present moment he was grappling with the Dictionnaire philosophique and the Système de la Nature, fortified in both cases by English versions. The gloom of the afternoon deepened, and the increasing rain had thinned the streets so much that during a couple of hours David had but 3 summonses from below to attend to. For the rest of the time he was buried in the second volume of the Dictionnaire Philosophique, now skipping freely, now chewing and digesting, his eyes fixed vacantly on the darkening church outside. Above all, the article on contradiction had absorbed and delighted him. There are few tones in themselves so fascinating to the nascent literary sense as this mock humility tone of Voltaire's. And in David's case, all that passionate sense of a broken bubble and a scattered dream, which had haunted him so long after he left Kinder, had entered into and helped towards his infatuation with his new masters. They brought him an indescribable sense of freedom, omniscience almost. For instance, we must carefully distinguish in all writings, and especially in the sacred books, between real and apparent contradictions. Venturous critics have supposed a contradiction existed in that passage of Scripture which narrates how Moses changed all the waters of Egypt into blood, and how immediately afterwards the magicians of Pharaoh did the same thing, the book of Exodus allowing no interval at all between the miracle of Moses and the magical operation of the enchanters. Certainly it seems at first sight impossible that these magicians should change into blood what was already blood. But this difficulty may be avoided by supposing that Moses had allowed the waters to reassume their proper nature, in order to give time to Pharaoh to recover himself. This supposition is all the more plausible, seeing that the text, if it does not favour it expressly, is not opposed to it. The same sceptics ask how, when all the horses had been killed by the hail in the sixth plague, Pharaoh could pursue the Jews with cavalry. But this contradiction is not even apparent, because the hail, which killed all the horses in the fields, could not fall upon those which were in the stables. And so on, through a long series of paragraphs, leading at last to matters especially dear to the wit of Voltaire, the contradictions between St. Luke and St. Matthew, in the story of the census of Quirinus, of the Magi, of the massacre of the innocents, and what not, and culminating in this innocent conclusion. After all, it is enough that God should have deigned to reveal to us the principal mysteries of the faith, and that he should have instituted a church in the course of time to explain them. All these contradictions, so often and so bitterly brought up against the Gospels, are amply noticed by the wisest commentators. Far from harming each other, one explains another. They lend each other a mutual support, both in the concordance and in the harmony of the four Gospels. David threw back his head with a laugh which came from the very depths of him. Then suddenly he was conscious of the church standing sombrely without, spectators, it seemed, of his thoughts and of his mirth. Instantly his youth met the challenge by a rise of passionate scorn. What? 100 years since Voltaire, and mankind still went on believing in all these follies and fables, in the 10 plagues, in Balaam's ass, in the walls of Jericho, in miraculous births and magi and prophetic stars, in everything that the mockery of the 18th century had slain 1,000 times over. Ah, well, Voltaire knew as well as anybody that superstition is perennial, insatiable, a disease and weakness of the human mind which seems to be inherent and ineradicable. And there arose in the boy's memory lines he had opened upon that morning in a small Elizabethan folio he had been cataloguing with much pains as a rarity, lines which had stuck in his mind. Vast superstition, glorious style of weakness, sprung from the deep disquiet of man's passion to dissolution and despair of nature. He flung them out at the dark mass of building opposite, as though he were his namesake flinging it to Goliath. Only a few months before that great church had changed masters, had passed from the hands of an aristocratic and inaccessible bishop of the old school into those of a man rich in all modern ideas and capacities, full of energy and enthusiasm, a scholar and administrator both. And he believed all those absurdities, David wanted to know? Impossible. No honest man could, thought the lad defiantly, with the rising colour of crude and vehement feeling, when his attention had been once challenged, and he had developed mind enough to know what the challenge meant. Except perhaps Uncle Reuben and Dora Lomax and people like that. He stood thinking and staring out of the window, one idea leading to another. The thought of Reuben brought with it a certain softening of mood, the softening of memory and old association. Yes, he would like to see Uncle Reuben again, explain to him perhaps that old story, so old, so distant, of his running away. Well, he would see him again, as soon as he got a place of his own, which couldn't be long now, whether Purcell gave him the sack or not. Instinctively he felt for that inner pocket which held his purse and his savings-bank book. Yes, he was near freedom now, whatever happened. Then it occurred to him that it was unlucky he should have stumbled across Mr. Ancram just at this particular juncture. The minister, of course, had friends at Clough End still, and he, David, didn't want Louie down upon him just yet. Not just yet, for a month or two. Then the smile which had begun to play about the mouth suddenly broadened into a merry triumph. When Louie knew all about him and his contrivances these last 4 years, wouldn't she be mad? If she were to appear at this moment, he could tell her that she wore a pink dress at the wake last week, when she was at the chapel last, what young men were supposed to be courting her since the summer, and a number of other interesting particulars. "Mr. Grieve, tea?" His face changed. Reluctantly shutting his book and putting it into its place, he took his way to the staircase. As David opened the swing door leading to the Purcells' parlour at the back of the shop, he heard Miss Purcell saying in a mournful voice, "It's no good, Dorian, not a ha'porth of good. Father won't let me. I might as well have gone to prison as come home." The assistant entered into the bright gaslight of the little room as she spoke. There was another girl sitting beside Lucy, who got up with a shy manner and shook hands with him. "Will you take your tea, Mr. Grieve?" said Lucy, with a pettish sigh, handing it to him, and throwing herself violently back in her hostess's chair behind the tea-tray. She let her hands hang over the arms of it, the picture of discontent. The gaslight showed her the possessor of bright brown eyes, under fine brows slenderly but clearly marked, of a pink and white skin slightly freckled, of a small nose quite passable, but by no ways remarkable, of a dainty little chin, and a thin-lipped mouth, slightly raised at one corner, and opening readily over some irregular but very white teeth. Except for the eyes and eyebrows, the features could claim nothing more in the way of beauty. Yet, at this moment of 17, thanks to her clear colours, her small thinness, and the beautiful hair so richly piled about her delicate head, Lucy Purcell was undeniably a pretty girl, and, since her arrival in Manchester, she'd been much more blissfully certain of the fact than she'd ever succeeded in being while she was still under the repressive roof of Miss Pym's boarding school for young ladies, Pestalozzi House, Blackburn. David sat down, perceiving that something had gone very wrong, but not caring to inquire into it. His whole interest in the Purcell household was, in fact, dying out. He would not be concerned with it much longer. So that, instead of investigating Miss Purcell's griefs, he asked her cousin whether it had not come on to rain. The girl opposite replied in a quiet, musical voice. She was plainly dressed in a black hat and jacket, but the hat had a little bunch of cowslips to light it up, and the jacket was of an ordinary fashionable cut. There was nothing particularly noticeable about the face at first sight, except its soft fairness and the gentle steadfastness of the eyes. The movements were timid, the speech often hesitating. Yet the impression which, on a first meeting, this timidity was apt to leave on a spectator was very seldom a lasting one. David's idea of Miss Lomax, for instance, had radically changed during the 3 months since he had made acquaintance with her. Rain, it appeared, had begun, and there must be umbrellas and waterproofs for the evening's excursion. As the two others were settling at what time David Grieve and Lucy should call for Dora in Market-place, Lucy woke up from a dream and broke in upon them. "And Dora, you know, I could have worn that dress with the narrow ribbons I showed you last week. It's all there, upstairs, in the cupboard, not a crease in it." Dora could not help laughing, and the laugh sent a charming light into her grey, veiled eyes. The tone was so inexpressibly doleful, the manner so childish. David smiled too, and his eyes and Dora's met in a sort of friendly understanding. The first time, perhaps, they had so met. Then they both turned themselves to the task of consolation. The assistant inquired what was the matter. "I wanted her to go with me to the dance at the Mechanics' Institute next week," said Dora. "Mrs. Alderman Head would have taken us both. It's very nice and respectable. I didn't think uncle would mind, but Lucy's sure he will." "Sure? Of course I'm sure," said Lucy sharply. "I've heard him talk about dancing in a way to make anybody sick. If you only knew all the dancing we had at Pestalozzi House." "Does he think all dancing wrong?" inquired David. "Yes, unless it's David dancing before the Ark, or some such nonsense," replied Lucy, with the same petulant gloom. David laughed out. Then he fell into a brown study, one hand playing with his teacup, an irrepressible smile still curving about his mouth. Dora, observing him across the table, could not but remember other assistants of Uncle Purcell whom she had seen sitting in that same place, and the airs which Miss Purcell in her rare holidays had given herself towards these earlier young men. And now this young man, whenever Purcell himself was out of the way, was master of the place. Anyone could see that. So long as he was there, Lucy was sensitively conscious of him in all that she said or did. She did not long endure his half-mocking silence now. "You see, Dora," she began again, with an angry glance towards him, "father's worse than ever just now. He's been so aggravated." "Yes," said Dora timidly. She perfectly understood what was meant, but she shrank from pursuing the subject. But David looked up. "I should be very sorry, I'm sure, Miss Purcell, to get in your way at all, or cause you any unpleasantness, if that's what you mean. I don't think you'll be annoyed with me long." He spoke with a boyish, exaggerated dignity. It became him, however, for his fine and subtle physique somehow supported and endorsed it. Both girls started. Lucy looked suddenly as miserable as she had before looking angry. But in her confused state of feeling she renewed her attack. "I don't understand anything about it," she said with plaintive incoherence. "Only I can't think why people should always be making disturbances. Dora, doesn't everybody you know think it wicked to go to the Hall of Science?" She drew herself up peremptorily. David resumed the half-smiling, half-meditative attitude which had provoked her before. Dora looked from one to the other, a pure, bright colour rising in her cheek. "I don't know anything about that," she said in a low voice. "I don't think that would matter, Lucy. But oh, I do wish father wouldn't go, and Mr. Grieve wouldn't go." Her voice and hand shook. Lucy looked triumphantly at David. Instinctively she realized that, especially of late, David had come to feel more respectfully towards Dora than she had ever succeeded in making him feel towards herself. In the beginning of her acquaintance he had often launched into argument with Dora about religious matters, especially about the ritualistic practices in which she delighted. The lad, overflowing with his Voltaire and de Holbach, had not been able to forbear, and had apparently taken a mischievous pleasure in shocking a bigot, as he had originally conceived Lucy Purcell's cousin to be. The discussion, indeed, had not gone very far. The girl's horror and his own sense of his position and its difficulties had checked them in the germ. Moreover, as has been said, his conception of Dora had gradually changed on further acquaintance. As for her, she had now for a long time avoided arguing with him, which made her outburst on the present occasion the more noticeable. He looked up quickly. "Miss Lomax, how do you suppose one makes up one's mind, either about religion or anything else? Isn't it by hearing both sides?" "Oh, no, no," she said, shrinking. "Religion isn't it like anything else. It's by growing up into it, by thinking about it and doing what the Church tells you. You come to know it's true." That the Magi and Balaam's ass are true? What folly! But somehow even his youthful ardour could not say it, so full of pure and tremulous pain was the gaze fixed upon him. And indeed he had no time for any answer, for she had just spoken when the bell of the outer door sounded, and a step came rapidly through the shop. "Father," said Lucy, lifting the lid of the teapot in a great hurry. "Oh, I wonder if the tea's good enough." She was stirring it anxiously with a spoon, when Purcell entered, a tall, heavily built man, with black hair, a look of command, and a step which shook the little back room as he descended into it. He touched Dora's hand with a pompous politeness, and then subsided into his chair opposite Lucy, complaining about the weather and demanding tea, which his daughter gave him with a timid haste, looking to see whether he was satisfied as he raised the first spoonful to his lips. "Anything worth buying?" said David to his employer. He was leaning back in his chair with his arm round the back of another. Again Dora was reminded by contrast of some of the nervous lads she had seen in that room before, scarcely daring to eat their tea under Purcell's eye, flying to cut him bread or pass him the sugar. "No," said Purcell curtly. "And a great price, I suppose?" Purcell looked up. Apparently the ease of the young man's tone and attitude put the finishing stroke to an inward process already far advanced. "The price, I conceive, is my business," he said, in his most overbearing manner. "When you have to pay, it will be yours." David flushed, without however changing his position, and Lucy made a sudden commotion among the teacups. "For father," she said, with a hurried agitation which hardly allowed her to pick up the cup she had thrown over. "Dora and I want to speak to you. You mustn't talk business at tea. Oh, I know you won't let me go, but I should like it, and Dora's come to ask. I shouldn't want a new dress, and it would be most respectable. Everybody says so, and I did learn dancing at school, though you didn't know it. Miss Georgina said it was stuff and nonsense, and I must—" "What is she talking about?" said Purcell to Dora, with an angry glance at Lucy. "I wanted to take her to a dance," said Dora quietly, "if you'd let her come. There's one at the Mechanics' Institute next week, given by the Unicorn Benefit Society. Mrs. Alderman Head said I might go with her, and Lucy too, if you'll let her come. I've got a ticket." "I'm much obliged to Mrs. Alderman Head," said Purcell sarcastically. "Lucy knows very well what I think of an unchristian and immodest amusement. Other people must decide according to their conscience. I judge nobody." At this point David got up and disappeared into the shop. "Oh yes, you do judge, uncle," cried Dora, roused at last, and colouring. "You're always judging. You call everything unchristian you don't like, whether it's dancing or early celebration or organ music or altar cloths. But you can't be always right. Nobody can." Purcell surveyed her with a grim composure. "If you suppose I make any pretence to be infallible, you are quite mistaken," he said, with slow solemnity. No one in his flaming papistry could have been more the Pope. "I leave that to your priests at St. Damian's, Dora. But there is an infallible guide, both for you and for me, and that's the Holy Scriptures. If you can show me any place where the Bible approves of promiscuous dancing between young Christian men and women, or of a woman exposing her person for admiration's sake, or of such vain and idle talking as is produced by these entertainments, I will let Lucy go. But you can't. Whose adorning let it not be?" And he quoted the Petrine admonition with a harsh, triumphant emphasis on every syllable, looking hard all the time at Dora, who had risen and stood confronting him in a tremor of impatience and disagreement. "Father Russell," she began quickly, then changed her form of expression, "Mr. Russell says you can't settle things by just quoting a text. The Bible has to be explained, he says." Purcell's eyes flamed. He launched into a sarcastic harangue, delivered in a strong, thick voice, on the subject of sacerdotalism, priestly arrogance, lying traditions, making the command of God of no effect, and so forth. While his sermon rolled along, Dora stood nervously tying her bonnet strings or buttoning her gloves. Her heart was full of a passionate scorn. Besides the bookseller's muscular figure and pugnacious head, she saw with her mind's eye the spare forms and careworn faces of the young priests at St. Damian's. Outraged by this loud-voiced assurance, she called to mind the gentleness, the suavity, the delicate consideration for women which obtained among her friends. "There's not a pin to choose," Purcell wound up brutally, "between you and that young infidel in there," and he jerked his thumb towards the shop. "It all comes of pride. He's bursting with his own wisdom. You will have the Church and won't have the Bible. What's the Church? A pack of sinners, and 1,000,000 sinners are no better than one." "Good-bye, Lucy," said Dora, stooping to kiss her cousin, and not trusting herself to speak. "Call for me at the quarter." Lucy hardly noticed her kiss. She sat with her elbows on the table, holding her little chin disconsolately, something very like tears in her eyes. In the first place, she was reflecting dolefully that it was all true. She was never to have any amusement like other girls, never to have any good of her life. She might as well be a nun at once. In the second, she was certain her father meant to send young Grieve away, and the prospect drew a still darker pall over a prospect dark enough in all conscience before. Purcell opened the door for Dora more punctiliously than usual, and came back to the hearthrug, still inflated as it were with his own eloquence. Meanwhile Lucy was washing up the tea things. The little servant had brought her a bowl of water and an apron, and Lucy was going gingerly through an operation she detested. Why shouldn't Mary Ann do it? What was the good of going to school and coming back with Claribel's songs and Blumenthal's Deux Anges lying on the back of your box, with a social education, moreover, so advanced that the dancing mistress had invariably made you waltz alone around the room for the edification and instruction of the assembled company? If all you had to do at home was to dust and wash up and die with envy of girls with reprobate fathers." As she pondered the question, Lucy began to handle the cups with a more and more unfriendly energy. "You'll break some of that china, Lucy," said Purcell, at last disturbed in his thoughts. "What's the matter with you?" "Nothing," said Lucy, taking, however, a saucer from the line, and she spoke so viciously that the rest of them slipped with a clatter and only just escaped destruction. "Mind what you're about," cried Purcell angrily, fearing for the household stuff that had been in the establishment so much longer and was so much more at home there than Lucy. "I know what it is," he said, looking at her severely, while his great black presence seemed to fill the little room. "You've lost your temper because I refused to let you go to the dance." Lucy was silent for a moment, trying to contain herself. Then she broke out like a child, throwing down her apron and feeling for her handkerchief. "It's too bad, it's too bad! I'd rather be Mary Ann. She's got friends, and evenings out, and parties sometimes, and I see nobody and go nowhere. What did you have me home for at all?" And she sat down and dried her eyes piteously. She was in real distress, but she liked a scene, and Purcell knew her peculiarities. He surveyed her with a sort of sombre indulgence. "You're a vain child of this world, Lucy. If I didn't keep a look-out on you, you'd soon go rejoicing down the broad way. What do you mean about amusements? There's the missionary tea tomorrow night, and the magic lantern at the schools on Saturday." Lucy gave a little hysterical laugh. "Well," said Purcell loudly, "there'll be plenty of young people there. What have you got to say against them?" "A set of frights and gawks," said Lucy, sitting bolt upright in a state of flat mutiny, and crushing her handkerchief on her knee between a pair of trembling hands. "The way they do their hair, the way they tie their ties, and the way they put a chair for you, it's enough to make one faint. At the Christmas treat there was one young man asked me to trim his shirt cuffs for him with scissors he took out of his pocket. I told him I wasn't his nurse, and people who weren't dressed ought to stay at home. You should have seen how he and his sister glared at me afterwards. I don't care. None of the chapel people like me. I know they don't, and I don't want them to, and I wouldn't marry one of them." The gesture of Lucy's curly head was superb. "It seems to me," said Purcell sarcastically, "that what you've mostly learnt at Blackburn was envy, malice, and all uncharitableness. As to marrying, child, the less you think of it for the present the better, till you get more sense." But the eyes which studied her were not unkindly. Purcell liked this slim red and white creature who belonged to him, whose education had cost him hard money which it gave him pleasure to reckon up, and who promised now to provide him with a fresh field for the management and the coarse moral experiment which he loved. She would be restive at first, but he would soon break her in. The idea that under her folly and childishness she might possibly inherit some of his own tenacity never occurred to him. "I can't imagine," said Lucy inconsequently, with eyes once more swimming, "why you can't let me do what Dora does. She's much better than I am. She's a saint, she is. She's always going to church. She's always doing things for poor people. She never thinks about herself, or whether she's pretty, or why shouldn't I dance if she does?" Purcell laughed. "Aye," he said grimly, "that's the papistical way all over. So many services, so much fasting, so much money, so much knocking under to your priests, so much church work. And who cares a brass farthing what you do with the rest of your time? Do as I tell you and dance away. But I tell you, Christianity wants a new heart." And the bookseller looked at his daughter with a frowning severity. Conversation of this kind was his recreation, his accomplishment, so to speak. He had been conducting a difficult negotiation all day of the diamond-cut diamond order, and was tired out and disgusted by the amount of knowledge of books which even a gentleman may possess. But here was compensation, a warm hearthrug, an unwilling listener, and this sense of an incomparable soundness of view. He wanted nothing more to revive him, unless indeed it were a larger audience. As for Lucy, as she looked up at her father, even her childish intelligence rose to a sense of absurdity. As if Dora hadn't a new heart, as if Dora thought it was enough to go to church and give sixpences to the offertory. But her father overawed her. She had been left motherless at 10 years old, and brought up since away from home, except for holidays. At the bottom of her she was quite conscious that she knew nothing at all about this big, contemptuous person, who ordered her about and preached to her, and never let himself be kissed and played with and coaxed as other girls' fathers did. So she went on with her washing up in a crushed silence, very sorry for herself in a vague, passionate way, the corners of her mouth drooping. Purcell, too, fell into a reverie, the lower jaw pushed forward, one hand playing with the watch chain which adorned his black suit. "Did you give Grieve that message?" he asked at last. Lucy, still sulky, nodded in reply. "What time did he come in from dinner?" "On the stroke of the half-hour," said Lucy quickly. "I think he keeps time better than anybody you ever had, father." "Insolent young whelp," said Purcell, in a slow, deliberate voice. "He was at that place again yesterday." "Yes, I know he was," said Lucy, with evident agitation. "I told him he ought to have been ashamed." "Oh, you talked to him, did you? What business had you to do that, I wonder? Well, what did he say?" "He said, well, I don't know what he said. He don't seem to think it matters to anybody where he goes on Sunday." "Oh, indeed, don't he? I'll show him some cause to doubt the truth of that proposition," said Purcell ponderously, "or I'll know the reason why." Lucy looked unhappy, and said nothing for a minute or two. Then she began insistently, "Well, does it matter to you?" This deplorable question, viewed from the standpoint of a Baptist elder, passed unnoticed, for with the last words the shop bell rang, and Purcell went off, transformed on the instant into the sharp, attentive tradesman. Lucy sat wiping her cups mechanically for a little while. Then, when they were all done, and Mary Ann had been loftily commanded to put them away, she slipped upstairs to her own room, a little attic at the top of the house. Here she went to a deal press which had been her mother's, opened it, and took out a dress which hung in a compartment by itself, enveloped in a holland wrapper, lest Manchester smuts should harm it. She undid the wrapper and laid it on the bed. It was an embroidered white muslin, adorned with lace and full knots of narrow pink ribbon. "What a trouble I had to get the ribbon just that width," she thought to herself ruefully, "and everybody said it was so uncommon. I might as well give it to Dora. I don't believe I shall ever wear it. I don't know what'll become of me. I don't get any chances." And shaking her head mournfully from side to side, she sat on beside the dress, in the light of her solitary candle, her hands clasped round her knee, the picture of girlish despair, so far as anything so daintily gowned and shoed and curled could achieve it. She was thinking drearily of some people who were coming to supper, one of her father's brother elders at the chapel, Mr. Baruch Barton, and his daughter. Mr. Barton had a specialty for the prophet Zephaniah, and had been several times shocked because Lucy could not help him out with his quotations from that source. His daughter, a little pinched, asthmatic creature, in a dress whereof every gore and seam was an affront to the art of dressmaking, was certainly 30, probably more. And between 30 and the psalmist's limit of existence, there is the very smallest appreciable distance, in the opinion of 17. What could she have to say to Emmy Barton? Lucy asked herself. She began yawning from sheer dulness as she thought of her. If it were only time to go to bed. Suddenly she heard a sound of raised voices in the upper shop on the floor below. What could it be? She started up. Mr. Grieve and father quarrelling. She knew it must come to that. She crept down the stairs with every precaution possible, till she came to the door behind which the loud talk which had startled her was going on. Here she listened with all her ears, but at first to very little purpose. David was speaking, but so rapidly and apparently so near to the other end of the room that she could hear nothing. Then her father broke in, and by dint of straining very hard she caught most of what he said before the whole colloquy came abruptly to an end. She heard Purcell's heavy tread descending the little iron spiral staircase leading from the lower shop to the upper. She heard David moving about as though he were gathering up books and papers, and then, with a loud childish sob which burst from her unawares, she ran upstairs again to her own room. "Oh, he's going, she cried under her breath, and she stood before the glass, winking to keep the tears back, and biting her handkerchief hard between her little white teeth. "What shall I do? What shall I do? It'll be always the same. Just when anyone might like me, it all stops. And he won't care one little bit. He'll never think of me again. Oh, I do think somebody might care about me, might be sorry for me." And she locked her hands tight before her and stared at the glass while the tears forced their way. But all the time she was noticing how prettily she stood, how slim she was. And though she smarted, she would not for the world have been without her smart, her excitement, her foolish secret, which for sheer lack of something to do and think about had suddenly grown to such magnitude in her eyes. It was hard to cherish a hopeless passion for a handsome youth without a halfpenny, who despised you, but it was infinitely better than to have nothing in your mind but Emmy Barton and the prophet Zephaniah. Nay, as she washed her hands and smoothed her dress and hair with trembling fingers, she became quite friendly with her pain, in a sense even proud of it and jealous for it. It was a sign of mature life, of something more than mere schoolgirlishness. Like the lover in the Elizabethan sonnet, she had been vexed, if vexed she had not been. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of The History of David Grieve, by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 3. "Come in, David," said Mr. Ancram, opening the door of his little sitting-room in Mortimer Street. "You're rather late, but I don't wonder. Such a wind! I could hardly stand against it myself. But then I'm anatomy. What, no top-coat in such weather? What do you mean by that, sir? You're wet through. There, dry yourself." David, with a grin at Mr. Ancram's unnecessary concern for him, deposited himself in the carpet-chair which formed the minister's only lounge, and held out his legs and arms to the blaze. He was wet indeed, and bespattered with the blackest mud in the three kingdoms. But the battle with wind and rain had so brought into play all the physical force of him, had so brightened eye and cheek, and tossed the black hair into such a fine confusion, that as he sat there bending over the glow of the fire, the crippled man opposite, sickly with long confinement and overthinking, could not take his eyes from him. The storm, with all its freshness, youth with all its reckless joy in itself, seemed to have come in with the lad and transformed the dingy little room. "What do you wear trash like that for in a temperature like this?" said the minister, touching his guest's thin and much-worn coat. "Don't you know, David, that your health is money? Suppose you get lung trouble, who's to look after you?" "It don't do me no harm, sir. I can get into my last year's coat, and I couldn't afford a new one this winter." "What wages do you earn?" asked Ancram. His manner was a curious mixture of melancholy gentleness and of that terse sharpness in practical things which the south country resents and the north country takes for granted. 18 shillings a week since last November, sir." "That ought to be enough for a top-coat, you rascal, with only yourself to feed," said Mr. Ancram, stretching himself in his hard armchair so as to let his lame leg with its heavy boot rest comfortably on the fender. David had noticed at first sight of him that his old playfellow had grown to look much older than in the Clough End days. His hair was nearly white, and lay in a large smooth wave across the broad brow. And in that brow there were deep furrows, and many a new and premature line in the hollow cheeks. Something withering and blighting seemed to have passed over the whole man since those Sunday school lessons in the Christian Brethren's upper room, which David still remembered so well. But the eyes, with their irresistible intensity and force, were the same. In them the minister's youth, he was not yet 35, still spoke, as from a last stronghold in a failing realm. They had a strange look, too, the look as of a secret life, not for the passer-by. David smiled at Ancram's last remark, and for a moment or two looked into the fire without speaking. "Well, if I bought clothes or anything else this winter, I should be in a precious worse hole than I am," he said reflectively. "Hole? What's wrong, Davy?" "My master gave me the sack Monday." "Huh," said Ancram, surveying him. "Well, you don't look much cast down about it, I must say." "Well, you see, I'd laid my plans," said the young man, an irrepressible gaiety and audacity in every feature. "It isn't as though I were taken by surprise." "Plans for a new place, I suppose?" "No, I've done with that. I'm going to set up for myself. I know the trade, and I've got some money.
How old are you, Davy?"
"Just about 20, said the lad quietly. The minister pursed up his lips and whistled a little.
"Well, that's bold," he said. "Somehow I like it, though by all the laws of prudence I ought to jump down your throat for announcing such a thing. But how did you get your money? And what have you been doing these 4 years? Come, I'm an old friend, though I dare say you don't think me much of a fellow. Out with it. Pay me anyway for all those ships I made you long ago."
And he held out his blanched hand, little more now than skin and bone. David put his own into it awkwardly enough. At this period of his life he was not demonstrative. The story he had to tell was, to Ancram's thinking, a remarkable one. He had come into Manchester on an October evening with 5 shillings and 3pence in his pocket. From a point on the south-western border of the city he took a bus for Deansgate and Victoria Street. As he was sitting on the top, feeding his eyes on the lights and the crowd of the streets, but wholly ignorant where to go and what first step to take, he fell into talk with a decent working man and his wife sitting beside him. The result of the talk was that they offered him shelter at 4pence a night. He dismounted with them at Blackfriars Bridge, and they made their way across the river to a street in Salford, where he lodged with them for a week. During that week he lived on oatmeal and an occasional baked potato, paying his hostess 18p additional for the use of her fire, and the right to sit in her kitchen when he was not tramping about in search of work. By the end of the week he had found a post as errand boy at a large, cheap bookseller's and stationer's in Deansgate, at 8 shillings a week, his good looks, manner, and education evidently helping him largely, as Mr. Ancram could perceive through the boy's very matter-of-fact account of himself. He then made an agreement for bed, use of fire, and kitchen with his new friends at 4 shillings a week, and by the end of 6 months he was receiving a wage of 14 shillings as salesman, and had saved close on £5.
"Well now, come, how did you manage that, Davy?" said Mr. Ancram, interrupting. "Don't run on in that fashion. Details are the only interesting things in life, and details I'll have. You must have found it a precious tight fit to save that £5.
Whereupon David, his eye kindling, ran out Benjamin Franklin and the Vegetarian News, his constant friends from the first day of his acquaintance with the famous autobiography, till now, in spite of such occasional lapses into carnal feeding as he had confessed to Daddy. In a few minutes Ancram found himself buried in details as to flesh-forming and bone-forming foods, as to nitrogen and albumin, as to the saving qualities of fruit, and heaven knows what besides. Long before the enthusiast had spent his breath or his details, the minister cried, "Enough!"
"Young materialist," he said, growling, "what do you mean at your age by thinking so much about your body?"
"It wasn't my body, sir," said David simply. "It was just business. If I got ill I couldn't have worked. If I'd lived like other chaps I couldn't have saved. So I had to know something about it, and it wasn't bad fun. After a bit I got the people I lodged with to eat a lot of the things I eat, and that was cheaper for me, of course. The odd thing about vegetarianism is that you come not to care a rap what you eat. Your taste goes somehow. So long as you're nourished and can do your work, that's all you want." The minister sat studying his visitor a minute or two in silence, though the eyes under the careworn brow were bright and restless. Any defiance of the miserable body was in itself delightful to a man who had all but slain himself many times over in the soul's service. He, too, had been living on a crust for months, denying himself first this, then that ingredient of what should have been an invalid's diet. But it had been for cause, for the poor, for self-mortification. There was something just a little jarring to the ascetic in this contact with the self-denial of the purely rationalistic type, so easy, so cheerful, put forward without the smallest suspicion of merit, as a mere business measure. David resumed his story. By the end of another 6 months it appeared that he had grown tired of his original shop, with its vast masses of school stationery and cheap new books. As might have been expected from his childish antecedents, he had been soon laid hold of by the old bookstalls, had read of them on his way from work, and spent on them all that he could persuade himself to spare from his hoard, and in a year from the time he entered Manchester, thanks to wits, reading, and chance friendships, was already a budding bibliophile. Slates and primers became suddenly odious to a person aware of the existence of Aldines and Elzevirs, and bitten with their passion,
then just let loose on the book-buying world for first editions of the famous books of the century. Whenever that sum in the savings bank should have reached a certain height, he would become a second-hand bookseller with a stall. Till then, he must save more and learn his trade. So that at the end of his first year he left his employers, and by the help of excellent recommendations from them, got the post of assistant in Purcell's shop in Half Street at a rise of 2 shillings, afterwards converted into 4 shillings a week. "And I've been there 3 years, very near," said David, straightening himself with a little nervous gesture peculiar to him. "If you'd been anywhere about, sir, you'd have wondered how I could have stayed so long. But I wanted to learn the trade, and I've learnt it, no thanks to old Purcell." "What was wrong with him?" "Mostly brains," said the lad, with a scornful but not unattractive conceit. "He was a hard master to live with. That don't matter. But he's a fool. I don't mean to say he doesn't know a lot about some things, but he thinks he knows everything, and he doesn't. And he'll not let anyone tell him, not he. Once, if you'll believe it, he got the Aldine Virgil of 1501 for 25 shillings. Came from a gentleman out Eccles way. A fellow selling his father's library and didn't know bad from good. Real fine tall copy. Binding poor, but a stunner, take it altogether. Worth £20 to Quaritch or Ellis any day. Well, all I could do, he let a man have it for 5 shillings profit next day, just to spite me, I believe, because I told him it was a good thing. Then he got sick about that, I believe, though he never let out, and the next time he found anything that looked good, Jiminy, but he put it on. Now you know, sir," Mr. Ankrum smiled at the confidential eagerness of the expert, "you know, sir, it's not many of those Venice or Florence Dantes that are worth anything. If you get the first edition of Landino's Commentary, or the other man's, Imola's, isn't it—" The minister lifted his eyebrows. The Italian came out pat, and as far as he knew, right. "Well, of course, they're worth money. Always fetch their price. But the later editions are no good at all. Nobody but a gentleman collector, very green, you know, sir," the twinkle in the boy's eyes showed how much his subject was setting him at his ease, "would be bothered with them. Well, if he didn't get hold of an edition of 1540 or so, worth about 8 shillings, and dear at that, and send it up to one of the London men as a good thing. He makes me pack it and send it and register it. You might have thought it was the Mazarine Bible, bar size. And then, of course, next day, down comes the book again flying, double quick. I kept out of his way, post time, but I'd have given something to see the letter he got." And David, rising, put his hands in his pockets, and stood before the fire chuckling with irrepressible amusement. "Well, then you know there's the first editions of Rousseau. Not a bit rare, as rare goes. Lucky if you get 30 shillings for the Contrat Social or the Nouvelle Héloïse, even good copies." Again the host's eyebrows lifted. The French names ran remarkably. There was not the least boggling over them. But he said nothing, and David rattled on, describing, with a gusto which never failed, one of Purcell's book-selling enormities after another. It was evident that he despised his master with a passionate contempt. It was evident also that Purcell had shown a mean and unreasoning jealousy of his assistant. The English tradesman inherits a domineering tradition towards his subordinates, and in Purcell's case, as we know, the instincts of an egotistical piety had reinforced those of the employer. Yet Mr. Ankrum felt some sympathy with Purcell. "Well, Davy," he said at last, "so you were too cute for your man, that's plain. But I don't suppose he put it on that ground when he gave you the sack." And he looked up with a little dry smile. "No," cried David abruptly. "No, not he. If you go and ask him, he'll tell you he sent me off because I would go to the secularist meetings at the Hall of Science and air myself as an atheist. That's his way of putting it. And it was doing him harm with his religious customers. As if I was going to let him dictate where I went on Sundays." "Of course not," said Ankrum, with a twist of his oddly shaped mouth. "Even the very youngest of us must sometimes be the better for advice. But hang it, let's be free. Free to make fools of ourselves, as a wise man hath it. Well, Davy, no offence," for his guest had flushed suddenly. "So you go off to the Hall of Science? Did you hear Holyoake and Bradlaugh there the other night? You like that kind of thing?" "I like to hear it," said the lad stoutly, meeting his old teacher's look, half nervously, half defiantly. "It's a great deal more lively than what you hear at most churches, sir. And why shouldn't one hear everything?" This was not precisely the tone which the same culprit had adopted towards Dora Lomax. The Voltairian suddenly felt himself to be making excuses, shabby excuses, in the presence of somebody connected, however distantly, with l'infâme. He drew himself up with an angry shake of his whole powerful frame. "Oh, why not?" said Ancram, with a shrug, "if life's long enough." And he absently lifted and let fall a book which lay on the table beside him. It was Newman's Dream of Gerontius. "If life's long enough, and happy enough. Well, so you've been learning French, I can hear. Teaching yourself?"
"No, there's an old Frenchman, old Barbier. Do you know him, sir? He gives lessons at a shilling an hour. Very few people go to him now. They want younger men, and there's lots of them about. But old Barbier knows more about books than any of them, I'll be bound."
"Has he introduced you to French novels? I never read any, but they're bad, of course, must be. And all those things I'm a Britisher, and believe what the Britishers say."
"We're just at the end of Manon Lescaut," said David doggedly, "and partly with him, partly by myself, I've read a bit of Rousseau, and a good lot of Diderot, and Voltaire." David threw an emphasis into the last name, which was meant to atone to himself for the cowardice of a few minutes before. The old boyish feeling towards Mr. Ancram, which had revived in him when he entered the room, had gradually disappeared again. He bore the minister no real grudge for having forgotten him, but he wished it to be clearly understood that the last fragments of the Christian brethren yoke had dropped from his neck.
"Don't know anything about them," said Ancram slowly. "But then, as you know, I'm a very ignorant person. Well, now, was it Voltaire took you to the secularist, or the secularist to Voltaire?"
David laughed, but did not give a reply immediately.
"Well, never mind," said the minister. "All Christians are fools, of course. That's understood. Is that all you've been learning these 4 years?"
"I work at Latin every morning," said David, very red and on his dignity. "I've begun Greek, and I go to the science classes, mathematics and chemistry, at the Mechanics' Institute." Mr. Ancram's face softened.
"Well, I'll be bound you have to go to work pretty early, Davy."
7 o'clock, sir, I take the shutters down. But I get an hour and a half first, and then 3 hours in the evening. This winter I've got through the Aeneid and Horace's Epistles and Ars Poetica. Do you remember, sir?" And the lad's voice grew sharp once more, tightening, as it were, under the pressure of eagerness and ambition from beneath. "Do you remember that Scaliger read the Iliad in 20 days, and was a finished Greek scholar in 2 years? Why can't one do that now?"
"Why shouldn't you?" said Mr. Ancram, looking up at him.
"Who helps you in your Greek?" "Oh, no one. I get translations."
"Well, now, look here, Davy. I'm an ignorant person, as I told you, but I learned some Latin and Greek at Manchester New College. Come to me in the evenings, and I'll help you with your Greek, unless you've got beyond me. Where are you?"
The budding Scaliger reported himself. He had read the Anabasis, some Herodotus, 3 plays of Euripides, and was now making some desperate efforts on Aeschylus and Sophocles. "Any Plato?" David made a face. He'd read 2 or 3 dialogues in English. Didn't want to go on. Didn't care about him. Ancram supposed not.
12 hours shop, said the minister, reflecting, more or less. 2 hours work before shop, 3 hours or so after shop. That's what you may call driving it hard.
"You couldn't do it, Richard Ancram." And he shook his head with a whimsical melancholy. "But you're always a poor starveling. Youth that is, youth stuff. Don't tell me, sir," and he looked up sharply, "that you don't amuse yourself. I wouldn't believe it. There never was a man built like you yet that didn't amuse himself." David smiled, but said nothing. "Billiards?" "No, sir." "Betting?" "No, sir, they cost money." "Indignantly dog. Drink? No, I'll answer that for myself." The minister dropped his catechism, and sat nursing his lame leg and thinking. Suddenly he broke out with, "How many young women are you in love with, David?" David showed his white teeth. "I only know 2, sir. One's my master's daughter. She's rather a pretty girl, I think." "That'll do. You're not in love with her. Who's the other?" "The other's Mr. Lomax's daughter. Lomax of the Parlour, that queer restaurant, sir, in Market Place. Well, I don't know how quite to describe her. She's not good-looking. At least I don't think so," he added dubiously. "She's very high church and fasts all Lent. I think she does church embroidery." "That doesn't think any the better of you for attending the Hall of Science. Sensible girl.
Still, when people mean to fall in love, they don't think twice of that sort of thing. I make a note of Lomax's daughter. Ah, enter supper. David, if you let any ism stand between you and that veal pie, I despair of your future."
David, however, in the course of the meal, showed himself as superior to narrowness of view in the matter of foodstuffs as in other matters. The meal went merrily. Mr. Ancram dropped his half-sarcastic tone, and food, warmth, and talk loosened the lad's fibres and made him more and more human, handsome, and attractive. Soon his old friend knew all that he wanted to know. The sum David had saved, £30 in the savings bank, the sort of stock he meant to set up, the shop he had taken, with a stall, of course. No beginner need hope to prosper without a stall. Customers must be delicately angled for at a safe distance. Show yourself too much, and like trout they flash away. See everything, force nothing. Let a book be turned over for 19 days, the chances were that on the 20th you would turn over the price. As to expecting the class of cheap customers to commit themselves by walking into a shop, it was simply madness. Of course, when you were established, that was another matter. By the help of a certain wealthy Unitarian, one Mr. Doyle, with whom he made friends in Purcell's shop, and whom he boldly asked for the use of his name as a reference, the lad had taken, so it appeared, a small house in Potter Street, a narrow but frequented street in the neighbourhood of Deansgate, and all the great banks and insurance offices in King Street. His shop took up the ground floor. The 2 floors above it were let, and the tenants would remain. But into the attics and the parlour kitchen behind the shop he meant ultimately, when he could afford it, to put himself and his sister. He could only get the house on a yearly tenancy, as it and the others near it were old and would probably be rebuilt before long. But meanwhile the rent was all the lower because of the insecurity of tenure. At the mention of the boy's sister, Ancram looked up with a start. "Ah, to be sure. What became of that poor child after you left? The Clough End friends who wrote to me of your disappearance had more pity for her, Davy, than they had for you." A sudden repulsion and reserve darkened the black eyes opposite. "There was no helping for it," he said with hasty defiance. There was a moment's silence. Then a wish to explain himself rose in David. "I couldn't have stayed, sir," he said with a curious, half-reproachful accent. "I told you about how it was before you left. And there were other things. I should have cut my own throat or someone else's if it had gone on. But I haven't forgotten Louie. You remember Tom Mullins at the foundry? He's written me every month. I paid him for it. I know all about Louie, and they don't know anything about me. They think I'm in America." His eyes lit again with the joy of contrivance. "Is that kind, Davy?" "Yes, sir." And for the first time the minister heard in the boy's voice the tone of a man's judgment. "I couldn't have Louie on me just yet. I was going to ask you, sir, not to tell the people at Clough End you've seen me. It would make it very hard. You know what Louie is, and she's all right. She's learnt a trade." "What trade?" "Silk weaving, from Margaret Dawson." "Poor soul, poor saint. There'd be more things than her trade to be learnt from Margaret Dawson if anyone had a mind to learn 'em." "What of Lias?" "Oh, he died, sir, a week after I left." The lad's voice dropped. Then he added slowly, looking away, "Tom said he was very quiet. He didn't suffer much, not at the end." "Aye, the clouds lift at sunset," said Mr. Ancram in an altered tone. "The air clears before the night." His head fell forward on his breast, and he sat drumming on the table. They had finished supper, the little bustling landlady had cleared away, and Davy was thinking of going. Suddenly the minister sprang up and stood before the fire, looking down at the guest. "Davy, do you want to know why I didn't write you? I was ill first, very ill. Then I was in hell." David started. Into the thin, crooked face with the seeking eyes there had flashed an expression, sinister, indescribable, a sort of dumb rage. It changed the man altogether. "I was in hell," he repeated slowly. "I know no more about it. Other people may tell you, perhaps, if you come across them. I can't. There were days at Clough End, always a certain number in the year, when this earth slipped away from me,
and the fiends came about me. But this was months. They say I was overdone in the cotton famine years ago, just before I came to Clough End. I got pneumonia after I left you that May. It doesn't matter. When I knew there was a sun again, I wrote to ask about you. You'd left Kinder and gone, no one knew where.
David sat nervously silent, not knowing what to say, his mind gradually filling with the sense of something tragic, irreparable. Mr. Ancram, too, stood straight before him, as though turned to stone. At last David got up and approached him. Had Ancram been looking, he might have been touched by this change in the lad's expression. The hard, self-reliant force of the face had melted into feeling. "Are you better now, sir? I knew you must have been ill," he stammered. Ancram started as though just wakened.
"Ill? Yes, I was pretty bad,"
he said briskly, and in his most ordinary tone, though with a long breath.
"But I'm as fit as anyone now.
Good night, Davy. Good night.
Come and walk with me some day. Sunday afternoon? Done. Here, write me your new address."
The tall form and curly black head disappeared. The little lodging-house room, with its round rosewood table, its horsehair sofa, its chiffonier, and its prints of "Sport at Balmoral" and "The Mother's Kiss," had resumed the dingy formality of every day. The minister sank into his seat and held his hands out over the blaze. He was in pain. All life was to him more or less a struggle with physical ill. But it was not so primarily that he conceived it. The physical ill was nothing except as representing a philosophical necessity. That lad, with all his raw certainties of himself, his knowledge, his Voltaire. The poor minister felt once or twice a piteous envy of him as he sat on through the night hours. Life was ill-apportioned. The poor, the lonely, the feeble, it is they who want certainty, want hope most. And because they are lonely and feeble, because their brain tissues are diseased, and their life from no fault of their own unnatural, nature, who has made them, dooms them to despair and doubt. Is there any soul, any personality, for the man who is afflicted and weakened with intermittent melancholia? Where is his identity? Where his responsibility? And if there is none for him, how does the accident of health bestow them on his neighbour? Questions of this sort had beset Richard Ancram for years. On the little book-table to his right lay papers of Huxley's, of Clifford's, and several worn volumes of mental pathology. The brooding intellect was for ever raising the same problem, the same spectre-world of universal doubt, in which God, conscience, faith, were words without a meaning. But side by side with the restlessness of the intellect, there had always gone the imperious and prevailing claim of temperament. Beside Huxley and Clifford lay Newman's Sermons and Apologia, and a little high church manual of self-examination. And on the wall above the book-table hung a memorandum slate, on which were a number of addresses and dates. The addresses of some 40 boys whom the minister taught on Sunday in one of the Unitarian Sunday schools of Manchester, and visited in the week. The care and training of street Arabs had been his passion when he was still a student at Manchester New College. Then had come his moment of utterance, a thirst for preaching, for religious influence, though he could not bring himself to accept any particular shibboleth or take any kind of orders. He found something congenial for a time to a deep, though struggling faith in the leadership of the Christian brethren. Now, however, something had broken in him. He could preach no more. But he could go back to his old school. He could teach boys on Sundays and weekdays. He could take them out country walks in spite of his lame limb. He could deny himself even the commonest necessaries of life for their sake. He could watch over each of them with a fervour, a moral intensity which wore him out. In this, in some insignificant journalism for a religious paper, and in thinking, he spent his life. There had been a dark page in his history. He had hardly left Manchester New College when he married suddenly a girl of some beauty, but with an undeveloped sensuous temperament. They were to live on a crust and give themselves to the service of man. His own dream was still fresh when she deserted him in the company of one of his oldest friends. He followed them, found them both in black depths of remorse, and took her back. But the strain of living together proved too much. She implored him to let her go and earn her living apart. She had been a teacher, and she proposed to return to her profession. He saw her established in Glasgow in the house of some good people who knew her history, and who got her a post in a small school. Then he returned to Manchester and threw himself with reckless ardour into the work of feeding the hungry and nursing the dying in the cotton famine. He emerged a broken man, physically and morally, liable thenceforward to recurrent crises of melancholia, but they were not frequent or severe enough to prevent his working. He was at the time entirely preoccupied with certain religious questions, and thankfully accepted the call to the little congregation at Clough End. Since then he had visited his wife twice every year. He was extremely poor. His family, who had destined him for the Presbyterian ministry, were estranged from him. Hardly anyone in Manchester knew him intimately. Only in one house far away in the Scotch lowlands were there two people who deeply loved and thoroughly understood him. There he went when his dark hours came upon him, and thence, after the terrible illness which overtook him on his leaving Clough End, he emerged again, shattered but indomitable, to take up the battle of life as he understood it. He was not an able nor a literary man. His mind was a strange medley, and his mental sight far from clear. Of late the study of Newman had been a revelation to him, but he did not cease for that to read the books of scientific psychology which tortured him, the books which seemed to make of mind a function of matter, and man the slave of an immoral nature. The only persistent and original gift in him, yet after all it is the gift which for ever divides the sheep from the ghosts, was that of a hunger and thirst after righteousness. End of Book 2, Chapter 3.